Hello and welcome. I know many of you use these videos to help you fall asleep. So before we begin, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also comment where you're from and at what time you're watching. Take a moment to get comfortable, relax, and let yourself unwind. Name of the story: The Crawling Skin. It started with a faint itch on his forearm. Alex didn't think much of it at first. He scratched absent-mindedly as he sat in his room, the glow of his computer screen casting eerie shadows on the walls. The itch persisted, but it wasn't unbearable, just enough to be annoying. He glanced down at his arm and noticed the skin looked a little red, as if he'd brushed up against something. Probably a bug bite, he thought, dismissing it with a shrug. The next day, the redness had spread. Thin, jagged lines snaked out from the center of the irritation, faintly raised and almost too straight to be natural. They looked like veins, but they moved in directions that veins shouldn't. Alex furrowed his brow as he examined it in the bathroom mirror. His mother called from downstairs, interrupting his thoughts. "Alex, breakfast. Coming," he called back, pulling his sleeve down to hide the strange pattern. At school, the itch became harder to ignore. The sensation seemed to crawl under his skin, a tingling that moved in slow waves across his arm. He tried not to scratch it in front of his classmates, but the urge was overwhelming. By lunchtime, he could feel something shifting beneath the surface, a subtle, unnatural ripple. "Dude, you okay?" his friend Mark asked, noticing Alex fidgeting. "Yeah, just allergies or something," Alex mumbled, avoiding eye contact. Mark didn't press further, but Alex could tell he wasn't convinced. That night, Alex sat on his bed, his arm resting under the harsh glare of his desk lamp. The lines had grown darker, more pronounced, and they seemed to pulse faintly. He hesitated, then pressed a finger to one of the lines. To his horror, it moved, a slight but unmistakable squirm, as if something were alive inside him. "Jesus Christ," Alex whispered, yanking his hand back. His breathing quickened, and he felt a rising panic clawing at his chest. He tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just his mind playing tricks on him. Maybe it was some kind of weird allergic reaction. He grabbed his phone and started searching online, typing in symptoms: skin moving, lines under skin, crawling sensation. The results were a mix of benign explanations and horrifying possibilities. Parasites, infections, nerve disorders. None of them seemed to fit exactly, and the more he read, the more anxious he became. By midnight, the itch had spread to his other arm. He sat on the edge of his bed, his body tense and his mind racing. The room felt suffocatingly silent, broken only by the faint hum of his computer. A sudden, sharp pain jolted him out of his thoughts. He looked down to see one of the lines writhing violently, as if whatever was underneath was trying to escape. He let out a yelp, clutching his arm and staggering to the bathroom. In the harsh fluorescent light, he saw his skin shift in real time. The lines twisted and coiled, forming grotesque shapes that seemed almost intentional. For a brief moment, they formed the outline of an eye, a wide, staring eye that seemed to mock him before dissolving into chaos. "What the hell is happening to me?" Alex muttered, his voice trembling. He splashed cold water on his arm, hoping it would soothe the movement, but it only seemed to make it worse. The next morning, he woke up to find his sheets stained with tiny streaks of blood. His fingernails were caked with it. He must have scratched himself in his sleep. His arms were a mess of red lines and raw skin, the patterns now branching out like a grotesque tree. He couldn't hide it anymore. "Mom," he called out hesitantly as he came down the stairs. She turned to him, her face immediately twisting in concern. "Alex, what happened to your arms?" "I don't know," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It started itching a couple of days ago, and now it's like this." She reached out to touch his arm, but he flinched away. "We need to see a doctor," she said firmly. Alex didn't argue. At the clinic, The doctor examined his arms with a mixture of curiosity and unease. He ran his fingers over the lines, frowning deeply. "Does it hurt?" "Sometimes," Alex said, "but mostly it moves." "Moves?" The doctor raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, like something's alive under there." The doctor didn't respond immediately. He glanced at Alex's mother, then back at Alex. "I'm going to order some tests. In the meantime, try not to scratch it, no matter how bad the itch gets." As they left the clinic, Alex felt a flicker of hope. Maybe the tests would give them answers. Maybe there was a cure, a treatment, something that would make this nightmare end. But deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was happening to him wasn't something that could be fixed with medicine. That night, he woke to the sensation of something crawling across his chest. He froze, his heart pounding as he slowly turned his head. The lines had spread while he slept, branching out from his arms and across his torso. They pulsed faintly, glowing a sickly red in the darkness. Alex tried to scream, but the sound caught in his throat. Alex stumbled out of bed, his legs trembling beneath him as he rushed to the bathroom. The mirror reflected a sight so horrifying it didn't feel real. The red lines now covered his chest, intertwining in a chaotic web. They weren't just under his skin anymore. Some of them had begun to break through, forming tiny ridges and bumps. His hands hovered over the grotesque patterns, unsure whether to touch them or leave them alone. "Get a grip," he whispered to himself, but his voice quivered with panic. His breathing came in shallow gasps, and the air in the room felt heavy, suffocating. Gripping the edge of the sink for support, he turned on the tap and splashed water on his face. It didn't help. When he looked down, he saw something shift again, this time across his stomach. He yanked his shirt up just in time to see one of the lines squirm, twisting into a spiraling shape before settling again. "No, no, no," his voice cracked, and he backed away from the mirror. This isn't happening. He had to tell someone, anyone. He couldn't keep this to himself any longer. Grabbing his phone, he called Mark. The line rang twice before his friend's groggy voice answered. "Dude, it's like 2 in the morning. What's going on?" "I need your help," Alex blurted out, his voice frantic. "Something's wrong with me. I don't know how to explain it, but I need you to come over." "Wait, slow down. What's wrong?" Mark sounded more awake now, concern creeping into his tone. "It's my skin. It's moving. Please, just come over." There was a pause, then Mark sighed. "Okay, give me like 10 minutes." Alex hung up and sat on the edge of his bed, trying to calm himself. The lines on his body seemed to pulse in rhythm with his racing heartbeat. He clenched his fists, fighting the urge to scratch, but the itch was unbearable. When Mark arrived, Alex practically dragged him upstairs to his room. "Look," he said, pulling up his shirt to reveal the twisted patterns on his skin. Mark's eyes widened, and he took an instinctive step back. "What the hell, dude? What is that?" "I don't know," Alex snapped, his frustration boiling over. "It started a few days ago, and it's getting worse. It moves, Mark. It moves like it's alive." Mark stared at him, his face pale. "Have you seen a doctor?" "Yeah, but they don't know what it is. They're running tests, but I can't wait for results. I need answers now." Mark hesitated, then sat down on the bed. "Okay, let's think. Did you touch something? Eat something weird? I mean, this has to have a cause, right?" Alex shook his head. "I've been racking my brain, but nothing makes sense. It's like it's not even from this world." "That's a leap," Mark said, though his nervous laugh betrayed his unease. Alex paced the room, his hands twitching at his sides. "You don't believe me? Watch this." He pressed a finger against one of the ridges on his arm. It squirmed under his touch, shifting like a worm trapped beneath his skin. Mark let out a choked sound and jumped to his feet. "Holy shit. Okay. This is not normal." "Yeah, no kidding," Alex muttered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Mark rubbed his temples, clearly trying to think. "Maybe we should. I don't know, look it up." There's gotta be something online. I've tried, Alex said. Nothing matches. It's like I'm the only person this has ever happened to. They spent the next hour scouring the internet, but every lead ended in a dead end. Parasites, fungal infections, rare skin disorders, none of it explained what was happening to Alex. As they sat in silence, the room felt colder, the atmosphere heavy with dread. Alex's skin began to itch again, worse than before. He doubled over, clutching his arms as the lines twisted and coiled violently. "Alex?" Mark's voice was filled with alarm. "I can't," Alex gasped, his nails digging into his skin. "It's inside me. It's trying to get out." Before Mark could react, Alex let out a guttural scream. His skin split open in thin, precise lines, and something black and slimy began to ooze out. Mark recoiled, his eyes wide with terror. "Get it off me!" Alex shouted, his voice cracking as he clawed at his arms. Mark scrambled to his feet, panic written all over his face. "What do I do? Tell me what to do." "I don't know," Alex sobbed, his entire body trembling. The black substance continued to seep from his skin, pooling on the floor in thick, writhing clumps. It seemed to move with a purpose, slithering toward the edges of the room like it was trying to escape. Mark grabbed a towel and pressed it against Alex's arm, trying to stop the bleeding, but the substance only seeped through, leaving dark stains on the fabric. "This isn't normal," Mark whispered, his voice shaking. This isn't human." "I know," Alex said through gritted teeth, his face pale and drenched in sweat. I think it's alive." The room fell silent, except for the faint squelching sound of the black substance moving across the floor. Alex and Mark watched in stunned horror as it began to gather in the corner, forming a pulsating mass. "What the hell is that?" Mark whispered. Alex didn't answer. He couldn't. His mind was spinning, his body racked with pain and exhaustion. Whatever was happening to him, it wasn't over, not even close. The pulsating black mass in the corner of Alex's room seemed to grow larger with each passing second, as if it were feeding off the air itself. Mark stood frozen, his back pressed against the wall, while Alex slumped onto the floor, clutching his arms and gasping for breath. "Mark," Alex rasped, barely able to lift his head. "You've got to help me, please." Mark swallowed hard, his throat dry. "What am I supposed to do?" This isn't something I can fix, Alex. I don't even know what this is." The mass quivered violently, its surface rippling like thick oil disturbed by a breeze. Alex forced himself to look at it, his vision blurred by tears of pain. He could feel a connection to it, a tug deep inside his chest, like an invisible thread tying him to the monstrosity in the corner. "I think it's part of me," Alex muttered, his voice barely audible. Mark's head snapped toward him. "What do you mean, part of you?" "I don't know," Alex shouted, his frustration bubbling over. "But I can feel it. It's like it came from me, but it's not me." The words barely left his lips before the mass began to change. Long, sinewy tendrils sprouted from its surface, stretching and curling like the limbs of some alien creature. The tendrils reached toward the walls, the ceiling, the floor, testing their surroundings with a strange, deliberate curiosity. Mark let out a strangled cry, backing further into the corner. "Alex, we need to get out of here." "No." Alex tried to stand, but his legs buckled beneath him. "I can't. I'm too weak." The black tendrils began to inch closer to Alex, as if drawn to him. One of them brushed against his foot, and he felt a jolt of searing pain shoot through his body. He screamed, jerking his leg away, but the tendril followed, wrapping around his ankle with a snake-like grip. "Help me!" Alex screamed, his voice raw with terror. Mark hesitated for only a second before grabbing a baseball bat that was leaning against the wall. He swung it at the tendril with all his strength, the impact producing a sickening squelch. The tendril recoiled, retreating back to the mass, but more quickly grew in its place. "It's not working." Mark shouted, his face pale with fear. The mass seemed to react to the attack, emitting a low, guttural noise that resonated through the room. Alex felt the vibrations in his bones, and his stomach churned with a sickening realization. It was alive, and it was angry. "Just get me out of here," Alex begged, his voice cracking. Mark didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed Alex under the arms and hauled him to his feet, ignoring the streaks of black slime that clung to his hands. Together, they stumbled out of the room, slamming the door shut behind them. They collapsed onto the hallway floor, both of them gasping for breath. Alex's entire body throbbed with pain, and he could feel the lines on his skin shifting again, faster this time, more frantic. "What now?" Mark asked, his voice trembling. "We can't just leave that thing in there." Alex shook his head weakly. I don't know." Before they could say anything else, a loud crash came from the other side of the door. The sound was followed by a deep, wet scraping noise, as if the mass was dragging itself across the floor. "It's getting bigger," Alex whispered, his heart pounding. Mark stood up, his eyes darting around the hallway. "We need to get out of the house." "Now." "No," Alex said, grabbing Mark's arm. "If it's connected to me, it'll just follow us. We have to stop it here." Mark stared at him, disbelief etched across his face. "And how do you suggest we do that? Do you have a flamethrower lying around or something?" Alex closed his eyes, trying to think through the haze of pain and fear. The connection he felt to the mass was growing stronger, pulling at him like a magnet. He didn't understand it, but he knew one thing for sure. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't going to stop until it consumed him completely. I think I have to go back in there," Alex said, his voice trembling. "Are you insane?" Mark snapped. Alex met his friend's gaze, his eyes filled with desperation. "Do you have a better idea? Because I don't. This thing is part of me. If I don't face it, it'll just keep growing, and we'll both end up dead." Mark looked like he wanted to argue, but he couldn't find the words. Finally, he sighed and nodded. "Fine, but I'm not letting you go in there alone." Together, they pushed the door open, stepping cautiously into the room. The mass had grown to fill nearly half the space, its tendrils now writhing like a nest of snakes. The air was thick with a nauseating smell, and the low, guttural noise had grown louder, more insistent. Alex took a shaky step forward, the pull inside him growing stronger with each step. The mass seemed to sense his presence, its tendrils reaching out toward him like they were welcoming him home. "Stay back," Alex said to Mark, his voice firm despite the fear in his eyes. "Like hell I'm staying back," Mark shot back. Before Alex could respond, one of the tendrils lashed out, wrapping around his wrist and yanking him forward. He let out a cry of pain as the tendril began to pull him closer to the mass. Mark lunged forward, swinging the baseball bat again, but this time the tendril caught it mid-swing, snapping the bat in half like a twig. "Alex?" Mark shouted, his voice filled with panic. "I can feel it," Alex gasped, his body trembling as the tendrils coiled around him. It's inside me. I have to." His words were cut off as the mass surged forward, engulfing him in a wave of black slime. Mark watched in horror as his friend disappeared into the writhing mass, his screams muffled by the sickening sound of the substance closing around him. "Alex!" Mark yelled, but there was no response. For a moment, the room fell eerily silent, the mass ceasing its movement as if it were holding its breath. Then slowly, it began to shift again, pulsing rhythmically like a beating heart. Mark took a step back, his entire body shaking. "What the hell is happening?" he whispered. Mark's heart pounded as he stared at the pulsating black mass that had consumed his best friend. The rhythmic beating was deafening now, each pulse sending a tremor through the room. He wanted to scream, to run, but his legs felt rooted to the spot. Then, without warning, the mass began to split open down the center, oozing thick black liquid onto the floor. The putrid smell intensified, making Mark gag, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. Slowly, something emerged from within, a figure covered in slime, its body convulsing as it crawled out of the mass. "Alex?" Mark whispered, his voice barely audible. The figure collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. Mark hesitated for a moment before rushing forward, grabbing Alex by the shoulders and shaking him. "Alex, are you okay? Say something." Alex coughed, spitting up black liquid, his body trembling violently. His eyes fluttered open, bloodshot and filled with pain. It didn't work," he croaked. "What do you mean it didn't work?" Mark demanded, his voice rising with panic. "What happened in there?" Alex shook his head weakly, his hands clutching at Mark's shirt. "It's still inside me. I couldn't stop it." Before Mark could respond, Alex let out a blood-curdling scream, his back arching as his body was racked with spasms. The lines on his skin began to move again, faster and more erratically than ever. Mark stumbled back, watching in horror as the shapes twisted and writhed, forming grotesque patterns that seemed to pulsate with a life of their own. "Make it stop!" Alex screamed, clawing at his own flesh. "Please make it stop!" Mark's mind raced as he looked around the room, searching for anything that could help. His eyes landed on the salt lamp on Alex's desk, its soft orange glow casting long shadows across the walls. Desperate, he grabbed the lamp and smashed it onto the floor, scattering chunks of salt everywhere. "Hold still!" Mark shouted, scooping up a handful of the coarse salt and pressing it against Alex's arm. Alex let out a guttural scream as the salt made contact with his skin, the lines on his flesh recoiling and retreating as if burned. Mark didn't stop, rubbing the salt over Alex's arms, chest, and legs, ignoring his friend's cries of pain. "It's working," Mark said, his voice filled with a mix of relief and terror. "Just hold on." But before he could finish, the mass in the corner let out a piercing shriek, its tendrils lashing out wildly. One of them struck Mark in the side, sending him crashing into the wall. He groaned in pain, clutching his ribs as he tried to get back up. The mass began to surge forward, its tendrils reaching for Alex once again. Alex, still writhing on the floor, managed to grab a chunk of salt and hurl it at the mass. The effect was immediate. The mass recoiled, its surface bubbling and hissing where the salt had landed. "It's afraid of the salt," Alex gasped, his voice weak but determined. "We can stop it." Mark nodded, scrambling to gather more of the broken salt. Together, they began throwing handfuls of it at the mass, each impact causing it to writhe and shriek in agony. The room filled with the acrid smell of burning flesh as the black substance began to dissolve, its tendrils shrinking and retreating. For a moment, it seemed like they were winning. The mass grew smaller and smaller, its movements slowing as it was bombarded with salt. But just as hope began to rise, the floor beneath them started to quake. "What now?" Mark shouted, struggling to keep his balance. The remains of the mass began to pool together, forming a dense, pulsating core. From the center, a single tendril shot out, piercing the ceiling and dragging the core upward. Cracks spread across the walls, and a deep, guttural growl echoed through the house. "It's trying to escape," Alex yelled. Mark grabbed Alex's arm, pulling him toward the door. "We have to get out of here. The whole place is coming down." They stumbled out of the room just as the ceiling began to collapse, chunks of debris crashing to the floor. The black core forced its way upward, tearing through the house like a living wrecking ball. "Go, go, go!" Mark shouted, dragging Alex down the stairs and toward the front door. Behind them, the sound of splintering wood and shattering glass grew louder, the house groaning as if it were alive. They burst outside just as the roof caved in, a plume of dust and debris filling the air. Mark and Alex collapsed onto the lawn, coughing and gasping for breath. They watched in stunned silence as the black core rose from the wreckage, its tendrils flailing wildly against the night sky. "What do we do now?" Mark asked, his voice barely audible over the noise. Alex stared at the monstrous form, his eyes filled with both fear and determination. "We end this," he said, his voice steady. "How?" Mark asked, desperation creeping into his tone. Alex turned to him, a grim look on his face. "I have an idea, but it's risky. If it doesn't work, then we're already dead," Mark finished for him. Alex nodded. "Exactly." The black core hovered above the ruined house, its tendrils slicing through the air with relentless, otherworldly precision. The noise it emitted was deafening, a low, guttural hum that reverberated in their bones. Alex and Mark stood on the lawn, their faces illuminated by the eerie glow emanating from the core. Alex clenched his fists, his skin still shifting beneath his clothes, though the salt had slowed the grotesque movements. "It's connected to me," he said, his voice firm despite the quiver in his body. "If I can draw it in, maybe I can stop it, trap it somehow." Mark stared at him, horrified. "What are you talking about? You can't just let that thing consume you." "I don't have a choice," Alex said, his gaze locked on the core. "This all started with me. I can feel it. It's feeding on me. If I can lead it somewhere isolated, somewhere it can't hurt anyone else, I might be able to take it down." Mark shook his head violently. "No way. There's got to be another way. We'll figure something out. We don't have time." Alex snapped, cutting him off. "Look at it, Mark. It's getting stronger. If we wait, it'll destroy everything." Mark's shoulders slumped, and he looked down at the ground, his mind racing for a solution. "If you're going to do this," he said quietly, "you're not doing it alone." Alex glanced at him, his eyes filled with a mix of gratitude and guilt. "You don't have to. I'm not letting you face that thing by yourself," Mark interrupted, his voice steady. "You're my best friend. We started this together, and we're going to end it together." Alex didn't argue. There was no time. The core was growing larger by the second, its tendrils beginning to stretch toward the nearby houses. "Do you have your car keys?" Alex asked. Mark nodded, fishing them out of his pocket. "Good," Alex said. "We're going to lead it to the quarry." Mark's eyes widened. "The old quarry? Are you serious? That place is dangerous." "That's the point," Alex said, already running toward the car. Mark followed, his heart pounding in his chest. They climbed into the car, and Mark fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking. The engine roared to life, and Alex leaned out of the window, waving his arms and shouting at the core. "Hey, over here!" he yelled, his voice cracking. "Come and get me, you freak!" The core seemed to respond, its tendrils snapping toward them like whips. Mark slammed his foot on the gas, and the car lurched forward, tires screeching against the pavement. The core followed, tearing through the wreckage of the house as it pursued them. Its tendrils slashed at the street lights and trees, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Mark gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white. "Are you sure about this?" he asked, glancing at Alex. "No," Alex admitted, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "But we don't have another choice." The drive to the quarry felt like an eternity, the black core gaining on them with every turn. Mark swerved to avoid a fallen tree, the car skidding dangerously close to the edge of the road. "We're almost there," Alex said, his voice tense. As they neared the quarry, the terrain became rougher, the car bouncing over uneven ground. The glow of the core lit up the night behind them, its tendrils flailing wildly. Mark brought the car to a screeching halt near the edge of the quarry. They both jumped out, Alex clutching the bag of salt he'd grabbed from the house. "What now?" Mark asked, his breath coming in short gasps. Alex stared at the core, now hovering just a few feet away. The pull inside him was stronger than ever, almost unbearable. "We lure it to the edge," he said, his voice steady. "Then I'll draw it in." Mark grabbed his arm. "Alex, don't." "I have to," Alex said firmly, pulling away. "Just trust me." Before Mark could stop him, Alex stepped forward, holding out his arms. The tendrils shot toward him, wrapping around his body like chains. He let out a cry of pain but didn't resist, allowing the core to lift him off the ground. "Come on," Alex muttered through gritted teeth. Take the bait. The core pulsed, its glow intensifying as it pulled Alex closer. Mark watched in horror, his fists clenched helplessly at his sides. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, Alex hurled the bag of salt into the center of the core. The reaction was immediate. The core let out a deafening shriek, its surface bubbling and writhing as the salt began to dissolve it from the inside. Mark now! Alex shouted, his voice barely audible over the noise. Mark didn't hesitate. He rushed forward and shoved Alex out of the tendril's grip, sending him tumbling to the ground. Then, with all his strength, Mark pushed the core toward the edge of the quarry. The ground beneath them crumbled as the core teetered on the brink. For a moment, it seemed like it might recover, its tendrils lashing out in desperation. But the salt had weakened it too much, and with one final, ear-splitting roar, the core plunged into the darkness below. The silence that followed was deafening. Alex and Mark lay on the ground, staring up at the night sky, their bodies trembling with exhaustion. Did we do it? Mark asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Alex didn't respond right away. He stared at his hands, watching as the lines on his skin began to fade, the grotesque movements finally coming to a stop. I think it's over, Alex said, his voice trembling with relief. Mark let out a shaky laugh, tears streaming down his face. Good, because I don't think I can do that again. The faint glow of the moon illuminated the quarry, casting long shadows across the jagged rocks below. For a moment, Alex and Mark simply lay there, too stunned and exhausted to move. The roar of the core had faded, leaving only the sound of their ragged breaths and the occasional creak of settling debris. Alex sat up slowly, his body aching from the ordeal. He looked down at his arms, turning them over as if to confirm what he'd just felt. The lines were gone, no more shifting, no more grotesque shapes crawling beneath his skin. It was as if the nightmare had been erased, leaving behind nothing but raw, reddened flesh. Mark propped himself up on his elbows, his chest still heaving. Is it gone? He asked, his voice hoarse. Alex nodded, though he couldn't bring himself to smile. Yeah, I think we got it. That last hit, pushing it into the quarry, it must have destroyed it. Mark groaned, rubbing his ribs where a bruise was already forming. Good, because if it comes back, I'm officially retiring from saving the world. Alex let out a weak chuckle, but it quickly faded as he looked toward the edge of the quarry. A thin, black mist was rising from the depths, swirling lazily in the moonlight. It wasn't the same as the core. This was faint, almost ethereal, but it sent a shiver down his spine nonetheless. Mark, Alex said quietly, his gaze fixed on the mist. Mark followed his friend's line of sight, his expression darkening. What is that? I don't know, Alex admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. But I don't think it's over. They scrambled to their feet, the aches and exhaustion momentarily forgotten. The mist began to spread, creeping along the ground like a living thing. Wherever it touched, the rocks seemed to darken and crack, as if being corroded by some unseen force. We need to get out of here, Mark said, grabbing Alex's arm. Alex didn't argue. They turned and ran, their footsteps echoing off the walls of the quarry as the mist continued to rise. By the time they reached the car, the mist had engulfed the edge of the quarry, tendrils of it snaking through the air like searching fingers. Mark fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking as he tried to unlock the door. Come on, he muttered under his breath. Finally, the lock clicked, and they both climbed in, slamming the doors shut behind them. Mark started the engine, the tires skidding on the loose gravel as he backed away from the quarry. As they sped down the road, Alex glanced in the rearview mirror. The mist was still visible, a dark cloud hovering above the quarry like a storm about to break. What if it spreads? Alex asked, his voice tinged with fear. Mark tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Then we'll deal with it. But first, we need to figure out what the hell that thing was. They drove in silence for a while, the events of the night weighing heavily on them. Alex stared out the window, his mind racing. The core was gone, but the mist, it felt different, almost like it was watching them. "We need answers," Alex said finally. Mark glanced at him. "Where do we even start?" That thing didn't exactly come with a manual. Alex thought for a moment before reaching into his pocket. He pulled out the folded piece of paper he'd taken from the drawer in the abandoned room, the one with the strange symbols and scrawled notes. "This," he said, holding it up. "There's something here. Maybe it'll tell us what we're dealing with." Mark sighed, nodding reluctantly. "Fine, but we're doing this in the morning. I can't think straight right now." Alex didn't argue. They drove back to Mark's house in silence, both of them too drained to say much. When they arrived, the house was eerily quiet. Mark unlocked the door, and they stepped inside, the familiar surroundings offering little comfort. "I'll grab some water," Mark said, heading to the kitchen. Alex sat down at the dining table, unfolding the paper and smoothing it out. The symbols were strange, unlike anything he'd ever seen before. Some of them seemed to pulse faintly under the dim light, as if alive. "What is this?" Alex muttered to himself, running his fingers over the symbols. Mark returned with 2 glasses of water, setting one down in front of Alex. "Any idea what it says?" "Not yet," Alex admitted. "But I think it's connected to everything that's happened. These symbols, they're familiar, but I don't know why." Mark sat down across from him, staring at the paper. "Maybe it's some kind of ancient language? Like those runes we learned about in history class." Alex nodded slowly. "Could be. But if that's the case, we'll need someone who can translate it." Mark frowned. "Where are we supposed to find someone like that?" Alex didn't answer. His eyes were drawn to the faint pulsing of the symbols, his mind racing. There was something about them, something that tugged at the edges of his memory, just out of reach. As he stared, the room seemed to grow colder. A faint whisper filled the air, so soft it was almost imperceptible. "Do you hear that?" Alex asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Mark looked around, his expression tense. "Hear what?" Alex didn't respond. The whisper grew louder, the words still unintelligible, but filled with an undeniable malice. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the whisper stopped. The pulsing on the paper faded, leaving behind nothing but lifeless symbols. "Alex?" Mark's voice was trembling. Alex looked up at him, his face pale. "I think it's trying to talk to us." The room felt suffocatingly still after the whispers ceased, as though the house itself was holding its breath. Alex stared at the paper on the table, his heart hammering in his chest. The symbols no longer pulsed, but their presence lingered, heavy and ominous. "What do you mean, talk to us?" Mark asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes darted nervously around the room, as if expecting the shadows to come alive. Alex swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice steady. It wasn't just random noise. It was trying to communicate. "I don't know how, but I could feel it, like it was in my head." Mark ran a hand through his hair, his face pale. "Okay, great. Now we're dealing with haunted paper. This night just keeps getting better." Alex ignored the sarcasm, his gaze fixed on the strange symbols. "We need to figure out what this means. If the core is gone but that mist is still out there, it's not over. This might be the only clue we have." Mark leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed. "And how exactly do we figure it out? We can't just Google creepy glowing runes." Alex thought for a moment, his mind racing. Then he remembered something, a name that had come up during one of his late-night internet rabbit holes. "There's someone who might be able to help," he said slowly. Mark raised an eyebrow. "Oh yeah? Who?" "Dr. Evelyn Chambers," Alex said. "She's an expert in ancient languages and occult symbology. I came across her work a while back. She's written papers on this kind of stuff. If anyone can make sense of this, it's her." Mark frowned. "And where exactly is this Dr. Chambers?" "She's based in the city," Alex said. "It's a few hours' drive from here, but it's our best shot." Mark groaned, rubbing his temples. So, let me get this straight. You want to take this potentially cursed paper to some random professor who probably thinks we're insane. Alex nodded. Pretty much. Mark sighed deeply. Fine. But you owe me breakfast for the next month if this turns out to be a wild goose chase. Alex managed a weak smile. Deal. The two of them packed up quickly, throwing essentials into backpacks. Alex carefully folded the paper and tucked it into a notebook to keep it safe. As they headed out to the car, the air outside felt colder than it should have, a sharp chill that sank deep into their bones. Mark hesitated before unlocking the car. Do you feel that? He asked, glancing around nervously. Alex nodded. Yeah, it's like something's watching us. They both scanned the darkness, but the street was eerily quiet. No movement, no sound, just an oppressive stillness that made the hair on the back of their necks stand up. Let's just go, Alex said, his voice tight. Mark didn't need convincing. He unlocked the car, and they climbed in, locking the doors behind them. The engine roared to life, and Mark pulled out of the driveway, his eyes flicking nervously to the rearview mirror. The drive was tense, the silence in the car only broken by the hum of the engine and the occasional rustle of the paper in Alex's lap. Every so often, Alex would glance at the notebook, half expecting the symbols to start glowing again. As they left the suburbs behind and entered the highway, the oppressive feeling began to ease, though neither of them said it out loud. The city lights were still a couple of hours away, and the darkness of the open road felt endless. So this Dr. Chambers, Mark said, breaking the silence. She's not going to call the cops on us, right? Alex shook his head. No. From what I've read, she's unconventional. People say she's a little eccentric, but she's the real deal. If anyone can help, it's her. Mark snorted. Great. We're putting our lives in the hands of a little eccentric. Alex didn't respond. He was too focused on the faint whisper that had started again, so soft it was almost imperceptible. It wasn't coming from the paper this time. It was inside his head. Alex? Mark glanced at him, concerned. You okay? Alex blinked, shaking his head to clear the sound. Yeah, I'm fine. Just tired. Mark didn't look convinced, but he didn't push. The hours dragged on, the highway stretching endlessly before them. Alex fought to stay awake, his eyes drooping despite the tension that gripped him. Mark kept his focus on the road, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. Finally, the city lights came into view, a welcome relief after the oppressive darkness of the countryside. Mark navigated through the streets, following the directions Alex had pulled up on his phone. Dr. Chambers' office was located in an old, ivy-covered building on the edge of the university campus. The architecture was Gothic and imposing, its spires reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. This place looks welcoming, Mark said, eyeing the building warily as he parked the car. Alex ignored the comment, climbing out and shouldering his backpack. The chill in the air was sharper here, and the faint whisper in his head grew louder with every step. They approached the heavy wooden door and rang the bell. A moment later, it creaked open, revealing a woman in her late 40s with sharp features and piercing green eyes. Dr. Chambers? Alex asked, his voice trembling slightly. She nodded, her gaze flicking between the two of them. You must be Alex, she said, her voice calm but firm. I've been expecting you. Mark and Alex exchanged a startled glance. How did you? Alex began, but she cut him off. There's no time for questions. Come inside. We have much to discuss. Reluctantly, they stepped into the dimly lit interior, the door creaking shut behind them. The air inside was thick with the scent of old books and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet. Dr. Chambers led them to a study filled with shelves of ancient tomes and strange artifacts. She gestured for them to sit, her expression unreadable. Now, she said, sitting across from them, show me the paper. Alex hesitated, but the intensity of her gaze left no room for argument. He pulled out the notebook and unfolded the paper, placing it on the table between them. Dr. Chambers studied it for a long moment, her fingers tracing the symbols lightly. Her expression darkened. "This," she said, her voice low, "is far worse than I imagined." The room seemed to grow colder as Dr. Chambers' fingers hovered above the paper, her sharp green eyes narrowing as she studied the symbols. A heavy silence settled between them, broken only by the soft rustling of her fingers on the ancient parchment. "What is it?" Alex asked, his voice tense, barely able to keep the fear from his words. "What does it mean?" Dr. Chambers finally lifted her gaze from the paper and looked at them, her expression grave. "This isn't just a symbol or a curse," she said quietly, her voice carrying an unsettling calm. "This is the mark of something older, something far more dangerous than you could ever imagine." Mark shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Dangerous? What are we talking about here?" Dr. Chambers inhaled deeply, as if steeling herself for something she didn't want to reveal. "This symbol," she pointed to one of the more intricate, swirling designs. "It represents the ancient force known as the crawling skin. It is a manifestation, a parasitic entity that feeds off the living. But it's not just any parasite. It merges with its host, twisting their body, turning it into something other, something monstrous. The core you encountered, the one Alex brought to the quarry, is a fragment of that force." Alex's blood ran cold as he processed her words. The whispering in his mind grew louder, pressing against his skull like something trying to claw its way out. "What do you mean, fragment?" Alex asked, his voice shaking slightly. "Are you saying the core was just a part of it? That thing wasn't some isolated creature?" Dr. Chambers nodded slowly. "Exactly. The core was one piece of the crawling skin's essence. It had taken on a physical form, drawn to you, Alex. The connection you felt to it, it wasn't just a random occurrence. You were always meant to be its vessel." Mark's eyes darted between them. "A vessel? You mean Alex was chosen?" Dr. Chambers' gaze softened, but there was no comfort in it. "Yes, but not in any way he would have wanted. The crawling skin doesn't choose its hosts for glory. It seeks to corrupt, to merge with the living, turning them into its part of its breeding ground. It grows inside you. It feeds on your flesh, on your fear, on your very soul." Alex couldn't speak. The words reverberated in his mind, a twisted echo that made his stomach churn. Was that what had been happening to him? Was that the reason his skin had been crawling, moving like something alive beneath the surface? "What do we do?" Mark's voice cut through the suffocating silence. "How do we stop this thing? Alex isn't the only one who's been near it." Dr. Chambers turned her eyes on Mark, her expression unreadable. "The only way to stop it is to destroy the source." "But," she hesitated, "the source is not just physical. It's tied to something older, something beyond your understanding." Alex clenched his fists, the unease twisting in his gut. "You're not saying it's unkillable, are you?" Dr. Chambers gave him a pointed look. "I didn't say that. But understand this. The crawling skin is not something that dies easily. It's tied to realms beyond our own, to forces that manipulate the boundaries of life and death." She looked down at the symbols again, her fingers trembling slightly. "The entity isn't simply a parasite. It's a conduit, a way for something much worse to cross over into our world." The room seemed to shrink as her words sank in. The shadows seemed darker now, stretching toward them like hungry arms, and Alex felt the unmistakable weight of dread settle in his chest. "I'm not following you," Mark said, his voice tight. "You're telling us this thing is a doorway to something worse? And we're supposed to stop it by killing the door." Dr. Chambers' lips curled into a thin, bitter smile. "You've heard of the old stories. The ones about the gods that dwell beyond the stars. The ones that lurk in the dark places of the universe. The crawling skin is a servant, a herald of sorts. It exists to prepare the world for the coming of something else, something ancient and terrible. Alex's stomach churned. He wanted to argue, to call her mad, but the whispers inside his head were growing louder now, almost deafening, urging him to listen. "Is there a way to stop it for good?" Alex asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Chambers met his gaze, her eyes filled with a somber understanding. "The only way to truly stop it is to sever the connection between the host and the entity. But that means more than just killing it." Alex leaned forward, his voice trembling. "What do we need to do?" She paused before answering. "There's an old ritual, a way to purge the parasite from the host. But it's dangerous. It requires an offering, a willing sacrifice, to sever the bond. If the ritual fails," she didn't finish the sentence, but the implications were clear. Mark swallowed hard. "Sacrifice? What kind of sacrifice?" Dr. Chambers didn't flinch at the question. "The kind that leaves nothing behind. It's the only way to ensure the crawling skin doesn't return." Alex felt his heart drop. He glanced at Mark, his mind spinning. A sacrifice. But what did that mean? Was she suggesting that he had to sacrifice himself? "You're talking about death," Alex said quietly, the weight of the words heavy in the room. Dr. Chambers nodded, her face shadowed. "Yes. If you want to stop this, Alex, that's the price." Mark stood up suddenly, his face flushed with anger. "No. There's got to be another way. You're telling us to throw Alex's life away for this. This thing?" Dr. Chambers met his gaze with a level, calm stare. "I didn't create this curse, and I can't undo the price of it. If you want to save him, Mark, you'll have to accept that some things require a far greater sacrifice than you're willing to face." Alex stood, his knees weak beneath him. He felt a cold sweat on his skin as he turned to face the door, the weight of her words pressing down on him. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to be the one who paid the price. But if it meant stopping the crawling skin, stopping whatever it was that lay behind it, his thoughts were interrupted by the faintest of sounds, a low, grinding noise coming from somewhere deep within the building. The whispering in his mind grew louder, more frantic, like an ancient voice calling from the depths of a long-forgotten world. Mark looked around, his face pale. "What the hell was that?" Dr. Chambers' eyes widened, her expression shifting from calm to alarm. "It's too late," she muttered, rising to her feet. "It's already begun." The whispers grew into a deafening chorus, and the shadows around them thickened, pressing in like a suffocating fog. Alex's skin began to crawl again, the sensation of something alive moving beneath the surface of his body, as if the crawling skin itself had returned, and it wasn't finished with him yet. "Alex," Mark whispered, his voice trembling. "What do we do now?" The temperature in the room plummeted, and the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, curling around the furniture like tendrils of some unseen force. Alex's skin twitched, a sickening ripple that spread from the center of his chest, creeping outward like a spider's legs crawling beneath his flesh. The whispering grew louder, more urgent, each word incomprehensible yet chilling, as if 1,000 voices were merging together to scream at him from the dark. Mark took a step back, his face drained of color. "What's happening? What's going on?" His voice was nearly lost in the din of the whispering, the sound now vibrating in Alex's skull like a swarm of insects. Dr. Chambers, her eyes wide with sudden fear, took a few steps toward Alex. Her usually calm demeanor was gone, replaced by a sense of panic that was impossible to ignore. "It's trying to take control," she said, her voice trembling. "The crawling skin is reasserting its hold. And this time, it won't be satisfied until it has you completely." Alex's breath hitched, and his pulse raced as the feeling beneath his skin intensified. It was like his body was no longer his own, like something was writhing inside him, twisting his flesh, making it itch and burn in ways he couldn't explain. He pressed his hands to his skin, desperately trying to suppress the feeling, but it was futile. It was as if the muscles themselves were rebelling, pulling, pushing, as though trying to escape their own confines. "No," Alex gasped, his voice strained. I can feel it. It's inside me. It's alive. His fingers dug into the edges of the table, his nails scraping against the wood as the sensation of crawling skin spread further down his arms. Mark stepped forward, his hands raised, trying to keep a distance but clearly unsure how to help. We can't just stand here. There has to be something we can do. His voice cracked with desperation. Dr. Chambers' gaze flickered toward the door, then back to Alex, her expression filled with regret. There's only one thing we can do now. The ritual. It's the only way to sever the connection. She took a step toward him, her hands trembling. You need to make a choice, Alex. You have to decide if you're willing to. Alex's vision blurred as the world around him distorted, his body jerking uncontrollably. The sensation of something coiling around his spine made him gasp, and he felt his muscles twitching like they had a life of their own. No, he cried out. I don't want to die. I don't want this thing inside me. Mark grabbed Alex by the shoulders, his grip tight. We'll figure this out. We can't just... Dr. Chambers interrupted him, her voice stern yet filled with sorrow. It's already too late. The crawling skin is already feeding on him. The longer you wait, the harder it will be to stop. You must act now, before it takes over completely. The room seemed to pulse with the whispers, growing louder and louder, until it felt as if Alex's skull might burst from the pressure. The symbols on the paper began to glow faintly again, casting eerie light across the room, and Alex felt a deep pull, as though the paper was calling to him. Alex, Dr. Chambers whispered, her eyes locked onto his. There is a way to stop this, but you must surrender. It's the only way. Alex looked at her, feeling the weight of her words sink in. He could feel it then, the thing that had been burrowing beneath his skin, slowly consuming him. It was more than a physical parasite. It was something ancient, something that wanted to break free, to twist him into something monstrous. The whispers in his mind became clearer now, and with each word, Alex felt a flicker of understanding, of dread. The crawling skin was trying to take control. It was reaching for his mind, for his will. And if he didn't stop it now, if he didn't act, it would consume everything he was. I can't just give up, Alex muttered, his voice breaking. He wanted to fight. He wanted to survive. But the deeper he breathed, the more overwhelming the sensation became. His body moved against his will, jerking violently, his fingers clawing at his skin as though trying to tear it off. Please, please make it stop. Dr. Chambers took a step forward, her expression softening. I'm sorry, Alex, but if you want to live, you'll have to do the hardest thing of all. She extended her hand, and in her palm, Alex saw the glimmer of a small, dark stone, rough, jagged, and black as night. The ritual requires the sacrifice of your will, your life force. You must let go and allow the crawling skin to merge with you. But only then will the connection be severed. Alex's head spun. The stone in her hand seemed to hum with an unnatural energy, drawing him in like a magnet. He could feel its power, its darkness, pulling at him. The whispers were louder now, closer. And there was something else in the air, a presence, dark and ancient, that hovered just out of reach. No, Alex said, shaking his head. His vision blurred with panic, and he clutched his chest as if trying to stop his heart from beating too fast. I can't do that. It'll kill me. Mark stepped closer, his hand on Alex's shoulder, his voice hoarse. You don't have to do this. We'll find another way, just don't. But Dr. Chambers' voice cut through his words, cold and final. There is no other way, Mark. The ritual is the only chance. If he doesn't let it take him now, the crawling skin will continue to feed. It will twist him beyond recognition. And then there will be nothing left. Alex's pulse raced as his body jerked again, the sensation of something clawing at his insides growing unbearable. His breathing was shallow, his chest tightening with every breath he took. The crawling skin was pulling him under. He looked at Dr. Chambers, at the stone in her hand, and the weight of his decision settled in. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to give up. But if this was the only way to stop the nightmare from consuming him, from consuming everything, maybe this was his only chance to escape. With shaking hands, Alex reached for the stone, his fingers grazing its cold surface. The moment he touched it, the whispers stopped. A deep silence fell over the room, and for the briefest of moments, Alex felt as if he had stepped into a void, a place where time and space no longer mattered. And then everything exploded in agony. The pain hit Alex like a tidal wave, crashing over him and dragging him down into a void of torment. The stone burned like a brand against his palm, its heat seeping into his skin, sinking into his veins. It was as if his very blood was turning to fire. His vision blurred and flickered, fading in and out of focus. His body convulsed violently, and for a moment, he couldn't tell where his own pain ended and the sensation of the crawling skin began. It was all one unbearable, writhing agony. "Alex?" Mark's voice cut through the haze of pain, but it felt distant, like he was shouting from another world. Alex's grip on the stone tightened involuntarily, and the whispers, the horrible, maddening whispers, swelled in volume, filling his mind until it felt like his thoughts were being drowned. The stone pulsed in his hand, and Alex's mind flitted from one nightmarish vision to the next. He saw the twisted, crawling shapes in the dark, felt them moving beneath his skin, heard them whispering promises of release, of freedom from the pain, if only he would let go. He saw his own body, bloated and broken, skin contorted into grotesque shapes as the crawling skin took hold. It was as if the very essence of his flesh had been turned inside out, twisted into something unrecognizable, something monstrous. "Hold on!" Mark shouted, his voice frantic. "We're going to..." But Alex couldn't hear him anymore. The darkness overtook him, consuming everything in its path. His chest burned, and his body spasmed as the crawling skin fought to merge with him, to make him one with it. It was inside him now, suffocating, fighting for control. But Alex held onto the stone with all the strength he had left. He had to endure. He had to fight. In the darkness, a voice broke through the chaos. Low, deep, ancient. It was the voice of something that had lived far longer than anything Alex could comprehend. The voice of the crawling skin. "You cannot resist." The voice slithered into his mind, cold and indifferent, like the hiss of a serpent in the dark. "You are mine now. You always were." Alex gritted his teeth, his nails digging into the stone, trying to push back against the overwhelming presence. The agony was unbearable. His body was changing, twisting, contorting. His fingers tingled, the skin stretching and tearing, as though something was growing beneath the surface. It was an internal, monstrous growth that was pushing through his skin, leaving it raw and bleeding. The darkness in his mind pressed harder, and the whispers became a cacophony of voices urging him to surrender. He couldn't do it. Not yet. With a final, desperate scream, Alex squeezed his eyes shut and forced his will to the surface, pushing back against the invasion. He focused on the stone that had started all of this. If this was going to work, if he was going to survive, he had to finish the ritual. He had to sever the connection completely. As he focused on the stone, he could feel the whispers in his head weakening. The presence of the crawling skin faltered, like a wave crashing against a cliff, retreating but never fully gone. The pressure on his body lessened, and his muscles, still racked with spasms, began to relax, if only a little. The burning in his chest subsided just enough for him to breathe, but the sensation of something slithering beneath his skin remained. "Alex!" Mark's voice came again, but this time it was closer, more desperate. He must have been kneeling beside him, trying to shake him awake. "Alex, talk to me. You're scaring me. What's happening?" Alex opened his eyes, blinking against the haze of pain. His vision was still blurry, and the edges of the room wavered like mirages. He was sweating, his face pale, and his skin felt stretched and tender, as though it was no longer truly his own. But there was one thing that was different. the whispers had quieted. For the first time in what felt like forever, the voices had stopped. I'm still here, Alex whispered, his voice hoarse and weak. Alex, you're... Mark's words trailed off as he looked down at him, his face filled with concern. His hand hovered over Alex's shoulder, unsure whether to touch him. You're still you, right? You're okay. Alex nodded slowly, but the relief was short-lived. Even as the pain in his body began to dull, he could still feel the crawling skin within him. It was still there, waiting. The ritual wasn't over yet. I feel... Alex struggled to find the words. I don't know how to explain it. It's still inside me. It's trying to take over. He squeezed his eyes shut, fighting the overwhelming urge to tear at his skin, to claw it off and rid himself of whatever was inside. Dr. Chambers, who had been standing silently in the corner, stepped forward again. Her face was grim, but there was something like hope in her eyes now. It's not over yet, Alex. The stone was a conduit. It opened the way for you to sever the bond, but the ritual's effects aren't instant. You'll have to endure the pain for a little longer before the crawling skin is fully purged. But the worst is over. The worst? Alex repeated, his voice hollow. What's the worst? Dr. Chambers sighed and glanced at the stone in his hand. What you're feeling now is the last stage of the ritual. The crawling skin is fighting to stay with you, to latch onto you and make you its permanent vessel. But you're stronger now. If you can just hold on a little longer, you'll expel it for good. Alex's breathing grew heavy as his fingers tightened around the stone. He didn't know how much longer he could keep it together. His skin still crawled, still twisted, and the whispers, the faint remnants of the crawling skin, gnawed at his mind. But there was something else now. Something new. A quiet strength, deep within him, that pushed back against the dark presence, against the hunger that threatened to consume him. I won't let it win, Alex whispered to himself, his voice barely audible. He clenched his jaw, fighting back tears, as his body continued to fight against the parasite. Dr. Chambers placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. You've made it this far. Don't let it take you now. The room was silent for a moment, save for the faint echoes of Alex's labored breathing. The pressure in his chest was still there, but it felt more like a distant weight now, something he could control. He could feel the crawling skin receding, as if the stone's power had begun to work its way through him, cutting through the darkness that had been eating him alive. He was going to survive this. But just as he thought he was free, a familiar voice, a cold, familiar voice, slithered into his mind again, sending a chill down his spine. You think you've won? The voice whispered, low and mocking. I am part of you now, and there is no escaping what you have become. The voice echoed in Alex's mind, a cruel, venomous reminder that the crawling skin was never truly gone. It slithered around his thoughts, twisting, insinuating itself deeper and deeper. You cannot escape me, it taunted, its presence curling like a cold wind inside his skull. You belong to me. You always will. Alex's heart raced, the sound of his pulse ringing in his ears. He could feel the skin on his arms tightening again, an unmistakable crawling sensation that made his blood run cold. His fingers, still gripping the stone, trembled with the force of the battle raging inside him. The stone, it had to be the key. He had to finish this. He had to destroy the thing that had taken root in his flesh. Alex, Mark's voice was hesitant, full of concern. He seemed to be standing just behind him, unsure of how to help but not wanting to leave his side. You're still fighting it, right? You're still you? Alex opened his eyes, looking up at Mark, but his vision blurred again. His skin itched. The sensation of movement beneath the surface of his arms had returned, more insistent this time, more desperate. His breath caught in his throat as the pressure built up again. I'm trying, Alex managed to gasp. But it's not letting go. His voice cracked with the weight of his words. He could feel the darkness pressing in on him, his mind struggling to hold on to the last remnants of his sanity. Dr. Chambers stepped closer, her expression intense. Alex, you need to focus. The crawling skin is in its final stages. But there's still time, just a little more time. If you let go now, if you allow the stone to finish its work, it will purge the parasite completely. The room seemed to close in on Alex, the walls pressing against him, the air thick with tension. His hands were shaking uncontrollably as the stone pulsed again, its dark energy rippling through him like a shockwave. His skin burned, the sensation of crawling, twisting movement surging within him. He clenched his teeth against the scream rising in his throat, his body still convulsing with each jolt of pain. But he wasn't going to give up. He wasn't going to let it win. With every ounce of strength he had left, Alex forced his fingers to relax. He could feel the stone in his hand, its cold surface now searing into his palm, leaving a trail of heat in its wake. It was a terrible, otherworldly power, one that was both a lifeline and a curse. But it was his only hope. "Focus, Alex," Dr. Chambers urged. "You can do this. Let go of the fear. Let go of the crawling skin." Alex squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the whispers, trying to block out the feeling of something alive beneath his skin. It was like being trapped in his own body, his own flesh betraying him. He felt as though his skin was tightening, stretching, the muscles pulling and twisting in unnatural ways. But he pushed through it, forcing himself to take deep breaths, steadying his racing pulse. And then something shifted. It was subtle at first, just a flicker in the air, a change in the atmosphere, but Alex felt it. The whispers began to fade, as though something was suffocating them, strangling the voices that had been so loud and persistent. His skin still crawled, but the sensation had changed, grown weaker. It wasn't as frantic now. It wasn't as demanding. Alex opened his eyes, blinking through the blur of sweat and tears. The stone in his hand pulsed once more, sending a sharp jolt of energy through his body. But this time, the energy didn't burn. It was different. It was cold. The sensation spread outward, like ice coursing through his veins, numbing the fiery ache that had plagued him. He looked up at Dr. Chambers, his voice raw as he whispered, I think it's working." Dr. Chambers gave a small, relieved nod. "Yes, it's working. But you must hold on, Alex. You're almost there." The sensation beneath his skin had changed, shifting from the gnawing, crawling discomfort to something like a slow, relentless pressure. It was as though something inside him, something dark, was being forced back, retreating into the depths of his mind. He could feel it weakening, its hold on him slipping. And then, in the silence that followed, a new sensation rose, a deep, pulsing emptiness, like the feeling of a wound slowly healing over. It was still painful, but now the pain felt manageable, bearable. The crawling skin, the parasite, the thing that had been tormenting him for so long, it was fading. The darkness in his mind receded. "You think you've won?" The voice slithered again, but this time, Alex was ready for it. He gripped the stone harder, pushing against it, focusing all his will on expelling the parasite. "You cannot escape me," it hissed. "I am inside you. Always." Alex's eyes snapped open, his face twisted with determination. "No, not anymore." He felt the cold energy of the stone coursing through him, felt it drawing the crawling skin out. He focused on it, on the deep emptiness where the parasite had been, pushing it further and further away from him. The whispers faltered, then grew weaker, fainter. Alex's skin no longer twitched, no longer itched. He could feel the weight lifting, like a shadow dissipating into the air. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the sensation stopped. Alex's breath slowed, his chest rising and falling with a deep, steadying exhale. The pain was gone. The crawling sensation, the writhing beneath his skin, it had vanished. He dropped the stone onto the table, his fingers trembling. It lay there, dark and lifeless now, no longer pulsing with the malevolent energy that had held him in its grip. The air in the room seemed to clear, the oppressive weight lifting, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Alex felt free. Mark let out a long, shaky breath. Alex, are you okay? Alex nodded slowly, his eyes still wide, the aftermath of the ordeal leaving him weak and shaken. I think I am, he whispered. His voice was hoarse, but there was a sense of relief in it now. I think it's over. Dr. Chambers stepped forward, her expression softening as she looked at him. You've done it, Alex. You've survived. She smiled faintly, but the relief in her eyes was tempered with something else, something darker. You've broken the curse. Alex looked at the stone on the table, then back at Dr. Chambers, the reality of what he had just gone through sinking in. He had survived, yes, but the memory of the crawling skin still lingered, a silent reminder that some parts of the darkness never truly go away. And just as the room seemed to return to a kind of peace, Alex couldn't help but wonder, what had he truly expelled from himself? Was it really gone? Or had something of it, something dark, remained inside him waiting for the right moment to return? Name of the next story, The Echoing Hallway. It had seemed like the perfect place. A charming old apartment in the heart of the city, with creaky wooden floors, a flickering chandelier, and vintage wallpaper that spoke of stories long forgotten. Anna and Mark had found it on a whim, attracted by the promise of its low rent and the charm of its age. The landlord, a quiet, elderly man, had assured them that the building was well maintained and free of any disturbances. It was everything they needed, a place to call home for the next few months as they settled into their new life together. But it was the hallway that caught their attention first. It was narrow, stretching the length of the apartment, with doors lining each side like darkened eyes staring out from the walls. The walls themselves seemed to swallow the light, making the air feel heavier, colder, as though something was always watching. But the strangest thing, the thing that neither of them could explain, was the sound. At first, it was barely noticeable. A faint echo, like the sound of footsteps following them just a moment too late, or the hum of a conversation repeating itself in the distance. But after a few days, Anna began to notice it more and more. The hallway, with its low ceiling and its dim, flickering light, began to feel like a place outside of time. A place where words didn't just disappear into the air, but where they lingered, hanging in the thick silence like a forgotten melody. One evening, after unpacking their things and settling into their new routine, Anna was standing in the kitchen, putting away dishes, when she heard Mark's voice from the hallway. "Do you think it's too much?" he asked, his voice soft, almost hesitant. Anna turned, surprised. Mark was standing at the far end of the hallway, looking at her, his expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. "What do you mean?" she called back. "Do you think we're pushing it with this apartment?" Mark repeated, his voice carrying the same tone of unease. "I mean, the rent's low, sure, but there's something about this place." Before Anna could answer, she heard it again. His voice, but different. It echoed back at her from the hallway, repeating the exact words she had just heard. "Do you think we're pushing it with this apartment?" The voice whispered, but it wasn't Mark's voice anymore. It was cold, distant, like a shadow of his words. Anna froze, the dish she had been holding slipping from her hand and crashing to the floor. "Mark," she shouted, rushing to the hallway. "Did you hear that?" He looked at her, clearly confused. "What? What are you talking about?" I swear, I just heard you," she trailed off, glancing nervously down the hallway, but there was nothing there. No one but the dim light hanging from the ceiling. Mark stepped forward, trying to reassure her. "Anna, you're probably just hearing things. It's an old building, right? The acoustics can be strange." Anna wasn't convinced, but she didn't argue. She picked up the broken dish and forced a laugh. "Yeah, I guess. Just weird." But that night, as they settled into bed, the echo returned. It started with a quiet whisper, a faint murmuring that Anna could hear just beyond the walls of the bedroom. She strained to listen, her heart thudding in her chest. Mark had already fallen asleep, his breath steady and deep. She turned over, pulling the covers tight around her, trying to block out the sound. But the murmur grew louder, closer, until it seemed to press against her very ears. She heard her own voice, repeating words she hadn't spoken in days. "I'm scared. I don't know if I can do this. I don't want to be alone." The voice wasn't just an echo of her words. It was an exact replica, as though someone had heard her fears and was now repeating them back, mocking her. Anna sat up in bed, trembling. Mark shifted beside her, but didn't wake. She clutched the blankets to her chest, her mind racing. The hallway, the echoes, the words. "Mark," she whispered, her voice shaking. "Mark, wake up. Please wake up." But Mark didn't stir. And as Anna's eyes darted toward the door, she thought she saw something moving in the darkness beyond the bedroom. She blinked, and it was gone. The next morning, she told Mark about the echoes. He listened with a furrowed brow, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping on the table. He didn't look frightened, but Anna could see the concern building in his eyes. "You didn't hear it?" she asked, her voice small. "No," Mark replied. "I didn't hear anything." Anna felt a chill creep up her spine. She wasn't sure whether to be relieved or terrified that Mark hadn't heard the voice. Maybe it had all been in her head. Maybe she was imagining things, just as Mark had suggested. But the echoes only grew stronger, and soon they weren't just whispers. They were full sentences, conversations, things Anna and Mark had never spoken aloud. "Do you think we made a mistake?" Anna heard one day, as she was walking down the hallway, her footsteps barely audible against the creaky floorboards. She froze. The voice was her voice, but twisted, distorted, as though it was speaking from a place just beyond reach. "We should have stayed where we were. Why did we move here?" "Stop thinking about it," Mark's voice echoed back, but it wasn't the voice she had just heard. This time it sounded cold, detached, like a stranger. Anna rushed to the end of the hallway, her heart pounding. She opened the door to the living room, but it was empty. Mark wasn't there. She turned in circles, searching for some sign of him, her mind spiraling with confusion. The walls seemed to close in around her. The echoes continued. Sometimes they were her own thoughts, whispered back at her in the night. Sometimes they were fragments of conversations she and Mark had shared, pieces of secrets, things they had never spoken of aloud. But the echoes weren't just repeating their words. They were twisting them, turning them into something darker. One night, Anna stood at the far end of the hallway, looking at the door that led into their bedroom. She had been hearing the echoes for days now, but this time, something was different. This time, the hallway felt alive, the air thick with something she couldn't place. She could almost feel the weight of the space around her, pressing against her skin. "Are you okay?" she heard Mark ask from behind her, his voice concerned. She turned quickly, but Mark wasn't there. His voice, came again. "Are you okay?" The words repeated, echoing back at her with a sickening, mocking tone. Anna's breath caught in her throat, and she spun around, expecting to see him standing there, but the hallway was empty. "Mark!" she screamed. "Where are you?" The voice in the hallway answered, "Where are you?" But it wasn't Mark's voice anymore. It was something darker, something that wasn't supposed to exist. The shadows in the hallway seemed to stretch and bend, swirling around her, closing in. She could feel the cold breath of the hallway's whispers wrapping around her, tightening like a noose. She could almost hear her own heartbeat, thundering in her ears, as if the very walls of the apartment were alive with secrets, with something waiting to be uncovered. And just as suddenly as the voices had begun, they stopped. But the silence that followed was worse than any sound. The silence hung heavy in the air, stretching and suffocating Anna as she stood at the end of the hallway, staring into the darkness. Her breath quickened, and her pulse thudded in her ears. The emptiness felt wrong, like something had shifted, like the echoes were waiting, crouching in the corners, ready to return. But there was no sign of Mark, no sound except for the pounding in her chest. Anna's mind raced, tangled in confusion. Had she imagined it? Was she going mad? She couldn't trust her own thoughts anymore. But she had to find Mark. She had to make sure he was okay. "Mark," she called out, her voice trembling. "Mark, where are you?" The words bounced off the walls, and for a moment there was nothing. Then, just when Anna thought she couldn't take the silence any longer, the echo returned, soft at first, like a whisper in the dark. But it wasn't Mark's voice this time. It was hers. "Mark, where are you?" Her voice echoed, but the words were distorted, as though they were being dragged through a thick, viscous substance. The tone was wrong, off, as if her voice were somehow twisted, stretched across time and space. She flinched, feeling the hair on the back of her neck rise. The echo didn't stop. It repeated, "Where are you? Where are you?" Each repetition colder, more sinister. Anna stumbled backward, her legs weak beneath her, her hand gripping the doorframe for support. The sound of her own voice, so distant and alien, filled the space, trapping her in an unrelenting loop of terror. "Where are you?" She snapped her head to the side. The hallway was still empty. There was no one there. No Mark. Just the deepening shadows and the weight of the silence that felt like a living thing. But then, as if on cue, the lights flickered above her. Once. Twice. And then, a figure. At the far end of the hallway. Anna's heart nearly stopped. She couldn't see clearly in the dim light, but she knew deep down that it wasn't Mark. It was someone or something else. Her legs froze, rooted to the spot, and for a moment, all she could do was watch. The figure didn't move at first, standing perfectly still in the darkness. It was as if it were waiting for her, watching her with an intensity that sent cold chills through her body. The hallway stretched out in front of her, longer and longer, the shadows creeping further. "Mark," she called, her voice barely a whisper, as though speaking louder would somehow make the darkness more real. The figure didn't respond. She stepped forward, hesitant, but the air in the hallway grew heavier, colder. The shadows seemed to deepen as she approached, and the temperature dropped so rapidly that she could see her breath fog in front of her face. Another flicker of light, and then the figure took a step forward. It wasn't Mark. The figure was tall, unnaturally so, with limbs that stretched too far, too thin, like they belonged to something else. The face, it was the face of someone, but it wasn't human. The features were distorted, warped, almost like a reflection in water that was constantly rippling, shifting with each glance. It had eyes, but they were black, empty voids, glaring and hollow. And its mouth, a thin, cruel smile that spread unnaturally across its face. Anna staggered back, a scream lodged in her throat, but nothing came out. The figure took another step, and then another, each movement slow, deliberate, like a predator closing in on its prey. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. The figure reached out, its hand stretching unnaturally long, the fingers curling toward her with a chilling slowness. "Anna," the voice. It was familiar, but wrong. It was distorted, echoing like it had come from the deepest recesses of her mind. It was Mark's voice, but twisted, muffled, different. "No," she whispered, her knees giving way as she collapsed to the floor. "No, it's not you." The figure stopped, its smile widening into something far too wide, its features melting into the shadows. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished. Anna blinked, her mind racing, her breath ragged. She looked around, expecting to see the figure lingering in the darkness, but the hallway was empty once more. The silence returned, even more oppressive than before. She scrambled to her feet, her heart pounding in her chest. What was that? She had to find Mark. She had to get out of there. Turning on her heels, she raced down the hallway, her footsteps echoing in the empty space. She burst into the living room, but Mark was nowhere to be found. Her pulse quickened, her throat tightening as panic set in. "Mark," she called out, but the apartment was eerily silent. Her eyes darted around the room, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she saw something move, a shadow, a figure, slipping past the doorframe into the kitchen. She rushed to the doorway, her breath coming in ragged gasps, and nothing. The kitchen was empty. Her mind spiraled. Was she losing her mind? Was this some sort of hallucination? The echoes, the strange figure, it all felt like a nightmare she couldn't wake up from. "Mark," she screamed, her voice raw with fear. "Where are you? Please, where are you?" His voice answered. But it wasn't Mark's voice anymore. It was her voice. "Where are you? Where are you?" Her heart froze. Her voice, came from the hallway. Anna turned toward the sound, her body trembling with fear. The hallway felt like a void now, like it was pulling her in, drawing her toward the heart of the apartment's dark secrets. She stepped forward cautiously, not knowing what she was about to find, but knowing she had no choice. And then, just before she reached the doorway to the hallway, she heard it again. "Anna!" It was Mark. It had to be. His voice came from deeper within the shadows, muffled and broken, but unmistakable. Anna's heart leaped in her chest. She wasn't sure what was waiting for her, but she couldn't leave him, not now. She couldn't let whatever this was take him too. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the hallway, her footsteps tentative. The darkness stretched before her like a living thing, twisting and contorting in the flickering light. She couldn't explain it, but something was pulling her forward, as though the hallway itself was guiding her toward the truth, or perhaps leading her into a trap. Her mind screamed at her to turn back, but she couldn't. She had to know. She took another step. And then the voice came again. This time it was clearer. It was Mark's voice, but it was tinged with something darker. "I never wanted to be here, Anna. I never wanted to be with you." Anna froze. The words hit her like a slap to the face. Her breath caught in her throat. "No," she whispered, stepping back. "That's not true. Mark, you don't mean that." But the echo continued, the distorted version of his voice coming back at her. "I never wanted to be with you. You're a mistake. A lie. A shadow of what I thought I wanted." Anna's stomach twisted, and her knees buckled beneath her. Her whole body trembled, a cold sweat breaking out across her skin. The hallway stretched endlessly before her, the echoes growing louder, more insistent, pulling her deeper into the darkness. Anna's breath hitched in her throat as the echoes of Mark's voice continued, each word more chilling than the last. She felt her legs tremble beneath her, as though the ground itself was trying to swallow her whole. The hallway stretched before her like an endless abyss, the darkness pressing in on all sides. She could barely make out the outline of the doorframe at the end, but beyond that there was nothing, just the suffocating void. She wanted to run, to turn and flee, but her feet felt glued to the floor, her body frozen by the weight of the words that echoed around her. "You're a mistake, Anna." The voice again. This time it was closer, too close, as though Mark was standing right beside her, but she couldn't see him. Her heartbeat pounded in her chest, the sound deafening in her ears. She tried to call out, but her voice faltered. Her lips trembled. What was happening? Why was this happening? She had to get out of here. She had to find Mark. But the hallway, it was alive. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows stretching, shifting as though they were moving of their own accord. Every step she took toward the end of the hallway made the darkness seem deeper, more oppressive. The air grew thicker, colder, until it felt like she was breathing through water. The echoes were constant now, a mistake, a lie. You never belonged here. Anna's stomach churned with nausea, her mind spiraling into panic. Her legs finally moved, but they felt heavy, as though the hallway itself were trying to hold her back. Her feet dragged against the floor, the sound of her shoes scraping painfully on the wood. She had to find Mark. She had to. Why did you come here? This time it was her own voice. But it wasn't right. It was distorted, as if someone else was speaking her words, pulling them out of her like a string being tugged from the dark. "Mark!" she screamed, desperate. "Mark, please. I'm sorry." Her voice cracked, the echo of her cry returning to her, mocking her, twisting her words into something monstrous. "Please, Anna." It was Mark. But again, it wasn't. His voice sounded hollow, empty, like it had been stretched beyond recognition, hollowed out until only the barest echo of his tone remained. She snapped her head toward the far end of the hallway, her eyes desperately searching the darkness. There was a flicker of movement, a shadow against the wall. Anna took another step forward, her heart thundering in her chest. She had to know. She couldn't leave without knowing what was happening to them. And then she saw it. The figure. Mark. But it wasn't Mark as she knew him. His eyes were wide and glassy, his skin pale, as though he hadn't slept in days. His lips were curled into a twisted smile that didn't belong on his face. It was wrong, so wrong. His mouth didn't move, but she could hear his voice again, distorted. "You should have never come here, Anna." The air around her grew colder, biting into her skin, and Anna's breath came out in shaky gasps. She backed up, stumbling toward the door, but Mark, or whatever this thing was, moved toward her, its limbs stretching unnaturally long. "No!" Anna screamed, but her voice felt weak, useless. It echoed back at her, her own voice, drowned in the darkness. "No. No." She couldn't tear her eyes away from the figure. It was moving closer, its steps deliberate, each one too slow, too calculated. The shadows around it seemed to curl and writhe, swallowing the light, distorting the air around them. She felt the cold creeping into her bones. Mark's smile widened. "You don't belong here," he whispered, his voice raspy. "None of us do." And then it happened. The hallway stretched. The walls seemed to breathe, pulsating with an unnatural rhythm. The air became thick, dense, like she was trapped in a nightmare, unable to escape. Anna screamed, her voice ragged and raw, but the sound was swallowed by the darkness. The figure reached out for her, its long fingers closing around her wrist, pulling her toward the shadows. Her heart pounded in her chest as she fought against the grip, but it was too strong. It was like being trapped in a dream, a nightmare from which she couldn't wake. Her vision blurred, and for a moment she thought she saw Mark's face, his real face, beneath the grotesque mask of the creature before her. "Mark," she cried, her voice breaking. "Please help me." But his face remained frozen, his eyes empty, staring at her with an expression she didn't recognize. The darkness around her seemed to close in, swallowing her whole, and the last thing she heard before the world went black was a whisper, a voice she didn't recognize. "We're all trapped here," and then silence. The world around Anna was darkness, suffocating and thick. She couldn't move, couldn't see, couldn't breathe. It felt as though her entire body had been submerged in ice-cold water, her lungs burning for air, her limbs heavy and unresponsive. For a moment, there was nothing, just the endless weight of silence, stretching forever. And then a light, faint at first, like a distant star that flickered just beyond her reach. It grew brighter, pulling her attention. She strained to focus, her eyes adjusting to the dim glow. She was lying on the floor of the hallway. Anna's heart raced. Her breath came in ragged gasps, the sharp sting of the cold air cutting at her throat as she forced herself to sit up. Her vision was blurred, but the hallway, it was different now. The walls seemed warped, distorted, bending in on themselves. The air felt thick, like it was pressing against her chest, choking her. The hallway was endless, stretching far beyond her sight. The doors at the end, once a comforting reminder of reality, now loomed like gates to nowhere. The darkness, it had taken everything. The apartment, the reality she had known, all of it seemed to be dissolving into something else, something twisted. Anna's mind reeled. What had happened? Where was Mark? Was any of this real? Mark? Her voice trembled as she called out, but there was no answer. Only the echo of her own voice bouncing back at her. Mark? Mark? She didn't wait for the answer this time. She pushed herself to her feet, her body unsteady, feeling as though the ground itself was shifting beneath her. Every step she took felt wrong, like she was walking in someone else's skin. She stumbled down the hallway, her heart thundering in her chest, the air growing colder with each passing second. The shadows in the corners seemed to grow darker, darker than before, swirling in a way that didn't make sense. The flickering of the light overhead became more erratic, casting strange, unnatural shapes across the walls. And then the voice. It wasn't Mark's this time. It was hers, but not in the way she had ever heard it before. It was low, slow, distorted, stretching out the words as though they were being drawn from the deepest recesses of her mind. I never should have come here. Anna froze. The voice, her voice, came from nowhere and everywhere, surrounding her, echoing through the walls, reverberating in her skull. It was a whisper at first, but it grew louder, louder until it felt like her entire being was consumed by it. I never should have come here. Her hands shook violently. The air felt heavier, suffocating, as though it was pressing in on her from all sides. She opened her mouth to scream, but nothing came out. And then the echo. She heard it again. Not just her voice, but something else. Something dark, something ancient, something alive. None of us should have come here. The voice continued, now deeper, darker, like it was speaking from within the walls themselves. The very hallway felt alive, breathing, pulsating with something sinister. Anna's eyes darted around the space, trying to understand what was happening, what was real, what was not. She felt herself spiraling, but the voice wouldn't stop. It wouldn't leave her alone. None of us belong here, it whispered. We never did. Terror gripped Anna's heart, and she backed up, her steps hurried, frantic. She didn't know where she was going, didn't know what to do. She just needed to escape. But the hallway stretched on, endlessly mocking her, trapping her in its grip. The lights flickered again, the shadows growing longer, darker, until they reached out like tendrils, twisting and curling around her. Anna screamed, trying to break free, but the darkness clung to her like a weight, dragging her down. You cannot escape, the voice continued, now an ominous growl that rattled her bones. You're already here. You always were. A cold hand, no, a shadow, brushed against her arm, and she spun around, gasping in terror. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, each door now a gaping void, each shadow a hiding place for something she couldn't see, something she didn't want to understand. She didn't know what had happened to Mark, didn't know what had happened to the world around her. The only thing she knew for certain was that this place, this apartment, wasn't just haunted. It wasn't just some trick of the mind. It was alive, and it was waiting. Anna's legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. She wrapped her arms around herself, as if trying to hold together whatever was left of her sanity. And then a sound. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. She couldn't breathe. Her heart pounded so loudly in her chest that it drowned out everything else. She tried to look, tried to find where the footsteps were coming from, but the hallway stretched out into the shadows, swallowing everything in its path. And then he appeared. Mark, but not Mark as she had known him. His face was pale, his eyes sunken, hollow. His lips were stretched into a grotesque smile, twisted and wrong. His body was thinner than she remembered, his clothes ragged, as though they had been torn apart by something terrible. He took a slow, deliberate step toward her, his eyes never leaving hers. His footsteps echoed, the sound deep and hollow, reverberating through the empty hallway like a death knell. Anna, his voice was cold, flat, without emotion. But it was Mark's voice. It was his. Her breath caught in her throat, and she scrambled back, panic surging through her chest. Mark, please, what happened to you? What is this place? His smile widened, but it didn't reach his eyes. He reached out a hand toward her, but the way he moved, unnatural, jerky, stopped her in her tracks. None of us ever leave, he said, his voice low and hollow, carrying an emptiness that chilled Anna to the bone. Not truly. Not while we're still here. Mark, Anna cried, her voice breaking. You're not real. You can't be. But he didn't answer. He just kept coming, step by slow step, his expression frozen in that same twisted grin. It wasn't Mark. Not anymore. The hallway stretched, endless and dark, and Anna knew she was trapped. Anna's heart hammered in her chest as she struggled to move, her body feeling heavy, as if the very air itself was weighing her down. Mark, if that thing even was Mark, came closer, his movements stiff, jerky, like a puppet being controlled by invisible strings. His hollow eyes never left hers, his smile never wavered, and his voice, when it came again, sent a chill crawling up her spine. "You'll join us, Anna," he whispered, the words coated in an eerie, almost mechanical tone. "You'll become one of us." She recoiled, pressing herself against the wall, trying to find any escape, any way out. But the hallway, that endless stretch of darkness, kept closing in on her. The walls seemed to pulse with the rhythm of her own panic, the faint flicker of the overhead light casting long, twisted shadows that seemed to move on their own. "No!" Anna gasped, her voice trembling, barely more than a whisper. Her pulse was a frantic drumbeat in her ears. "This isn't real. None of this is real. You're not him. You're not Mark." But the thing in front of her, Mark's form, still holding that smile, didn't seem bothered by her words. It tilted its head slightly, as if considering her for a moment, and then spoke again, its voice cold and unfeeling, as though it were reciting something it had memorized long ago. "It was never real, Anna. This is where we all go. We become a part of it." Her body trembled uncontrollably, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. It was like she was being suffocated from the inside, her lungs fighting against the darkness that was closing in on her. The hallway seemed to stretch farther, further than it should, like a nightmare where distance had no meaning, no logic. The lights overhead flickered once more, casting the hallway into complete darkness for a brief, terrifying moment. When the light returned, she saw that Mark was standing even closer now, just a few feet away, his arms stretched out in a slow, deliberate motion as though reaching for her. Anna shook her head, her mind screaming to fight, to get away, but her body refused to cooperate. Every instinct told her to run, to flee from whatever was happening to her, to this place, but the fear, the terror, kept her rooted in place. "Please, please," she whispered, her voice barely audible. She wasn't sure if she was pleading with Mark, with the thing that had once been him, or with herself. "I just want to go home. I want to leave." A hollow laugh escaped Mark's lips. It wasn't his laugh. No, it was something far darker, far more sinister. The sound echoed down the hallway, amplifying until it reverberated through Anna's bones. "Home." Mark's voice was low and mocking now. "This is your home now. You can't leave. You were never meant to." She stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Home? This hellish hallway, this endless stretch of twisted shadows and mocking echoes? How could he say that?" The sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, brought her attention back to the hallway. But it wasn't Mark walking toward her now. It was something else. The shadows shifted again, and from the corner of her eye, she saw other figures, moving slowly from the darkness. The figures were human-shaped but distorted, their forms twisted and unnatural. They moved in silence, like marionettes with broken strings. And as they approached, Anna realized, with a sickening jolt of horror, that they were all familiar. There was Mark again, his eyes hollow and lifeless, but beside him was another figure, her mother. Or what had been her mother. The woman's face was stretched, her mouth unnaturally wide, as though she were trying to scream but had no voice left. Beside her stood an old man Anna vaguely recognized from a time long ago, her grandfather, she realized with a shudder, but his face was a mess of twisting shadows and unblinking, soulless eyes. They were all there now, standing in the hallway, their presence suffocating her, their very existence a living nightmare. They weren't real, none of this was real. But they were here, and they were waiting. The walls seemed to hum now, a low, unsettling vibration that sent a wave of nausea through Anna. The air grew thick, heavy, like a pressure was building, and she could barely breathe. The sounds of her family, their voices, began to whisper, no longer in their normal tones, but twisted, garbled, their words indistinguishable. "Join us, Anna. It was her mother's voice now, but it was twisted, broken. "You can't escape. You belong here. This is your place, Anna." Her grandfather's voice joined in, distorted, echoing through the walls. "You can't leave. You are one of us." Anna's legs buckled, and she fell to the ground, her hands pressing into the cold wooden floor. She tried to scramble away from them, but it was hopeless. Every direction she turned, they were there, their faces twisted and haunting, their eyes staring at her with unblinking, lifeless gazes. She could hear her own voice now, faint and weak, crying out for help, but no one was coming. There was no one to hear her. She was alone, alone in this nightmare. The walls continued to pulse, the shadows growing deeper, and the figures began to close in on her, their movements slow, relentless. The light above flickered once more, casting them in stark, unnatural shapes that seemed to shift and stretch in the corners of her vision. "No, no," Anna whispered, her throat raw from screaming. "Please, please stop." But it was too late. The darkness was all-consuming. The walls closed in, and the figures reached for her, their hands cold, their fingers like iron as they gripped her arms, pulling her toward the center of the hallway. And then, in the midst of it all, she understood. This wasn't just a hallway. It wasn't just a place. It was a memory, a trap, a cursed loop, something far worse than she had ever imagined. They were all trapped here, and she was meant to be one of them. She closed her eyes, the terror suffocating her, the darkness swallowing her whole. It didn't matter anymore. There was no escape. There was only the endless stretch of the hallway, and the echoing voices that would never stop. "We are all the same here, Anna." And then silence. Name of the next story, The Shadow Collector. The wind was biting, cold, and relentless as it whipped through the narrow streets of the old town. The evening sky was a bruised purple, the fading light casting long, eerie shadows across the cobblestone path. The kind of evening where you could almost hear the whisper of something just beyond your reach, waiting to be discovered. Or perhaps something waiting to consume you. Lucas Harper had never been the type to believe in superstitions. He was a man of logic, reason, and practicality. But that night, as he walked home from the pub, there was an unsettling feeling in the pit of his stomach, a prickling awareness that something wasn't right. It wasn't just the chill in the air or the dimming light. It was something else, something that gnawed at his senses, making every shadow seem deeper, every footstep behind him more ominous. He quickened his pace, pulling his coat tighter around himself, his breath visible in the cold air. As he turned a corner, he saw a figure standing under the flickering street lamp. A man, draped in tattered clothing, his face hidden in the shadows of a wide-brimmed hat. Lucas hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to approach or turn around and leave. The figure didn't move, just stood there, still, as if waiting for something. "Excuse me," Lucas called out, his voice sounding too loud in the stillness of the street. "Are you all right?" The figure's head turned slowly, and Lucas felt a chill crawl up his spine. The man's eyes gleamed from beneath the shadow of his hat, black, cold, and empty like the abyss. "I'm just fine," the man said, his voice smooth, almost soothing. "In fact, I'm better than fine." Lucas frowned. There was something wrong about the man's tone, something that didn't sit right. But before he could say anything else, the man spoke again. "You look troubled, young man," he said, his voice drawing Lucas in like a melody. "I can tell that you're burdened with a desire. Something that haunts you, gnaws at your soul, keeps you awake at night." Lucas felt a pang of discomfort. How could this stranger know that? He had never mentioned his struggles to anyone, not even his closest friends. The man's words felt invasive, like they were reaching into the deepest parts of his mind, places he didn't want anyone to see. "I don't know what you mean," Lucas replied, trying to back away. But his feet felt frozen in place, as if the cobblestones beneath him had turned to glue. The man smiled, a thin, unsettling grin that didn't touch his eyes. "Everyone has desires, Lucas," the man continued, taking a slow step forward. something they want more than anything else. A dream, a hope, a need. And for a price, I can give you exactly what you want. Lucas's heart skipped a beat. There was something in the man's words, a promise that felt too good to be true. He didn't trust him, not one bit. But still, the idea was tempting. What if this strange man could offer him the one thing he had been longing for? What if he could take away the emptiness that had settled in his chest ever since he had lost his job, his sense of purpose, his direction? The man's voice dipped lower, more intimate now. Anything, the man whispered. Anything you desire. But there's one condition. Lucas swallowed hard. What's the condition? The man's grin widened, a shadow crossing his face. All I require, he said, his voice soft and calm, is your shadow. The word struck Lucas like a slap. He blinked, unsure if he had heard correctly. My shadow, he asked, his voice shaking slightly. The man nodded, his smile never faltering. Yes, your shadow. Just the one thing that follows you wherever you go. It's not as important as the thing you want, is it? Lucas stared at the man, disbelief turning into something darker. He had heard of strange things happening, but this was beyond anything he could comprehend. But there was something in the man's eyes, something that made him wonder. What would he be willing to sacrifice to get his life back on track? To have the life he always dreamed of? The man seemed to sense his hesitation and took a step closer, his voice almost a whisper now, coaxing, soothing. You can walk away now, the man said, but you'll keep the emptiness you feel inside. Or you can accept the offer. I'll give you everything you desire, and in return, I'll take your shadow. It's a fair trade, don't you think? Lucas stood there, frozen. He felt a pull toward the man, toward the promise of everything he wanted. Wealth, success, love, things that had always seemed out of reach. What was the shadow, really? Just a reflection, right? Nothing more than a dark shape on the ground. I don't know, Lucas muttered, still unsure. But as he spoke, his gaze dropped to the ground, and for the briefest moment, he saw his shadow, a darker silhouette in the light of the street lamp. It seemed to stretch out in unnatural ways, as if reaching for him. Don't worry, the man said. You won't miss it. It's just a shadow. What's a shadow compared to everything you could have? Lucas felt his resolve slipping. His mind was clouded with the temptation of what could be. He had always wanted more than the mundane existence he led, more than the unfulfilled days that dragged on. And the price? It seemed so small, so trivial compared to the rewards. He looked back up at the man. All right, I'll take it. I want everything you promised. The man's smile widened, the shadows around him deepening. Good choice, he said. It's done. Without another word, the man reached forward, placing his cold hand on Lucas's chest. For a moment, everything went dark, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to shift. When Lucas opened his eyes again, the man was gone. But something had changed. He felt lighter, almost like a weight had been lifted from him. He looked down at his feet, expecting to see the same old shadow, dark, familiar, but it was gone. There was nothing, just a faint, almost imperceptible outline where his shadow should have been. At first, Lucas thought it was nothing. Maybe the street lamp was flickering, or the angle of the light had changed. But as he stood there, he realized that the feeling of emptiness had not returned. He felt whole, complete, as if a long-held burden had been lifted, and he knew, without a doubt, that everything he had ever wanted was within his reach. Little did he know, the price of that desire would soon begin to show itself. The next morning, Lucas woke to the sound of birds chirping outside his window, a feeling of peace settling in his chest. He stretched, feeling more energized than he had in months. The emptiness he had grown so accustomed to, the constant ache of dissatisfaction, had vanished. He felt complete. He glanced at the clock. It was already late, but he didn't feel the usual panic rising in his chest. In fact, the thought of work, of his normal, drudging life, seemed almost irrelevant now. He had made a a decision that had freed him from the shadows of his past. With a smile, Lucas got out of bed, stepping over to the window to pull open the blinds. The sun streamed in, casting its warm light across the room. For the first time in months, Lucas felt a sense of optimism. He felt like a new man, but as he walked to the bathroom to wash his face, something caught his eye. A small movement, a flicker really, in the corner of the room. He froze, staring at the empty spot by the door. Nothing. He shook his head, attributing the sensation to a trick of the light. There was nothing there. Nothing he needed to worry about. He had everything he wanted. Everything was perfect. But the nagging sensation wouldn't go away. As he stepped into the bathroom and looked into the mirror, his reflection was just as it should be. But his shadow, as it had been the night before, was absent. It was as if the light was no longer capable of creating it. Must be the angle of the light, Lucas muttered, trying to dismiss the creeping discomfort rising in his chest. He splashed water on his face and glanced down. Nothing. No shadow, just the faintest outline of himself. It made his stomach churn slightly, but he forced himself to move on. He had made the deal. His life was changing, and that's what mattered. Later that day, Lucas received a call from a company he had applied to months ago. They wanted to offer him a position, something higher, something that would take him out of the rut he had been stuck in. His heart soared. This was it. Everything was finally falling into place. As he arrived for the interview, the receptionist smiled warmly and handed him a folder. Lucas felt a sense of power, of confidence, that he had never experienced before. He was going to nail this. But as he stood in front of the large, polished mirror in the hallway, preparing for the interview, he felt the same unsettling sensation again. The same absence. The reflection in the mirror seemed fine, but where was his shadow? It was there, standing behind him, just like it always had been, but it didn't move when he did. His reflection shifted, but the shadow stayed frozen, unmoving, as if it was caught in time. His breath hitched in his throat. He turned to the side, trying to shake the strange feeling, but the shadow didn't respond. It didn't follow his movements, as if it had become a static, lifeless thing. He reached out a hand, and the shadow didn't stretch along with it. It remained dark and unmoving. The same eerie, cold feeling that had gripped him when the peddler made his offer returned, gnawing at his insides. A voice whispered in his ear, "You shouldn't have done it." Lucas's heart raced, and he spun around, but no one was there. The hallway was empty. He was alone. "Get it together," he whispered to himself. He looked back at his reflection and his shadow, trying to ignore the creeping panic in his chest. Maybe it was just stress. Maybe the deal had affected him more than he realized. The interview went well, but Lucas couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. When he got back to his apartment, his unease only grew. He tried to distract himself, but every time he glanced down, he couldn't ignore the fact that his shadow seemed off. It was there, but it was somehow wrong. Like a distortion in a mirror, it felt out of sync with his movements. He paced back and forth in his living room, his eyes darting to the floor. He couldn't take it anymore. The absence of his shadow, the way it seemed to linger in a different dimension, felt as if it was waiting for something far worse than what he had bargained for. As the days passed, the unease began to consume him. His reflection remained the same, but his shadow was becoming more and more detached. It moved slower, almost lethargic, and sometimes he swore he could hear a faint whisper in the dark of the night, something that called to him, coaxing him to listen. One evening, as Lucas sat alone in his apartment, the whispering grew louder. The air turned cold, and the shadows in the room seemed to stretch unnaturally long. He glanced down, his eyes widening. The shadow at his feet didn't belong to him anymore. It was twisting and writhing, as though it had a life of its own. A sharp, jagged line formed in the middle of the dark shape. Something was emerging from it, pushing its way through like a dark, creeping force that seemed to feed on the very light in the room. His heart pounded as the shadow's movement grew more violent. It reached up toward him, like a dark hand trying to claw its way out from the ground. "Stop," Lucas whispered, backing away. "What is this? What's happening?" He stumbled backward, his mind racing, trying to piece together the events that had led him to this moment. The deal. The strange man. His shadow. The shadow lashed out suddenly, and Lucas fell to the floor, his body trembling. He could hear it now, the low, guttural sound of something from the deep darkness. A sound like scraping metal, like something was trying to claw its way out of the earth itself. The whisper grew louder, clearer. "You shouldn't have taken the deal. It's coming for you now." His eyes widened in horror as he realized the truth. The peddler hadn't just taken his shadow. He had given it away to something far worse. Something that had been hiding in the darkness all along. Lucas scrambled to his feet, his mind reeling. The shadow continued to move, growing ever more erratic. It slithered across the floor, pulling and twisting in ways no normal shadow should. The darkness seemed to bleed into the corners of the room, as though the very fabric of reality was starting to tear apart. "No," Lucas whispered, backing away, his breath coming in shallow gasps. "No, this isn't real. This isn't real." But the more he told himself it wasn't real, the stronger the feeling that it was grew. The whispering voice, cold and malicious, was growing louder now, echoing in his ears. "You didn't think it would be this easy, did you?" The voice hissed, each word like a jagged knife scraping against his skin. "You gave away more than just your shadow. You gave away your protection. You gave away your soul." Lucas's legs buckled, and he fell to the floor with a heavy thud. His heart hammered in his chest as the shadow grew larger, darker, consuming the room. The whispers now came from every corner, every crack in the walls, every shadow cast by the dim light. They filled his ears, twisting into unintelligible words that made his head spin. It was all happening too fast. "I didn't mean for this to happen," Lucas gasped, tears welling up in his eyes. "Please, please." The shadow seemed to pause, almost as if it was listening. Then, with a swift movement, it surged toward him. Lucas screamed, but no sound escaped his throat, just the deafening thrum of his heartbeat. And then, with a sudden, violent snap, the shadow reached out and enveloped him. Pain exploded through his body, like his very bones were being crushed beneath an unseen weight. He felt himself falling, spiraling into something dark and endless, as if the world itself was spinning out of control. His body felt disconnected, as if he were no longer in his own skin. And then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. Lucas lay still in the blackness, his body trembling uncontrollably. The pain was gone, but there was something worse now. Something watching. He could feel it, something ancient, something predatory, lurking just beyond the edges of his perception. The whispers had stopped, but the silence was even more suffocating. He tried to move, to stand up, but his limbs refused to obey him. Panic rose in his chest as he realized he was no longer in his apartment. He wasn't sure where he was, but it felt wrong. The air was thick, heavy with an oppressive weight that seemed to crush the life out of him. The darkness was absolute, unyielding. And then he heard it, a low growl. It came from all around him, vibrating through his bones, sending waves of dread crashing through his mind. His heart skipped a beat as he realized what was happening. The thing in the darkness was coming closer. The growl was followed by another sound, something like a soft scraping, as if claws were dragging across the floor, inching closer and closer. And then, in the far distance, Lucas saw something. A flicker of light. It was faint, just a pinprick in the oppressive blackness, but it was there, just ahead of him. It flickered like a dying flame. Without thinking, Lucas moved toward it, dragging his unwilling body across the cold, unforgiving ground. His movements were sluggish, as if the darkness itself was trying to pull him back, to keep him from reaching the light. But he refused to stop. Closer, closer. The light grew brighter as he crawled toward it, the scraping sound behind him getting louder, closer, more frantic. His chest heaved with each breath, and his skin felt hot, as if the very air around him was on fire. He was almost there, and then, just as his fingers brushed the edge of the light, the growl erupted behind him, a deafening, bone-chilling roar that sent a shockwave through the very ground beneath him. It was too late. Before Lucas could react, something sharp and cold wrapped around his wrist, pulling him backward with terrifying strength. He cried out, the sound caught in his throat, as his body was yanked into the darkness once more. The light was gone. The darkness consumed him. And then the whispers returned. You shouldn't have taken the deal. This time, the voice was not just a whisper. It was a deep, guttural tone, like something ancient and monstrous, growing louder and louder until it was all he could hear. He could feel the presence closing in, surrounding him, suffocating him from all sides. In that moment, Lucas understood the true cost of his bargain. The shadow had not just been a reflection. It had been his protector, his shield. And by giving it away, he had released something far worse. Something that had been waiting for him, hidden in the darkness. And now it had come to claim him. His body trembled, his mind spiraling into madness as the whispering voices grew into a cacophony of screams, all of them calling his name, each one a death sentence. He had made a deal with the Shadow Collector, and now he was paying the price. But it wasn't just Lucas who would suffer. Anyone who made the same mistake, anyone who thought they could escape the dark for a price, would soon learn the true meaning of the Collector's bargain. The price was their soul, and the Collector always came to collect. Name of the next story, The Last Visitor. Adam sat in his dimly lit living room, staring blankly at the flickering television screen. The glow from the set cast long, eerie shadows across the empty room, making everything feel colder than it should have been. It was well past midnight, and he couldn't recall the last time he had felt truly at ease. There was a strange restlessness inside him, something he couldn't shake. It had started a few weeks ago, small things at first. He'd hear soft footsteps when he was alone, or catch glimpses of figures moving just outside his peripheral vision. But it wasn't until tonight that it had all come crashing in. His phone buzzed on the coffee table, breaking the heavy silence. He reached for it, half expecting another spam email or an automated message, but his heart skipped when he saw the name. Rachel. He hadn't spoken to Rachel in years. The memories of their time together were fuzzy at best, faded by time and distance. Yet, here she was calling him at 1:32 a.m. He hesitated for a moment before answering. "Hello," he said, his voice still hoarse from the weight of too many sleepless nights. There was a pause, a long stretch of static before Rachel's voice came through, distorted but familiar. "Adam, it's me." He felt a shiver crawl up his spine. "Rachel, is everything okay? Why are you calling me so late? I don't know how to explain this, but—" "Adam, I've been seeing them too." "Who?" he asked, confusion clouding his mind. "The visitors," she whispered. "The ones who know everything about us." A chill ran through Adam. His fingers tightened around the phone, almost as if it would slip away if he wasn't careful. "What are you talking about? What visitors?" Rachel's voice trembled on the other end. "They're not human. They appear in the dead of night. They come in like shadows, and they know things they shouldn't. They know things about you, things that only you and I. How could they know these things, Adam?" He could hear the panic in her voice, and it only made his heart race faster. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. The footsteps, he had heard them earlier, hadn't he? The shadowy figures that lingered just outside his vision, always there, just out of reach. "You're not making sense," Adam said, trying to steady his nerves. "I don't know what you're talking about." "They're coming for you too," she whispered. "They'll visit you soon. You'll see them, and you'll know. They'll ask questions, Adam. Questions you've never thought to ask yourself. And once you answer, it will be too late." The line went dead before Adam could respond. His phone slipped from his fingers, landing with a soft thud on the carpet. He didn't pick it up right away. Instead, he stood there, frozen, staring at the dark corner of the room where the shadows seemed to creep, stretching further than they should. He had to force himself to look away. "They'll visit you soon." What did she mean by that? Who were these visitors? And why was she so terrified? He shook his head, trying to push the thoughts aside. It had to be some kind of joke, some twisted prank. Rachel had always been the type to get wrapped up in conspiracy theories. But there was something about the tone of her voice, something raw and desperate, that made him hesitate. A sudden, sharp knock at his front door startled him. His body tensed involuntarily, and his heart skipped a beat. He looked toward the door. It was quiet again. Another knock, louder this time. Adam's blood ran cold. No one ever came to his apartment this late. He hadn't received a visitor in months. He glanced at the clock. 1:45 a.m. The knocks continued, each one more insistent than the last. He didn't know why, but the urge to answer the door was overwhelming. His hand shook as he reached for the handle. The moment his fingers touched it, the knocking stopped. Silence. His breath hitched, and for a brief second, he considered turning away. But something inside him urged him forward. It was only a knock, nothing more. With a deep breath, he opened the door. But no one was there. There was nothing but the empty hallway, dimly lit by a flickering light at the end. The air was thick, as if something had been waiting for him in the space just beyond his reach. Adam stepped into the hallway, scanning the shadows. Nothing. But then, as he turned to head back inside, he saw something. A small piece of paper, crumpled and half hidden beneath the welcome mat. He crouched down and picked it up, unfolding it carefully. There was a single sentence written in black ink. "We know what you did, Adam." A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt his pulse quicken, his breath coming faster. The door creaked behind him, as if someone had just stepped inside. But when he turned, the apartment was as empty as before. They know. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. The words on the paper seemed to echo in his skull. "We know what you did." What had he done? What could they know? He staggered backward, the paper falling from his hands. He heard the sound of footsteps again, faint, almost imperceptible. But they were there, in the hallway. Adam's legs felt weak, but he forced himself to move forward, stepping back inside his apartment and slamming the door shut behind him. The room was cold, colder than it should have been. His breath misted in the air, swirling around him in the silence. And then, just as his pulse started to slow, the lights flickered, and the whispers began. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, though they still sounded muffled, as if they were coming from a distant place, a place just out of reach. Adam's eyes darted around the room, looking for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. Just the shadows, too many shadows, too dark, stretching unnaturally across the walls. He took a step back toward the door, his hand brushing against the cool surface, as though it could offer him some comfort, some reassurance. The whispers seemed to settle for a moment, as if they were waiting, watching. He pressed his ear to the door, trying to hear anything that might explain this strange, creeping sensation of dread that had been gnawing at him since Rachel's call. Nothing. The hallway outside was empty. No one was there. But Adam couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. That someone was watching him from the shadows. He moved away from the door and walked to the window, peering through the blinds. The night was still and silent, but for some reason, the street lights outside seemed dimmer than usual, casting eerie glows along the pavement. He rubbed his eyes, trying to focus. Was it just his imagination playing tricks on him? Hadn't he been up too long, too lost in his own thoughts? The whispers returned, louder this time, and this time he could make out words. "We're coming." His stomach dropped. He could feel the weight of the words in his chest, like a physical presence pressing against him. He turned away from the window, his heart racing. The room was suffocating, the air too thick to breathe. Suddenly, there was a soft knock at the window. Adam froze. His blood ran cold. Another knock, and then another. He glanced over at the window, his body trembling. The blinds were pulled tight, but he could see the faint silhouette of a figure standing outside, blocking the dim light from the street. Someone was there. Who? He couldn't answer that question. The thought of opening the window, of facing whoever, or whatever, stood on the other side filled him with terror. But then the whispering voice came again, and this time it was more urgent. Open the window, Adam. We need to talk. The voice was familiar, but distant, like something from his past. A memory that he couldn't quite grasp. He stumbled backward, his legs weak beneath him. He had to open the window. He didn't want to. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to stay inside, to lock every door and shut out the world. But something else, a voice that wasn't his own, pushed him forward. His fingers shook as he reached for the blinds and pulled them open, heart pounding in his chest. Outside, standing in the pale glow of the street lamp, was a figure. A woman. She was dressed in a dark coat, her face hidden in the shadows, but Adam recognized her immediately. His breath caught in his throat. Rachel? She didn't answer. Instead, she stepped forward, moving closer to the window, her footsteps silent on the pavement. Her face was still obscured, but he could see the shape of her, tall, slender, a figure from his past. Rachel, he shouted, his voice cracking. What's happening? Why are you here? She didn't speak at first, but there was something in her eyes, something that made him feel both terrified and drawn to her, as if she held all the answers, all the keys to the twisted puzzle his life had become. You've seen them, haven't you? She said, her voice low and cold. Adam's breath caught in his throat. What are you talking about? What's going on? She finally stepped into the light, revealing her face, and Adam felt his heart drop into his stomach. Her eyes, those eyes that had once been full of life and warmth, were empty, hollow, black, as if something had taken everything from her. Rachel, what happened to you? He took a step back, his hands trembling. We're not who we say we are, she whispered, her voice shaking now. You've been living in a lie, Adam. They've been coming for us for a long time. You don't remember what you've done. But I do. And they do. And they will keep coming over and over until you remember. Adam couldn't understand. His head was spinning. The words didn't make sense. What do you mean? What have I done? Please, Rachel. Tell me. The woman, if it was Rachel, reached a hand toward the window, her fingers pressing against the glass, her eyes still wide and unblinking. The shadows are the only thing protecting you. You've given them away. And now they'll take everything. No, I don't understand. What do you want from me? What's happening? She stepped back into the shadows, her form blurring, becoming indistinct. Her voice, however, remained clear. They will come again, Adam. The last visitor will come, and then you'll understand. With that, she turned and disappeared into the darkness, leaving Adam alone with his racing thoughts and the thickening dread in his chest. He slammed the window shut and backed away, pressing his back against the wall. His mind was reeling, the words Rachel had spoken echoing in his head. The shadows are the only thing protecting you. You've given them away. Adam didn't know what to do. He didn't understand what was happening to him, but one thing was clear. The visitors weren't just a product of his imagination. They were real, and they were coming. Adam sat there, his back pressed against the cold, unyielding wall, his mind swirling with confusion. The room felt smaller now, the shadows thicker, as if they had grown in size and strength the moment Rachel, if it was Rachel, had left. His breath was shallow, his heart hammering in his chest. He couldn't escape the feeling that he was being watched. The whispers, that constant, eerie hum, still lingered in the corners of his mind. Every slight movement in the room felt magnified, every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside made him jump. He needed answers. He needed to know what was happening, what Rachel had meant. But how? Where could he even start? As if on cue, a knock sounded at the door. Adam froze, his body tensed, muscles rigid with fear. His heart skipped a beat. The knock was slow, deliberate, like someone was taking their time, savoring the moment before they made their presence known. He swallowed hard, his mouth dry. This wasn't a coincidence. He knew it. He could feel it in his bones. Another knock, followed by a soft voice. "Adam, let us in." His stomach twisted. That voice, he recognized it. It wasn't Rachel, but it was someone he knew. Someone from his past. But who? The name, the face, it hovered just out of reach, teasing him, as if he should know it. But the memory kept slipping away, like water through his fingers. The knock came again, louder this time, followed by a sharp rattle of the doorknob. Someone was trying to open it. "Adam," the voice came again, more insistent this time. "Open the door. You have to let us in." He shook his head, as if to clear the fog in his mind. This couldn't be happening. This wasn't real. It was all some nightmare, a trick of his mind. But the terror gnawed at him, insistent and sharp. He couldn't ignore it. The voice, soft and almost pleading now, continued. "Please, Adam, you're not safe. You have to let us in. Let us in." The words echoed in his mind. The shadowy figure, Rachel's warning, the whispers, all of it was leading to this moment. He couldn't stay in this room any longer, couldn't face whatever it was outside. With trembling hands, he walked to the door, trying to steady his breathing. The voice, the presence outside, was like a weight pressing down on him, suffocating him, filling him with dread. He reached for the doorknob, hesitated for just a second, and then, without thinking, he twisted it. The door swung open, and standing in the hallway was a man, a stranger. He was tall, wearing a black coat that seemed to absorb the dim light from the hallway. His face was hidden in shadow, but Adam could see the outline of his features, sharp, angular, almost unnaturally perfect. The man didn't speak immediately. He simply stood there, his eyes fixed on Adam, unwavering and cold. "Who are you?" Adam's voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. His throat felt tight, like he couldn't breathe properly. The man tilted his head slightly, as though considering the question. "Who am I?" he repeated softly, almost to himself. "I could ask you the same thing." Adam frowned, his confusion deepening. What did he mean by that? The man took a step forward, his movements smooth, deliberate. His eyes locked onto Adam's, unblinking, as if searching for something inside him. "You've forgotten, haven't you?" the man said, his voice soft but carrying an unsettling weight. "You don't remember us, do you?" Adam took a step back, instinctively. The man's presence was overwhelming, like a shadow stretching across the room, and Adam's thoughts were spiraling faster now, like a tornado inside his head. He couldn't focus, couldn't understand what was happening. The man didn't move closer, but continued to speak. "We've been waiting for you, Adam. Waiting for you to remember." "Remember what?" Adam asked, his voice rising, a tinge of panic creeping in. He gripped the doorframe for support, his mind racing. The man's lips curled into a slight smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "It's all connected, Adam. Everything. The visitors, the shadows, the lies you've been told. You've been running from it for so long. But you can't run anymore." The words felt like a punch to the stomach. Adam's knees nearly buckled, but he forced himself to stay standing, his grip tightening on the door. "I don't know what you're talking about," Adam said, his voice shaky but defiant. He could feel the weight of the man's gaze, as though his every thought, every memory, was being laid bare in front of him. The man's smile faltered slightly, and he took a step forward, his voice lowering. "You think you're in control, don't you? That you can push it all away, that you can forget. But you can't." Adam's pulse raced. Every nerve in his body screamed at him to close the door, to lock himself away from this man, from whatever he was. But before he could react, the man stepped back, his smile returning. "We'll be seeing you soon, Adam. The last visitor is coming." The words hit him like a slap, sharp and sudden. The man turned without another word and walked away, his footsteps echoing in the hallway, growing fainter and fainter until they vanished completely. Adam stood there, his heart pounding in his chest, his body frozen. The door was still wide open, the hallway beyond empty, silent. The last visitor is coming. The man's words replayed in Adam's mind, over and over, like an omen. What did it mean? Who was the last visitor? And why did it feel like everything in his life, his memories, his very identity, was unraveling before him? The shadows in the room seemed to shift again, thicker now, pressing in from every corner. Adam swallowed hard. He didn't know what was happening. He didn't understand it. But one thing was certain, whatever came next, he wasn't ready for it. Adam stood motionless, his hand still gripping the doorframe, as if he could somehow hold on to reality by sheer force of will. The emptiness in the hallway mocked him, the silence stretching out like a vast, impenetrable void. His mind felt fractured, the pieces scattering further with every passing second. He wanted to close the door, lock it, and bury himself under the covers. But the man's words echoed, relentless, in his mind. The last visitor is coming. What did that mean? Who was the last visitor? And why did the thought make his skin crawl with dread? He slowly stepped back, pulling the door shut. The click of the latch felt louder than it should have, like it was sealing off a part of him he wasn't ready to face. His breath was shallow, quick, and his heart pounded in his chest, as if the world around him was suffocating him, closing in on him, trapping him in a nightmare he couldn't escape. It was only then, in the quiet aftermath, that Adam realized just how much the shadows had changed. The darkness in the room wasn't like the shadows he remembered. It was thicker, deeper, like something ancient and alive. And it was moving, not in the way shadows did when the light shifted, but in a way that was far too deliberate. He turned toward the corner of the room, where the shadows were the darkest, and his breath hitched. A figure stood there, half-formed, only visible in the edges of his peripheral vision. Its outline was indistinct, a distortion in the darkness, as if the shadows themselves had taken shape. He blinked, trying to shake the image, but the figure didn't disappear. It lingered there, unmoving, silent. Adam could feel its presence, like an unnatural weight pressing down on him, pulling him toward it. His chest tightened, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. This wasn't just a shadow, it was something else. Something wrong. His instincts screamed at him to run, to escape, but his feet were rooted to the spot, unwilling or unable to move. "Who's there?" Adam's voice cracked, barely a whisper, his throat dry and tight. For a moment, there was only silence. The figure remained motionless, and the shadows seemed to stretch further, like they were trying to reach out, to touch him. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to take a step forward, trying to prove to himself that he wasn't going insane. Another step, and then another. But just as his foot hit the floor again, the figure moved. It wasn't a smooth, fluid motion, but rather an unnatural jerk, as if the darkness itself had pulled it into being. The figure stretched unnaturally tall, its limbs growing longer, stretching upward as if trying to touch the ceiling. Adam froze, his breath caught in his throat. It wasn't human. The body, though thin and elongated, was somehow distorted, like a reflection in water rippling with distortion. The arms were too long, the head too wide, and the fingers stretched out claw-like, their ends vanishing into the blackness. The air grew colder, a frigid chill that seeped into Adam's bones. His heart raced as the shadowed figure took a single step forward, and that's when Adam felt it, the overwhelming sense of wrongness that filled the room. Like everything in the universe had bent and twisted around this moment, and it wasn't going to let him escape. "You," Adam's voice faltered, but he pushed himself to speak, to demand answers. "What are you?" The figure didn't respond. Instead, its form seemed to blur and shift, rippling as though made from smoke or mist. The darkness around it deepened, spreading out like ink bleeding into water. Adam felt the pull, the way his body seemed to want to move toward it, as if the shadows were dragging him in, feeding off his fear. His knees buckled, but he didn't fall. His legs trembled, his whole body shivering from the chill that now filled the room. His vision swam, the edges of reality bending, until his gaze locked onto something, a pair of eyes. Eyes that didn't belong in a shadow. Eyes that were human. The figure's face wasn't clear at first, but as Adam's eyes focused, he saw it. The eyes. The deep, hollow blackness of them like two endless pits, but within those pits, something else. Recognition. A familiar face. One that Adam hadn't seen in years. His breath caught in his throat. The face, the man, wasn't supposed to be here. He had died years ago. He remembered it clearly, the funeral, the mourners, the empty seat. This man had died. But here he was, standing in front of Adam, his features twisted and stretched by the darkness around him. The man smiled, or at least, it seemed like a smile, though his mouth was stretched too wide, far too wide, for it to be anything resembling human. "Don't be afraid, Adam," the man said. His voice was a rasping, hollow whisper, as though it came from the depths of the earth. "You know me." Adam felt his blood turn to ice, the words settling like stones in his stomach. He knew the man. The face was hauntingly familiar, but Adam couldn't place it. He should have known. He needed to know, but the memory was slipping away like sand through his fingers. You're not real," Adam managed, his voice shaking. He tried to back away, but the room seemed to close in around him. "You can't be. I saw you die. I watched you die." The figure's smile twisted, more grotesque than before. "I'm not dead, Adam. I've been waiting for you to remember." Adam's pulse raced. His breathing was ragged, desperate. The air felt thick with tension, suffocating him. He wanted to run, but his feet wouldn't move, his body frozen in place, locked in place by the presence in front of him. The shadowy figure stepped forward again, closer this time, its limbs swaying unnaturally as it moved. The room seemed to close in around him, the walls pressing down like they were going to crush him. "I am real, Adam," the figure hissed, its voice now low and menacing. "And I'm not the only one waiting." Adam could barely comprehend the words, his mind swirling with panic, confusion, and fear. There was no escape from this nightmare. No way out. Who are you?" Adam whispered, almost pleading. His head was spinning, his thoughts a tangled mess. The figure tilted its head, as if considering the question. Then, with a soft chuckle, it spoke again, its voice dark and heavy with malice. "I'm just another visitor, Adam. And I'm not the last one." The darkness around the figure seemed to grow, the room becoming even colder. Adam's heart pounded as the shadows stretched and twisted, surrounding him from every angle. He was trapped, and the worst part was deep down, he knew this wasn't the end. Something far worse was coming. Something even darker, more terrifying than he could imagine. The last visitor was drawing closer, and Adam had no idea how to stop it. Adam's pulse pounded in his ears, deafening, and his body trembled with an icy cold that crept down his spine. The shadows seemed to breathe, moving in unnatural ways, stretching and shifting as if they had lives of their own. The figure that stood before him, the man whose face was both familiar and utterly wrong, stepped closer, and Adam's feet finally found movement. But they were dragging, like his body was being pulled back into some dark, suffocating place. "I've waited so long for this, Adam," the figure whispered, the words curling like smoke in the cold air. It took another slow step forward, its silhouette growing more defined in the dim light of the room. "Do you remember me now?" Adam's mind raced, his thoughts a blur of confusion and terror. He couldn't remember the name, couldn't recall the face fully, but something about it gnawed at the edges of his consciousness. He knew this person. He should have known. But the more he thought about it, the more distant the memory became, like a photograph fading over time, the edges curling and cracking. His heart thundered in his chest, and the room seemed to tilt ever so slightly. "No," he gasped. "No, you're not real. You're not him." The figure's face contorted, its smile stretching unnaturally wide, the eyes darkening like black holes, devouring every trace of light around them. "Oh, Adam," it said, its voice dripping with a cruel, almost affectionate mockery. "I am him, and I'm here to help you remember. Everything. You've forgotten it all, but I'm going to make you remember. I'll show you. I'll show you everything." Adam stumbled backward, shaking his head violently, as if he could somehow block the words, the figure, the very presence that seemed to have infiltrated his thoughts. But the air around him was thick, too thick to breathe, and the shadows continued to stretch and writhe. The more he backed away, the more they closed in, creeping along the walls, the floor, the ceiling, until they all seemed to blend together into one vast, oppressive darkness. The man, or whatever he was, stepped forward again, this time closer. The air grew even colder, and Adam's breath came in sharp gasps, visible in the freezing air. He could feel the weight of the man's gaze on him, pressing down on him like an unbearable weight. "It's funny," the figure continued, tilting its head slightly to the side, its smile never wavering. "You thought you were the one who was forgotten, didn't you? You thought you were just living your life, keeping your distance, ignoring all the little signs that something was off. But the truth is, Adam, you never left. And we never forgot you." Adam's eyes darted around the room, trying desperately to find an escape, a way out. But there was nothing. The walls had closed in completely, the darkness suffocating him. His thoughts were scattered, confused, and his body was on the verge of collapse from the pressure, from the weight of the knowledge that was starting to push through the cracks in his mind. I don't understand," Adam whispered, barely able to form the words. His throat felt tight, as if something was slowly choking the life out of him. "What do you mean? What do you want from me?" The figure's lips curled into an even wider grin, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too white, and too numerous to be human. It took another step forward, the shadows surrounding Adam tightening, pulling him closer. "I want you to remember, Adam. I want you to remember why you're here, why we're all here," it whispered, its voice soft, insidious. "You think this is just a nightmare, don't you? But it's not. This is real. This is your reality, Adam. And you've been running from it for far too long." Adam's knees buckled, and he dropped to the floor, his hands pressing against the cold wood beneath him. His mind felt like it was splitting open, the fragments of forgotten memories swirling around him like pieces of glass. "Please," he begged, his voice barely above a whisper. "Please stop. I don't understand. I don't know who you are." The figure crouched down in front of him, its face hovering inches from his, the breath from its mouth cold and unnatural against Adam's skin. "You do, Adam. You just don't want to." The room seemed to pulse with energy, a low hum that rattled through Adam's bones. His heart felt like it was about to beat out of his chest as the memories began to flood him. Disjointed flashes, faces, places, a house, his house, broken and dark, filled with shadows that lurked just out of sight. Laughter, choking, screams. "Stop it," Adam gasped, clutching his head as if he could force the memories back into the darkness where they belonged. "Please stop. I don't want to remember." But the figure only laughed softly, a sound that sent ice through Adam's veins. "You have to remember, Adam. It's the only way you'll be free. You've been living in this lie for so long, but the truth is much darker than you think. We are your truth. We are your past, your future, and we've come to collect." The last word echoed, bouncing off the walls in a twisted, mocking way. Adam's pulse quickened as the shadows in the room seemed to surge, as if they were alive, moving toward him, wrapping around his limbs, pulling him deeper into the darkness. "No," he whispered, his voice breaking. "No." The figure's face twisted with amusement. "You still don't get it, do you? You are the last visitor, the one who never left." And with that, the figure stood up, vanishing back into the shadows that had swallowed the room. The laughter faded, but the words lingered, wrapping themselves around Adam's mind like a suffocating shroud. For a long moment, Adam sat there, frozen in place, the weight of the words crushing him. His breathing was ragged, his pulse erratic, and his mind was spiraling. What had he just heard? What had he just experienced? And most importantly, what did it mean? The shadows in the room were no longer just shadows. They were alive, and they were watching him, waiting. And Adam was beginning to realize something he had feared deep down all along. The last visitor hadn't come yet. But when he did, Adam wouldn't be able to run. There would be no escape. Adam's thoughts raced, his pulse still hammering in his chest, his breath ragged and shallow. He could feel the presence of the shadows pressing against him, crawling across the floor, seeping into the very walls of the room. Each tick of the clock on the wall seemed louder now, more oppressive, as if the entire house was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. What had just happened? He blinked rapidly, trying to clear his mind, but it felt like the memories, the fragments, the flashes, were starting to solidify, taking shape, slipping into his thoughts uninvited. He could feel the edges of them, like dark fingers curling around his mind, pulling at him. The figure, the shadows, that voice, the words the figure had spoken, "You are the last visitor," echoed over and over in his head. It felt like the room was closing in on him, suffocating him with the weight of a truth he wasn't ready to face. Adam got to his feet, his legs shaky beneath him. He didn't know what he was doing, but he couldn't stay here, not like this. He needed answers. He needed to understand what was happening, why the shadows seemed to know him, why they were watching him, waiting for something. His hand found the light switch by the door, and he flipped it on, the overhead light flickering before stabilizing. The glow did nothing to chase away the darkness that lingered in the corners of the room, casting strange, shifting shadows across the walls. He rubbed his face with his hands, trying to shake the feeling that his own skin wasn't quite his own, like it was stretching, pulling in directions it shouldn't be able to go. "Stop it," he whispered to himself. "Stop it." He took a few unsteady steps toward the door, then hesitated. The hallway outside was just as dark, just as suffocating. But he couldn't stay in here, not with the weight of those words pressing down on him. He had to leave, had to find out what was happening. The hallway was eerily silent as Adam stepped out of the room, the creaking of the old wooden floorboards beneath his feet loud in the quiet. The air seemed thick, like it was holding its breath, and he could almost feel eyes watching him from every corner of the narrow, dimly lit hallway. He took a deep breath and made his way toward the staircase, his mind spinning with questions he couldn't answer. Who was the figure? What did it want with him? What did it mean by the last visitor? And why did the shadows seem to follow him, wait for him, like they knew something he didn't? As he reached the top of the stairs, a faint sound reached his ears, a rustling like someone or something was moving down the hallway. Adam froze, his heart stuttering in his chest. The sound was soft, almost imperceptible, but it was there like footsteps just out of reach, moving in time with his breathing. Then it stopped. The silence was deafening. Adam felt a chill creep up his spine. He wasn't alone. His eyes flicked toward the end of the hallway, where the shadows pooled, thick and heavy. They seemed to gather there like a living, breathing thing waiting for him. But there was something else, something in the darkness, something that didn't belong. A figure, just barely visible in the periphery of his vision, standing still watching. He took a step forward, his breath shallow, his gaze fixed on the spot at the end of the hallway. The figure didn't move, but Adam could feel it, sense it, like a presence pressing against him. It was as though the figure was waiting for him to make a move, to come closer. "What do you want from me?" Adam whispered, his voice trembling. The silence answered him, stretching out, thickening, suffocating. His body screamed at him to turn back, to run, but his legs didn't listen. They were moving on their own, carrying him closer to the figure that stood motionless in the dark. His heart beat faster as he drew closer, each step feeling heavier, like the weight of the world was pressing down on him. When he was only a few feet away, the figure stepped out of the shadows, revealing itself fully. Adam's breath caught in his throat, and his heart skipped a beat. It was a woman, Her face was pale, almost ethereal, her features sharp, with dark eyes that seemed too large for her face. She was dressed in an old-fashioned gown, one that seemed out of place in the modern world, and her hair hung in long, loose waves around her shoulders. But it wasn't her appearance that sent a jolt of fear through Adam's veins. It was her eyes. They were empty, black as the shadows that surrounded her. There was no life in them, just an endless void. "I've been waiting for you," she said, her voice soft, but carrying a weight that pressed on his chest. "It's time you remembered." Adam took a step back, the fear bubbling up inside him, but the woman didn't move. She just stood there, watching him with those empty eyes, her expression unreadable. "No," Adam said, shaking his head, his mind spinning. I don't know you. I don't know what you want." The woman's lips curved into a thin, almost pitying smile. "You do. You've always known." Adam's legs wobbled, his knees threatening to buckle. He could feel something, a presence, a pull, drawing him closer to her, as if some invisible force was pushing him forward. His breath hitched as a flood of memories began to crash into him, sharp and jagged, images flashing before his eyes, too fast to make sense of. But then, just as quickly as they came, they faded away, leaving him gasping for air. "I don't understand," Adam choked out. "Why are you doing this?" The woman's smile widened, her black eyes never leaving his. "Because you need to remember. Because you're the last visitor. You've always been." The room seemed to spin around him, the walls closing in, the darkness pressing against him from all sides. His hands trembled as he reached out for something, anything to hold on to. But there was nothing. The air around him grew heavier, the weight of the woman's presence suffocating him. The whispers began again, faint at first, then growing louder, surrounding him, pressing in from every direction. Adam couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable, threatening, pleading, and somehow familiar. And then, just as suddenly as it all started, the whispers stopped. The woman was gone, vanished back into the shadows, leaving Adam alone in the hallway. The silence was absolute now, the darkness closing in on him like a tomb. But the air still felt thick, as if the room had been stained by the memory of what had just happened. Adam was left standing in the hallway, breathless, his mind reeling, as the shadows pressed ever closer around him. Adam's mind spun, his senses overwhelmed. He couldn't make sense of what had just happened. The figure, the woman with the empty eyes, her cryptic words, they all felt like fragments of a nightmare, surreal and intangible, yet so real. He could still feel her presence in the air, like a shadow that clung to him, even though she was no longer there. He stumbled back down the hallway, his legs shaky, his thoughts fragmented. The silence pressed in on him from all sides, suffocating. He needed to escape. He needed to get out of this house, away from whatever this was. His instincts screamed at him to run, but his body didn't respond, as if it was trapped by the weight of the shadows. The front door seemed so far away, an unreachable goal, but he forced himself to move toward it, each step feeling heavier than the last. The air seemed thicker here, the house itself closing in around him. His breath came in short, frantic gasps. Every time he looked over his shoulder, he half expected to see her again, standing there watching. The door was just ahead, but as Adam reached for the doorknob, it felt like the house was holding him back, a pressure pushing against him, making him hesitate. The darkness swirled around him like a living thing, creeping up his legs, wrapping around his waist, making him feel trapped, cornered. A soft, almost inaudible sound echoed from behind him. Footsteps, light but distinct, like someone was following him, always just a step behind. His hand hovered over the doorknob, his pulse quickening. Should he open it? Should he face whatever was chasing him? Or was it better to stay in this suffocating room, where at least he could control what little space was left? Before he could make a decision, the air shifted again. A whisper, so faint it was barely there, brushed against his ear. "It's too late to leave." Adam spun around, his heart slamming into his chest. The hallway was empty, again, but the sensation of being watched was stronger than ever. The whispers had stopped, but the feeling remained, gnawing at the edges of his mind. He wasn't alone, he could feel it. The shadows shifted around him, thick and dark, writhing like living things. He could see them now, black shapes darting out of the corners of his vision, moving quickly, too quickly, slipping just beyond his reach. He could hear them, too faint, whispering just out of range, like 1,000 voices speaking in a language he couldn't understand. It felt like the walls were closing in on him, the air growing tighter and more suffocating with each passing second. The door was still there, but now it seemed like an impossible escape, like it would lead him into something worse. "Get a grip," he muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and shaky. He forced himself to take a step toward the door again. He didn't know what was waiting for him on the other side, but he couldn't stay in this house, not like this. He had to leave, but as his hand closed around the doorknob, he froze. There was something on the other side. He could feel it, something waiting for him, something he couldn't see, but he could sense it, like a pressure building behind the door. He slowly turned the knob, his hand trembling, and then he pulled the door open. What he saw on the other side nearly made him stumble back in horror. The hallway on the other side was not the same as the one he had just been standing in. The walls were darker, the air colder, and there was something wrong with the lighting, flickering, like the very light itself was struggling to exist. And then he saw the figure standing at the end of the hallway. The same woman, the same pale face, the same empty eyes, the same haunting, predatory smile. She was standing still, just as she had been before, watching him. "Why are you doing this to me?" Adam gasped, his voice cracking. "What do you want?" The woman tilted her head, her smile widening, but she didn't speak. Instead, her figure began to blur, shifting in and out of focus, as if she were being drawn into the very darkness of the hallway itself. And then she vanished, leaving only a faint, lingering trace of her presence behind. Like the air had been disturbed, but there was nothing left. Adam's heart pounded in his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. What was this? Some kind of illusion? A hallucination? Or something far worse? Before he could gather his thoughts, another presence made itself known, but this time it was not the woman. The shadows in the hallway were moving again, but this time they had a shape, a form. Out of the darkness emerged a man, tall, his figure obscured by the shadows that clung to him like a cloak. His face was hidden, but Adam could feel the weight of his gaze, a gaze that pierced through the darkness, locking onto him. The man didn't speak at first, just stood there, still watching. But then his voice broke the silence. "You should not have come back." Adam swallowed hard, his throat dry, the words taking a moment to process. His mind raced, but it wasn't fast enough to outrun the terror that gripped him. I don't understand," he said, his voice shaking. "Who are you?" The man stepped forward, the shadows surrounding him like a living thing, his features slowly becoming clearer as he moved closer. His face was cold, expressionless, but there was something in his eyes, something that made Adam's blood run cold. "I've been waiting," the man said quietly, his voice low and menacing. "Waiting for you to remember." Adam took a step back, his mind whirling. Waiting? Remember? What was happening? Why couldn't he remember? "Remember what?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The man's eyes narrowed, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "You remember me," he said, his voice like a snake's hiss. "You just don't want to." Adam's breath hitched, his heart pounding in his chest. "No," he said, shaking his head. "I don't know you. I don't know any of you." The man stepped closer, his shadow lengthening behind him, stretching like fingers that reached toward Adam. "You will," the man said, his voice like ice. "Soon enough." And with those words, the figure vanished back into the shadows, leaving Adam alone in the hallway once again. But this time, the darkness felt different. It felt like it was alive, like it was watching him, waiting for him. Adam turned quickly and made his way back to the door, his hands shaking as he closed it behind him. He backed away from it slowly, his breath coming in uneven gasps. He couldn't stay here. He couldn't stay in this house, not with the shadows closing in, not with the whispers following him, not with whatever he had just encountered. He had to leave. The door, the stairs, the exit. But no matter how fast he moved, no matter how far he went, it felt like the house was closing in on him. And somewhere in the dark, something was waiting for him. The house felt like a maze, a never-ending labyrinth of twisting corridors and hidden rooms that seemed to stretch and shift as he moved through them. The weight of the silence, the darkness, pressed against him from all sides. Each step he took seemed to echo in the vast emptiness, a reminder that he was utterly alone, except for whatever was lurking just beyond the edges of his perception. His mind spun, trying to process everything that had happened, the woman, the man, the shadows that seemed to have a life of their own. But the harder he tried to make sense of it, the more fragmented it all became. The pieces didn't fit together. The memories were incomplete, blurry, like a jigsaw puzzle with half the pieces missing. What had the man meant when he said Adam would remember? Remember what? He had no recollection of any of them. None of this made sense. There was no reason he should be here, in this house, with these people, or whatever they were. The air felt heavier now, thick with the oppressive weight of something unseen. He could feel it pressing in on him, suffocating him. The shadows, no longer confined to the corners of the rooms, now seemed to follow him as he moved, as if they were alive, stretching and shifting with every step he took. They twisted and curled, their dark tendrils reaching for him, their whispers just out of reach, maddening in their silence. Adam had to get out. He had to escape this place, this nightmare. But the more he tried to leave, the more he felt trapped, as if the very walls of the house were pulling him back, holding him in place. The door he had closed was still there, but when he glanced back, he found it was no longer the same. It was distorted, twisted, like a reflection in a cracked mirror. He reached for it, but his hand froze just before he touched the knob. Something was wrong. His reflection in the glass seemed off. His face, no, it wasn't his face anymore. It was a distorted version of himself, like a twisted version of his own image. Eyes hollow and empty, lips curled into a grim smile. The face seemed to mock him, taunting him with the knowledge that he had no control, that this place was not his own. He recoiled, his heart racing. "What is happening?" Adam gasped, his voice cracking under the weight of his fear. The house seemed to breathe around him. The walls creaked and groaned, the floorboards shifting as if the building itself was alive, watching, waiting for him to make a mistake. And then, from somewhere deep within the house, he heard the sound of footsteps. At first, it was a faint echo, something that could have been imagined, but then they grew louder, more distinct, approaching. Adam's breath hitched. His heart pounded in his chest as he turned, panic rising in his throat. He spun around, eyes frantically searching the hallway, but there was no one there. No one except the shadows that clung to the walls, crawling like insects, twisting and writhing in the dim light. The footsteps stopped. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He couldn't stay here. He needed to find a way out. He needed answers, something, anything that could make sense of what was happening to him. With no better choice, he pushed forward, moving cautiously down the hallway. Each step felt like a betrayal, the air growing colder, more suffocating, with each passing moment. The walls seemed to press in on him, narrowing the space around him. Then he saw it. At the end of the hallway was a door. It was different from the others, old, weathered, like it had been here for centuries. The door was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness beyond it, beckoning him. It was a door he hadn't seen before, and yet it felt familiar, as if it had always been there waiting for him. Without thinking, Adam moved toward it, his feet carrying him forward as if some invisible force was pulling him closer. He reached for the handle, his hand trembling as he grasped it. The door creaked open with a sound that echoed in the silence, sending a fresh wave of dread through him. The room beyond was unlike any of the others he had seen. It was small, cramped, with a single light hanging from the ceiling. The air smelled stale, like dust and decay. But it wasn't the room itself that unsettled him. It was the figure standing in the center of the room. It was a man older, dressed in tattered clothes, his face shadowed by the dim light. He stood motionless, staring at Adam, his eyes cold and empty. Adam froze, unable to move, his breath caught in his throat. There was something wrong about the man, something that made his skin crawl. "Who are you?" Adam asked, his voice barely a whisper. "What is this? What's happening?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the far wall. Adam's eyes followed the man's gesture, and what he saw made his blood run cold. On the wall was a mirror, but it wasn't like any mirror he had ever seen. It was old, its surface cracked and warped, as if it had been shattered and then pieced together again. But it wasn't the cracks that terrified him, it was the reflection. It wasn't him. In the mirror, Adam saw a different version of himself. His face was twisted in agony, his eyes wide and filled with terror. He could feel his heart racing, his stomach churning as he stared at the reflection. The man in the room spoke, his voice low and gravelly. "You don't remember, do you?" he asked, his words like a knife cutting through Adam's mind. "Remember what?" Adam gasped, his eyes fixed on the mirror. The reflection in the mirror smiled. It was an empty, hollow smile, devoid of any humanity. The figure in the glass was not him. It was something else, something worse. "You've always been here," the man said, his voice almost a whisper now. "You never left." The world around Adam seemed to shudder, like a great, unseen force was shaking the very foundation of reality. The mirror began to distort, warping and stretching, and Adam could see it. The thing in the reflection was no longer just a twisted version of himself. It was something else, something dark, something ancient. The man stepped closer, his eyes never leaving Adam's. "You are not the person you think you are," the man said softly. "You never were." Adam's vision blurred, his thoughts scattered, his mind unraveling. The shadows around him pressed in closer, suffocating him, dragging him into the depths of something he couldn't escape. He reached out, trying to grasp the reality he had once known, but the world was slipping away, dissolving like smoke in the air. The mirror, the man, everything was fading, and all that was left was the darkness. The darkness consumed him completely. There was no more hallway, no more mirrors, no more walls. Everything he had known, everything he had tried to understand, evaporated like a dream. He couldn't feel his body, couldn't see anything. All he had left was a suffocating sense of emptiness, and a voice, whispering just on the edge of his consciousness. "It's not over, Adam." The voice was distant, muffled, but it cut through the silence like a blade. He tried to focus, to make sense of it, but his thoughts were clouded, like trying to remember something he had never actually known. There was no escape, no path forward. And then, as if from nowhere, a flash of light, a flicker, barely perceptible, pierced the void. Suddenly, Adam was standing in a room again. It wasn't the same room as before, but it had a similar oppressive feeling, like the walls were watching him. The room was small, cramped, with only a single chair in the center. He was back in his own body, but everything felt wrong. His chest tightened with every breath, as if the air was thicker now, harder to draw in. And there, sitting in the chair, was a figure. It wasn't the man from before, but the shape, tall, gaunt, with a face hidden in shadow, was just as unsettling. The figure's body shifted unnaturally, like it was too tall for the chair, its limbs elongated, its fingers twisting in odd, impossible directions. Adam took a step back, his breath quickening as his mind raced to understand what was happening. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice trembling, his hands instinctively moving to his sides, looking for anything to defend himself with. The figure remained silent for a long moment. The air between them thickened, heavy with unspoken dread. The longer Adam waited for a response, the more oppressive the silence became. Finally, the figure spoke, its voice cold and hollow. "You don't remember, do you?" Adam's pulse spiked. "Remember what?" The figure didn't answer right away. Instead, it reached into the darkness around it, pulling out something that glinted faintly in the dim light. It was a small black box, old and worn, as if it had been hidden away for a long time. It slid the box across the floor toward Adam. The lid creaked open, and inside, there was a small, crumpled photograph. Adam's fingers trembled as he picked it up, his heart hammering in his chest as his eyes locked onto the image. It was a picture of himself, of someone who looked like him, but older. His face was familiar, but there was a difference, something unsettling in the way he was smiling, something wrong about the way his eyes seemed to be looking right through the lens. The image was taken in front of an old house, the same house he had seen in his fragmented memories, the one that had twisted and shifted, pulling him in. "This," Adam whispered, his voice barely a sound. This isn't me." The figure's smile, if it could be called that, twisted wider. "It's not you, but it was." Adam's mind reeled, his thoughts disjointed, unable to make sense of it all. He stared at the picture, trying to remember, but nothing came. Nothing made sense. The figure slowly stood up from the chair, its movements unnaturally smooth, like a marionette controlled by unseen strings. It tilted its head, as if studying Adam with interest. "You think you've been searching for answers," it said, the words dripping with cold amusement. "But the truth is, you've been running from it. From yourself." "What do you mean?" Adam gasped, his throat tight, his vision blurring. "Who are you? What are you?" The figure stepped closer, and Adam's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to run, wanted to flee, but his legs were frozen, rooted to the floor. The figure's presence was suffocating, its shadow stretching across the room, consuming everything in its path. "You've been trying to escape the truth," the figure continued, its voice soft, but every word felt like a weight pressing down on Adam's chest. "You think you don't remember, but you do. You always knew." Adam felt a cold sweat break out across his brow. His breathing quickened. "I don't understand." The figure's lips curled into a twisted, cruel smile. "You've been living in a lie. The truth is inside you. It's always been inside you." Suddenly, Adam's vision went dark again, and the room seemed to shift around him. His mind reeled, disoriented, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. When his eyes opened again, he was no longer in the small room. He was back in the house, standing in the middle of the hallway. It was familiar, yet distorted, as if everything was a broken reflection of what it should be. The walls stretched, the shadows curled, and the air was thick with an overwhelming sense of dread. And there, at the end of the hallway, was a door. He could feel it. He had to go through it. Something on the other side was calling to him, pulling at the edges of his consciousness. Without thinking, Adam moved toward it, his feet moving of their own accord. He reached for the handle, but as his fingers brushed against the cold metal, he heard someone, whisper his name. "Adam!" He turned, but there was no one there. Only shadows. "You can't hide from it," the whisper continued, echoing through the hallway, filling his mind. "You can't run away from what you've done." Adam's heart pounded in his chest, his breathing shallow as he turned back toward the door. The urge to open it, to find whatever was on the other side, was overwhelming. He grabbed the handle and twisted it. The door creaked open slowly, the sound like a groan of pain, and as it did, the room beyond was revealed. It was a room he recognized. It was the same room from the photograph, the one from the old house. And in the center of the room, sitting in a chair, was a figure. It was him, or at least it looked like him. A twisted, broken version of himself, eyes hollow and lifeless. The figure was staring at him, unmoving, as if it were waiting for Adam to realize something he didn't understand yet. As Adam stepped into the room, the door slammed shut behind him with a deafening crash. "It's time to remember," the twisted version of himself whispered. And Adam understood. The truth, the horrifying truth, was finally beginning to surface. Everything he thought he knew, everything he had believed, was a lie. The memories flooded back. The house, the people, they were never real. Adam was never real. And the thing that had been chasing him wasn't just a shadow, it was him. The room felt colder now, the walls narrowing around him as the figure in the chair, his twisted reflection, stared at him with hollow eyes. Adam's pulse hammered in his throat, his skin prickling as his mind struggled to process the horror that was unfolding before him. The truth was too much to bear, but it was clear now, undeniable. He wasn't just looking at a broken version of himself. This was him, and the things he had forgotten, the things he had done, were coming back like a flood, crashing through his thoughts. "You remember now, don't you?" the twisted version of Adam whispered. Its voice was low and cold, like the rustling of dry leaves in a storm. Adam couldn't speak. His throat was dry, the words stuck somewhere deep inside, choked by the overwhelming realization that his life, his very existence, had been a lie. His eyes scanned the room, desperately searching for something to hold on to, something to prove that he hadn't crossed some point of no return. But there was nothing, just the twisted reflection of himself in the chair, the same empty room, and the sense of suffocating inevitability closing in around him. No, this isn't possible," Adam gasped, backing away slowly, his hands shaking as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. He stumbled, tripping over his own feet as panic surged within him. I didn't do this. I didn't." The twisted figure in the chair laughed. It was a sound that sent chills crawling up Adam's spine, a laugh that wasn't quite human, too high-pitched, too cold. The figure slowly stood up from the chair, its movements jerky and unnatural, like it wasn't quite used to its own body. "Oh, but you did," the figure said, its voice still that same eerie whisper. "You've always known. This is what happens when you try to run from the truth. You can never escape it. Not now, not ever." Adam's breath caught in his chest as the figure slowly advanced toward him, its footsteps echoing in the silence. The shadows in the room seemed to grow longer, reaching for him, as if they were alive, hungry. What do you want from me?" Adam choked out, his legs shaking beneath him, his body unable to move fast enough. The figure reached out a hand, its fingers twitching unnaturally, and Adam flinched, but there was no escape. He was trapped, cornered in this room with the broken reflection of himself. He wanted to scream, to beg for mercy, but the words were lost on him. "What do I want?" the figure repeated, a twisted grin creeping across its face. "I want you to remember. I want you to remember everything you did. Because Adam, the worst part of all of this isn't that you forgot. It's that you chose to forget." Adam's heart pounded in his ears as his body froze. He couldn't escape the figure's gaze. It was as if it was pulling the truth from him, piece by piece, exposing everything he had buried so deeply inside. His thoughts were a whirlwind, memories spiraling in and out of his mind. Faces flashed before him, people he couldn't name, places he had never been, yet everything felt so familiar, so real. The flashes became more intense, more chaotic, until he felt himself being pulled under, dragged into a past that wasn't his own. Images of a house, his house, came to him. But it was different now, older, decaying. And inside it, the shadows moved, shifting and watching, waiting for something. He could hear voices, too, faint whispers echoing through the halls, each one familiar, but twisted. A woman's voice, soft, pleading. "Adam, you don't have to do this. Please." The memory shifted, and he was standing in front of a mirror, his face staring back at him, but not his face. The man in the mirror was older, more worn. His eyes were hollow, sunken, and his smile was the same twisted, knowing grin that the figure in the chair had worn. No, Adam cried out, clutching his head as the memories clawed at him, dragging him deeper into the abyss. "I'm not him. I'm not." But the figure was there again, right in front of him, its hand resting on his shoulder, cold and heavy. You are Adam. You always have been. The words hit him like a slap, leaving him stunned, breathless. The figure leaned closer, its cold breath brushing against Adam's ear. You can't hide from what you are. You are the monster you've been running from. It's always been you, Adam. The truth is staring back at you in the mirror. Adam recoiled, stumbling back, his heart racing as the room seemed to close in on him. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The air was thick, suffocating. His mind was no longer his own, drowning in the overwhelming realization that the figure in front of him wasn't just a reflection. It was him. The room shifted again, and suddenly, Adam was no longer standing in that cramped, decaying space. He was in a hallway, a long, narrow corridor lined with doors. The walls were covered in cracks, the floor littered with dust. And at the end of the hallway was a door, the door. He knew what was behind it, but it didn't matter. He couldn't stop himself. He moved toward it, his feet carrying him forward, his mind a haze of confusion and dread. The door creaked open before him, revealing a dark, empty room. Inside the room, there was a chair that looked far too familiar. His mind screamed at him to stop, to turn away, but he couldn't. It was as if his body no longer belonged to him, as if he was just a puppet being dragged along by invisible strings. He stepped inside, the door slamming shut behind him. And there, sitting in the chair, was a figure. But it wasn't just any figure. It was him. "Welcome back," the figure whispered, its voice low, dripping with malice. "It's time to finally see who you really are." The shadows in the room stretched forward, reaching out like hands, pulling Adam into the darkness. And as they closed in, he realized the truth, that he had never escaped. He was always going to come back to this moment, to the room, to himself. The last thing he heard before everything went black was a voice, his own voice, whispering, "It's not over. Not yet." And then silence. Name of the next story, The Glass Room. He woke up to a sharp, cold sensation against his skin, as though he had been plunged into ice water. His body tensed instinctively, but when his eyes opened, he saw nothing but emptiness. The room around him was utterly still, quiet to the point that it felt unnatural. His heartbeat was loud in his ears, matching the rhythm of the rising panic in his chest. He wasn't in a bed, nor on any soft surface. The ground beneath him was smooth, cool, and sterile like glass. He pushed himself up, groaning as his hands met the floor, but instead of a texture or pattern, all he touched was a hard, flawless surface that stretched endlessly around him. The space felt infinite, and yet there was no escape. It was only then that he realized he could see himself. Everywhere. Every inch of his body reflected back at him, not as a faint shadow, but with perfect clarity. He turned his head sharply to one side. The reflection mimicked him in exact detail. There was nothing in the room but himself, his face, his clothes, his every movement duplicated with eerie precision. But it wasn't just his body that he saw. There was something strange, something off in his reflection. His eyes, for one, didn't seem right. They looked darker, deeper, as if they were staring back at him with some hidden knowledge. "What is this place?" he muttered under his breath, his voice trembling. The words felt hollow in the vast emptiness. No answer came. The air was heavy, thick with silence. He looked around again, trying to make sense of his surroundings. The glass walls, if that's what they were, seemed to stretch upward and outward into an infinite distance. There was no ceiling, no floor. There was no door, no window. Just him and the reflections. With each step he took, his footsteps echoed, though the sound felt muffled, as if swallowed by the vastness of the space. His breath became quicker, shallow. A sensation of unease gripped him tightly, making him feel like he was being watched. But he wasn't alone. There were dozens, hundreds, maybe thousands of reflections of himself, each one slightly different, each one a subtle variation of the original. He stepped forward, then paused. One of his reflections did not move as he did. It remained completely still, watching him with those dark, hollow eyes. A wave of unease washed over him, and his heart skipped a beat. "Hello!" His voice cracked. "Is anyone there?" Silence. For a long moment, nothing happened. The reflection stood motionless, still, while the others mirrored his every move. Then, as if it had been waiting for him to speak, the still reflection began to move. Slow at first, it tilted its head, then took a single step forward. His heart pounded in his chest as the other reflection did exactly the same, but with one difference: its movements were slower, more deliberate, more methodical. The silence seemed to stretch for eternity, but then his reflection spoke. Its voice was not his own. "Why are you here?" the reflection whispered. Its lips barely moved, but the words came through clearly, as though the air itself carried them. They reverberated in his mind more than his ears. He staggered back. What do you mean?" The reflection didn't respond immediately. Instead, it smiled. It was a grin that did not reach its eyes, those hollow, empty eyes that seemed to pull him in, like deep pits of darkness. It was the smile of someone who knew something he didn't. Something terrible. "You know why you're here," it murmured. "You're afraid. Afraid of everything." His pulse quickened. "I don't understand." The reflection tilted its head again, that same unsettling smile never leaving its face. "You're afraid of being alone. You're afraid of losing control. You're afraid of what you might become." It stepped forward again, this time with its hand stretched out, like it was beckoning him to come closer. His body screamed at him to run, but his legs refused to obey. He could feel his breath growing shallow, panicked. The reflection's eyes bored into him, and with each passing second, the glass walls seemed to close in tighter, pressing against his chest, making it harder to breathe. I'm not afraid of you," he stammered, trying to steady his voice. "You're just a reflection. You're not real." The reflection laughed softly, a cold, hollow sound that sent chills down his spine. "Not real? Oh, but I am. And you know it." It grinned wider. "We are the same, you and I. And deep down, you know you can never escape." His skin crawled. He could feel the cold sweat on his brow, could feel the heaviness in the air that seemed to press against him from all sides. He spun around, his eyes darting wildly, searching for any hint of an exit, but there was nothing. Only reflections. Only him. And then from the corner of his eye, he saw something move. Another reflection, this one standing far away. At first, it seemed like nothing, just another version of him. But as he focused, he realized it was different. The other reflection wasn't simply mimicking his movements. It was doing something he couldn't see, something hidden in the shadows of the vast room. The other reflection wasn't alone. It was with someone, no, something else. Something that wasn't him. His breath caught in his throat as he looked closer, his heart racing. The other reflection seemed to be holding something, or someone. A figure, shadowy and indistinct, like smoke swirling through the air. A face that couldn't quite be made out. It was like a nightmare, a twisted, intangible thing that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. But the worst part was that he recognized it. He recognized that face. It was his own. His mind raced. His pulse hammered in his chest. The figure, the shadowy form, looked like him, but distorted. As if it was something he could never truly understand. Something that had always been there, lurking just beneath the surface. He wanted to scream, but his voice felt frozen, trapped within his throat. The reflection with the figure reached out a hand, just as his own reflection had done. Only this time, the hand was not empty. It was clutching something, a shard of glass, jagged and sharp, and in that moment, the reflection seemed to be offering it to the shadowy version of himself. The hand trembled, the motion slow, as if something dark was pulling at him from within. "Come closer." The voice of the reflection echoed, but now it sounded more distant, more hollow. "It's only a matter of time before you realize the truth." The glass shard gleamed faintly in the dim reflection, casting light that bent and twisted unnaturally, as if the very fabric of the space around them was warping. His body felt cold, He stepped back again, his eyes wide with terror, but there was nowhere to go, no way to escape. And then, from behind him, the whispers began. Low at first, like a faint murmur carried on a breeze, but gradually they grew louder. Soft, indistinct sounds that seemed to form into words, words he couldn't understand, but that felt deeply unsettling. The voices echoed from all directions, overlapping, calling his name. "You're not alone." The reflection spoke again, its smile never fading, its voice cold and detached. "You never were." He clenched his fists, his heart racing even faster now, pounding against his ribs. The whispers grew louder, filling the room with a chorus of voices that no longer made any sense. Some sounded like his own, but twisted, distorted. Others were unfamiliar, distant and foreign. Yet they all seemed to speak to him, to call to him, urging him to listen, to understand, to embrace the truth they offered. "Come to us." The voice of the reflection became more insistent, more urgent. "Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to see what's hidden in the depths of your own soul?" He stumbled backward, his body moving on its own, driven by sheer panic. The glass walls around him seemed to press in closer, closing in on him, narrowing until it felt like the room was shrinking. The reflections moved with him, but there was no escape. Everywhere he turned, the reflections mirrored his every move. But some were wrong. One reflected him, but with its eyes shut, the dark circles under its lids seemingly deep enough to swallow him whole. Another smiled, too widely, a grin so grotesque it seemed to stretch beyond what was humanly possible. And the most disturbing one of all, the one that now stood before him, staring at him with eyes so dark they swallowed the light. He could no longer tell which one was real. "You're running out of time." The reflection's voice came again, louder this time, sharper. "You can't hide from yourself forever." He felt the air grow heavier, the space around him thickening with something dark and suffocating. His breathing grew labored, shallow. He could feel something crawling beneath his skin, something that was not his own, something that felt wrong. Without warning, the whispers turned into a scream. A horrific, bone-chilling wail that shook him to his core. He froze, unable to move, as the scream reverberated off the glass walls, bending the sound in impossible directions. And then the voice came again, but this time, it wasn't the reflection. It was the voice of someone he knew. "Help me!" It was his mother's voice. He froze. The room seemed to bend around him, his world spinning, crashing down with the weight of that single, desperate plea. His heart stopped, his stomach twisted. He searched the reflections, his eyes wild, his breath quickening. The other him, the one that wasn't quite like him, was moving again. It was pulling something from the shadows. The figure, the distorted, shadowy version of himself, stepped forward, and then he saw it. In the shadow's arms, he saw a face, his mother's face. Her eyes were wide, filled with terror, but she wasn't speaking anymore. Her mouth was moving, but no sound came from her. And her face, it wasn't right. There was something twisted about it, something unnatural, as if the reflection was trying to distort her, to warp her into something unrecognizable. He took a step forward, trembling, his legs feeling like lead, but before he could reach her, the reflection stepped in front of him, its hand raised as if to stop him. "You can't save her," it hissed, its voice low and almost feral. "No," he shouted, feeling a surge of adrenaline. "I won't leave her." His voice cracked, but the words were born from an overwhelming sense of urgency. He had to save her. He had to get her out of here, out of this nightmare. The reflection tilted its head again, its smile stretching impossibly wide. "You can't save anyone, least of all yourself." With a sudden, sharp motion, it stepped forward and slammed its hand against the glass. The surface rippled like water, distorting everything around him. His mother's face flickered for a moment, fading into the darkness, and then she was gone. But the voice, her voice, still lingered. "Please, don't leave me." The world around him seemed to close in even more, the glass becoming more and more oppressive, pressing against him, trapping him in an inescapable prison of his own fears. "You can't escape," the reflection whispered again, its voice not a reflection of his own, but something darker. "You've never been alone, not really. Not even now." The glass began to crack, tiny lines appearing across its surface, each one reflecting a piece of his fear. The cracks spread slowly, like the steady march of a creeping illness, crawling along the edges of the glass. His heartbeat quickened as the reflection's words lingered in the air, the voice now a twisted, mocking echo. The fractured surface shimmered, warping the space around him, the broken glass reflecting his terror back at him from all sides. "You're not alone." The voice was everywhere now, not just from the reflection, but from within the walls themselves. It whispered from the cracks, it slithered beneath the glass, it was in the very air he breathed. A cold shiver ran down his spine as the realization hit him. This was not just a room. It was a prison, a reflection of everything he feared, everything he had ever run from. The walls groaned, a low, resonating sound that vibrated through the air, making his skin prickle. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, more numerous, all merging into a cacophony that rang in his ears. His mother's voice was among them, her cry of desperation mingling with the other voices, all lost in a chorus of sorrow and anguish. "Please help me." He stumbled back, his breath catching in his throat as he looked around in panic. There was nowhere to hide, no way to block out the noise. Every direction he turned, there they were, reflections of himself, of the people he loved, twisted and warped, their faces frozen in expressions of horror. He could see them, all of them, moving in the glass, walking behind him, circling him, whispering his name, calling out for help. And in the center of it all stood the figure, the shadow of himself. It had grown larger, darker, more solid. Its eyes burned with an unnatural intensity, gleaming with a malice that sent ice through his veins. It stepped closer, its footfalls silent against the glass floor, its smile stretching wider. "You're part of this now." The reflection's voice was cold, cutting through the silence like a blade. "You can't escape it. You never could." His stomach twisted into knots. The figure reached out with long, thin fingers, touching the glass as if it could reach through. For a brief, terrifying moment, he thought it might actually touch him. He recoiled, the air in the room growing heavier, thicker, as if the walls themselves were closing in on him. He needed to get out. There had to be a way out. He turned, looking around desperately. There was no door, no window, no way to escape the prison of glass that held him captive. But he couldn't just stand there, paralyzed by fear. He had to do something. He had to. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room. It came from the floor. He gasped, stumbling backward as the floor beneath his feet split open, a jagged line forming along the glass surface. The crack spread quickly, crawling across the floor, the ceiling, the walls. The room seemed to be coming apart, disintegrating in front of him. And yet, the figure in the reflection stood unwavering, its dark eyes locked onto his, as if watching him, waiting. "It's time to face the truth." The voice from the reflection was soft, almost a whisper now, but it rang in his mind like a loud bell. "You can't hide anymore. Not from me. Not from them." The air was thick, suffocating. He could feel it closing in, pressing against him from all sides. His heart raced, panic flooding his chest as he struggled to breathe. The cracks in the glass widened, pieces of the floor shattering away, revealing nothing but blackness below. The whispers grew louder, the voices growing more distorted and garbled, a blend of familiar and unfamiliar sounds, as if the room itself was alive with them. He reached down, gripping the edge of a broken piece of glass that had fallen from the floor. It felt cold, sharp against his skin. The shards of glass from the cracked floor were like jagged teeth, each one gleaming with an eerie, unnatural light. His hands trembled as he gripped the shard, the sharp edge cutting into his palm. "You think you can fight it?" The reflection laughed, its voice echoing from all directions. "You are already part of this. He swung the shard at the nearest reflection, aiming for the distorted version of himself. But as the glass hit the surface, it simply shattered, fragments scattering around him, vanishing into thin air. The broken pieces seemed to disappear into the walls, swallowed by the very glass that imprisoned him. The reflection stepped closer, its cold smile still there, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He felt the pull again, the pressure on his chest, as if the room itself were trying to drag him into the depths of the glass, into the blackness beyond. His breath caught in his throat as he felt himself being drawn forward, a magnetic force tugging at him, urging him to move closer. He resisted, pushing against the air, but it was no use. The walls seemed to stretch and shrink with every breath he took, the space around him warping, bending with unnatural speed. The reflection moved with him, its smile widening as it closed the distance between them. "Come closer," the reflection whispered again, its voice low and coaxing. "See what lies beneath the surface. You can't run from yourself forever." He could feel the room closing in. His lungs burned for air, his heart hammered in his chest. His eyes darted to the shards of glass scattered on the floor, each one a reflection of his own brokenness, each one a piece of the shattered truth he had been trying to escape. He couldn't let it take him. He couldn't let it win. With a surge of adrenaline, he lunged forward, driving the shard into the wall of glass. The impact reverberated through the room, a loud, sickening crack that made his bones rattle. The glass around him trembled, shuddering with the force of the strike. But still it held firm. "It's no use." The reflection's voice was colder now, more distant. "You can't escape. You're part of this now, and you always will be." But even as the reflection spoke, the cracks in the glass grew larger, spreading out from where he had struck it. The room began to tremble, the floor shaking beneath his feet, the walls bending inward with a violent force. And then, with a deafening roar, the glass shattered. The room exploded in a storm of glass, sharp shards scattering in every direction, slicing through the air like blades. The air was thick with the sound of shattering, the deafening crash of broken glass echoing in his ears. His hands shot up to shield his face as the glass rained down on him, but it didn't hurt. It was as if the glass was part of him now, slipping past his skin, but never truly wounding him. For a moment, everything was still. The jagged edges of the shattered glass hung suspended in the air, shimmering like 1,000 tiny mirrors, reflecting fragments of the world that no longer existed. His breath came in shallow gasps, his heart still pounding in his chest. The air felt different now, lighter, almost electric. The pressure had lifted, but the fear, it remained. And then, a figure appeared through the broken walls of the room. At first, it was just a shadow, barely visible in the swirling darkness. But as it stepped closer, the figure took shape. A person, or something that resembled one, standing on the other side of the broken room. The figure was tall, its face obscured in shadow, and its form seemed to shift, warping in and out of focus as if it couldn't quite decide what it was. It moved slowly, deliberately, each step echoing through the room like a drumbeat. He froze, his chest tightening. The whispers had stopped, but the silence now felt more oppressive than ever. The figure, whatever it was, stepped closer, and his body tensed, every instinct screaming at him to run, to get away, but there was nowhere to go. The shattered glass at his feet seemed to extend endlessly, stretching into a void that had no end. "You think you've escaped." The voice that came from the figure was deep, distorted, and yet somehow familiar, like a part of his own mind speaking back to him. "You're wrong." He took a step back, his feet crunching on the broken glass, the sound sharp and unnatural. But no matter how far he stepped, the figure moved with him, keeping pace with his every movement. It didn't hurry, it didn't need to. It was patient. It was waiting. "You are inside now," it said, its voice echoing in the shattered air. "Everything you fear, everything you've avoided, it's here with you. It's always been here. You just didn't see it. The walls, or what was left of them, seemed to pulse, their fractured edges glowing faintly, as if alive. The reflection of his own face appeared in the pieces of glass still suspended in the air, distorted and warped, 1,000 versions of himself staring back, each one trapped in a different expression: fear, anger, confusion, desperation. "You were never alone," the figure continued, its form flickering like a candle flame in the wind. "You were never separate from it." Suddenly, a sharp noise broke through the air, a loud crack that made his stomach churn. The ground beneath him shifted, the floor tilting violently to one side. He stumbled, caught off guard by the sudden movement, his heart racing as the room seemed to buckle and twist around him. The shards of glass that had once been walls now seemed to float aimlessly in space, the jagged edges reflecting the distorted room, the endless reflections staring back at him from every angle. The figure, still moving with unnatural calmness, stepped toward him. Each movement seemed to draw the very fabric of the room closer, pulling him toward it, toward the darkness in the center of the room. "You can't run from yourself," the figure whispered, its voice softer now, almost tender. "You can't escape the truth of what you are." His mind raced, panic rising within him like a tidal wave. He had to do something. Anything. But what? The figure was right. He had always been running. From his fears, from his mistakes, from the things he had buried deep inside himself. He had tried to bury them, to ignore them, to pretend that everything was fine. But now, in this broken room, with the shadows closing in, he couldn't escape them. The whispers returned, rising in volume until they became a roar in his ears. They were his own thoughts, his own voice mingling with those of others, all tangled together in a cacophony of confusion. It was as if the room itself was speaking to him, taunting him, pulling at his soul. "Face it." The figure's voice echoed through his mind, and suddenly, the room seemed to collapse inward, the shattered glass, the fractured walls, the distorted reflections. They all merged into one terrifying vision. He was surrounded by versions of himself, versions that had lived through every choice he had ever made, every regret, every fear. The figure in the center of it all, with its dark, shifting form, was no longer an outsider. It was part of him. He stumbled forward, the ground beneath him spinning. He had to get out. He couldn't stay in this place. His legs moved of their own accord, carrying him toward the center of the room, where the figure awaited. He couldn't stop now, not when the weight of his own guilt and fear was so close. It was him. "Come closer," the figure said softly, its hand reaching toward him. Its fingers stretched out, impossibly long, impossibly thin, as if it were a shadow reaching for the light. He didn't know what to do, didn't know if he was supposed to resist or to surrender. But one thing was clear, the figure was right. He had never truly been alone. The room had always reflected his fears, his mistakes, and now it was showing him the truth he had spent his whole life avoiding. "You've always known this was coming." The figure's voice was low, almost comforting now, as if it were speaking the truth he had longed to hear. "All of it, every choice, every fear, every part of you, it's here now. And you have to face it." He closed his eyes, the air growing colder, the whispers louder, the room growing darker. The weight of everything, the choices, the regrets, the fear, pressed down on him. It was suffocating. And then for a brief moment he understood. He wasn't just in a room. He was trapped inside himself. With that realization, the figure reached out, and the darkness took him. Name of the next story: The Train That Never Stops. The late-night city streets were quieter than usual. The usual hum of traffic, the distant chatter of pedestrians, and the glow of streetlights all faded as Thomas made his way down the sidewalk. He had just finished a long day at work, and all he wanted now was to get home. His apartment, small and cramped, was a refuge after the long shifts at the office. The world outside never stopped moving, but Thomas found peace in the stillness of his place. Tonight, however, he was feeling a little more on edge than usual. He glanced at his watch. The hour was late, well past midnight. The last train from the downtown station was always a little quieter. He preferred it that way, though. Fewer people meant fewer distractions. And besides, after a long day, he just wanted to be alone with his thoughts. As he approached the station, the dimly lit platform looked almost deserted. Only a few commuters stood, their faces tired and vacant, as if the world outside was too much to handle. Thomas quickly bought his ticket from the kiosk, feeling the chill of the night air creeping down his neck. The station seemed emptier than usual. There was a strange heaviness in the air tonight, as if something was waiting to happen, but he shrugged it off. He had a train to catch, and that's all that mattered. The train pulled into the station with a soft hiss, its headlights casting a long, eerie shadow on the platform. It was an old model, clunky, with faded red paint that made it look like something from another era. Thomas didn't think much of it at first, except for a fleeting thought that it looked out of place. It seemed almost too ancient, but he was too tired to care. He boarded the train, stepping into a nearly empty car. A single man sat in the far corner, staring out the window, his face hidden beneath the brim of a dark hat. Thomas glanced at him, but quickly turned away. There was something about the man's stillness that unsettled him, but again, he pushed the feeling aside. He found a seat by the window and leaned back, staring out into the darkness as the train began to move. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels on the tracks was oddly soothing, and Thomas felt his eyes grow heavy. His head lulled to one side, and for a moment he almost fell asleep. The train moved steadily through the city, but as the minutes passed, something strange began to happen. It wasn't anything major, just small oddities that made Thomas's brow furrow. He could have sworn the train had already passed a few stations, but the signs on the platform never changed. The stops seemed to repeat themselves in an endless loop. He checked his watch, noting that the time had barely changed. Must be tired, he thought. Maybe I'm just not paying attention. But the feeling wouldn't go away. The night had an oppressive quality to it now, as if the train was moving through a world that no longer existed. The air inside the car felt thick, heavy, as if something was pressing down on him. He shifted in his seat, uncomfortable, and glanced over at the man in the corner. The stranger still hadn't moved, his eyes fixed on the window. There was something deeply unsettling about his stillness. Thomas opened his mouth to say something, to ask if everything was all right, but the words never left his lips. It was as though his voice had been swallowed by the thick air inside the train. A sudden chill ran down his spine. He looked around the car again, his gaze catching on a few more figures now. There were others seated in the car, but they were different. Their eyes were too wide, too blank. Their clothes were old-fashioned, as though they didn't belong to the present time. Thomas's heart began to race, a rising wave of panic crawling up his throat. He quickly turned back to the window. The city outside had disappeared, replaced by an endless stretch of darkened landscape. The train no longer seemed to be moving through a real place. It was as if the outside world was just gone. The stranger in the corner finally shifted, slowly raising his head. He turned his gaze towards Thomas, and for the first time, their eyes met. Thomas froze. There was nothing human in the stranger's eyes, nothing warm or alive. They were hollow, black pits, empty and endless, as though staring into them would pull him into a void he couldn't escape. "Where are we going?" Thomas finally managed to ask, his voice barely a whisper. The stranger didn't answer immediately. Instead, he let out a low chuckle, a sound that sent a shiver of dread through Thomas's entire body. "Nowhere," the man said, his voice raspy and dry, like leaves crunching in the wind. "This train never stops." The words hung in the air, an unsettling truth settling around them like fog. Thomas opened his mouth to ask what the man meant, but before he could speak, the train lurched. The lights flickered, casting shadows that seemed to stretch unnaturally along the walls of the car. The steady rhythm of the wheels began to slow, the air growing colder. And then, for the first time since he had boarded, Thomas noticed something even stranger. the train had stopped moving. The eerie stillness inside the car was suffocating. He looked around again at the other passengers, but they were all staring at him now. Their eyes were wide, unblinking, and lifeless. He could hear the faintest whispers coming from the corners of the car, voices that were not his own, and certainly not from anyone else aboard the train. The temperature dropped further. He could see his breath fogging in the air, thick and unnatural. Panic rose in his chest as he stood up, heart hammering in his chest. "What's happening?" he muttered, his voice trembling. No one answered. He stumbled toward the door, his hands shaking as he reached for the handle. He yanked on it with all his strength, but the door wouldn't open. It felt as if something on the other side was holding it shut, keeping him trapped inside. "What the hell is going on?" he shouted, banging on the glass. "Let me off!" But the train didn't respond. No one did. The whispers grew louder, more insistent now, swirling around him like a storm. His head spun as his mind raced for an explanation, but nothing made sense. The train had stopped moving, yet it felt like it was still going. His stomach churned with a growing sense of dread, and his hands were clammy with sweat. Suddenly a voice, clear and sharp, cut through the air. "Get off!" Thomas whipped around, his breath catching in his throat. The voice came from the far end of the car, from the shadowy figure sitting there. The man who had been silent before now stood. His features were clearer than ever, and there was no mistaking the malicious grin stretching across his face. His teeth were too white, too sharp, and there was a deep, unsettling glint in his eyes. "Get off!" the man repeated, stepping forward. But Thomas had no idea how. The air around Thomas seemed to constrict, as if the train itself were breathing, drawing him deeper into some unseen pit. His pulse quickened, each beat of his heart pounding in his ears. The whispering voices, those soft, maddening murmurs, grew louder, overlapping one another in a cacophony of disembodied sounds. His head throbbed with the pressure of them, his stomach twisting into tight knots. The stranger's figure moved closer, and Thomas felt an overwhelming urge to run, though he couldn't decide where he could possibly go. The train was endless, the walls a smooth, reflective surface that seemed to stretch on forever, no exits, no doors to speak of. "Get off," the man repeated. This time, the words were sharp, almost like a command. Thomas turned back to the door. He yanked on the handle again, his fingers numb and slick with sweat. The door didn't budge. He kicked at it, his foot slamming against the glass with a sickening thud. But there was no sound, no echo of impact. It was as though the room had swallowed it whole. "Why won't it open?" Thomas gasped, more to himself than to anyone else. His voice was tight, strained, as if the air was being sucked out of his lungs. The man didn't answer. He just stood there, staring, his eyes too wide, too unblinking, as if he could see straight into Thomas's very soul. The train's lights flickered again, casting long, creeping shadows that stretched across the floor and up the walls, making the space feel even more suffocating. "Get off!" the voices whispered, growing more frantic. "Get off before it's too late." Thomas took a step back, his breath shallow, his hands trembling. The temperature had dropped even further, so much so that he could see his breath forming misty clouds in front of him. The cold crept into his bones, stealing his warmth, his strength, and yet it was the whispers that filled him with the most dread. They weren't just in his ears anymore. They were inside his head, buzzing beneath his skin, whispering to him like 1,000 voices all at once. He wanted to scream, to shout at them, to demand answers, but he couldn't. It was as if something was preventing him from speaking, holding his voice in his throat. The train was alive with this presence. The whole thing, every seat, every inch of metal and glass, felt wrong. The stranger took another slow step forward, and Thomas could feel the air grow even colder, like the temperature had dropped several degrees with each movement. It wasn't the cold of winter. It was a coldness that seemed to seep from the very walls of the train, from the floor beneath his feet. "Where are we?" Thomas finally managed to rasp out, his voice sounding small and distant. The stranger's lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't comforting. It was predatory, something that had no place in a human face. "Does it matter?" he asked in a voice that felt too hollow, too distant, as though it came from some far-off place. Before Thomas could respond, the whispering voices intensified, coming from all directions now. They were everywhere. They were inside his head, inside his chest, suffocating him. "It's not real. None of this is real. You'll never escape. You belong here." Each whisper was louder, clearer than the last, and they swirled around him, tugging at his mind, drowning out his thoughts. He clutched his head, trying to block them out, but they pressed harder, the weight of them driving him to the edge of madness. "Stop!" he screamed, his voice echoing through the train. But it didn't stop. The voices only grew louder, more insistent. He could hear them now, each individual whisper distinct, and each one a dark, terrible warning. "They've been here before. They'll never leave. And neither will you." Thomas stumbled back, his body hitting the cold wall of the train, sending a shock of ice through him. His heart raced in his chest, and he fought to steady his breath. He needed to get out. He couldn't stay in here. But how? How could he escape when the train wouldn't stop? In desperation, he turned toward the window, hands shaking as he peered out into the night. But instead of the usual blurred lights and signs of the city, there was only an endless void. The night had swallowed the world whole. There was no skyline, no stars, no landmarks, only an impenetrable, black emptiness that stretched on forever. He stared at it, feeling the very fabric of reality slipping away from him. What was this place? Where was he? He couldn't see any signs of life outside the window. No passing scenery, no lights blinking in the distance. Just the same endless black. The train jerked forward again, this time with an unsettling violence, the sudden motion making Thomas stumble. He grabbed onto the nearest seat to steady himself. His hands were slick with sweat, his heart beating faster than it ever had before. This wasn't just a train ride. This wasn't just some late-night commute. This was something else. Something alive. The train is moving again, he thought, his mind struggling to make sense of it all. But where is it going? He turned back to the other passengers, looking for someone, anyone, who might be able to explain what was happening. But they were all staring at him now, their eyes wide and unblinking, hollow. They weren't blinking, they weren't moving, not even breathing. They were just watching. He swallowed hard, his throat tight with fear. "What do you want?" he asked, his voice cracking, barely audible. The man in the corner, the one who had first spoken to him, began to move again, slowly, deliberately. He took a few slow steps, his movements unnaturally smooth, like he was gliding rather than walking. And as he did, the other passengers followed suit, all of them standing in perfect unison. Thomas's breath caught in his throat. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. The stranger's lips twisted into that smile again, the one that sent a chill down Thomas's spine. "You should have gotten off when you had the chance," the man said softly. The words were like a low hum, like a warning. "But now you're part of this train, and it's not stopping." Thomas's mind spun. He couldn't move. He couldn't think. His body was frozen in place, his heart thundering in his chest, every instinct screaming at him to run, to fight, to do anything. But he couldn't. He was trapped. The train continued to rattle through the empty night, its screeching wheels an eerie soundtrack to the growing dread that gripped Thomas. He could feel the weight of the passengers' unblinking eyes upon him, like 1,000 invisible hands pushing him deeper into a nightmare that had no end. The man who had spoken to him, the one with the predatory smile, now stood at the center of the car, his body perfectly still, but his eyes were alive with something that Thomas couldn't quite name. What do you want from me?" Thomas managed to whisper, the words barely escaping his dry throat. His mouth felt like sandpaper, his lips cracking with the effort to speak. The stranger took a slow, deliberate step forward, his expression never changing. Want he repeated, his voice a low rasp. "You misunderstand. This train does not want anything from you. It needs you." Thomas's stomach twisted into a knot. The words sent a shiver up his spine, but he didn't dare look away. The man's gaze seemed to pierce through him, unraveling his very thoughts, digging deep into his past, as though it knew every fear, every regret, every weakness. "I don't understand," Thomas mumbled, his mind reeling, struggling to grasp what was happening. He was trapped in this train, with these passengers who weren't alive, surrounded by an endless void. The fear in his chest rose, clawing at his lungs, suffocating him. "You will," the stranger replied softly, stepping closer now, the gap between them closing with every breath. "You will understand soon enough. When the time comes." Thomas tried to back away, but the train's movement was erratic, jerking forward again. His knees buckled under him, and he fell to the floor with a dull thud. The cold, unfeeling metal pressed into his skin as he lay there, too frightened to move. His heart hammered in his chest, each beat louder than the last, drowning out everything else. The whispers had returned, crawling into his ears, into his very soul. They spoke in a language he couldn't understand, but the tone was unmistakable. It was a voice of warning, a voice that wanted him to listen, to accept. "You are here now. You belong here. There is no escape. Not anymore. The train is hungry." He clutched his ears, trying to block them out, but the voices only grew louder, more urgent, more insistent. Suddenly, the train lurched forward with an alarming force, throwing Thomas into the seat beside him. His breath caught in his throat as the motion seemed to become more erratic, almost frantic. The lights flickered, casting long shadows across the car, creating twisted shapes on the walls that seemed to shift and change. For a moment, Thomas thought he saw figures, tall, elongated shadows that slithered and moved in ways that made no sense. Is this real?" Thomas whispered, his mind cracking under the pressure of the overwhelming sensations. The cold air was unbearable now, cutting into his skin like sharp blades. His body shook uncontrollably, his heart pounding against his ribs. The stranger was standing right in front of him now, his face close, too close. "What's real?" the man asked, his voice almost mocking, though there was an eerie sadness in his eyes. Thomas looked around desperately, his gaze landing on the other passengers. They still stood in eerie silence, not a single one of them making a move. But something had changed. They were no longer just standing there, motionless. Their eyes were now fixed on Thomas, their mouths twitching, stretching into grotesque smiles. His stomach churned, and the world seemed to tilt. The train felt as though it were spinning, but the walls were still there, the reflections warping and bending in a sickening way. He blinked, but when he opened his eyes, the faces of the passengers had changed. Their features were melting, becoming distorted, as if they weren't even human anymore. Their eyes were wide, empty voids, and their mouths were stretched open in silent screams. No, this can't be happening." The whispers grew louder, and now they were coming from the passengers too, their voices merging with the others, forming a low hum that seemed to vibrate in his chest. "You're part of us now, forever. No one leaves." He stood, trembling, his body moving without his consent, as if the train itself were controlling him, guiding his every step. His legs wobbled beneath him, but he couldn't stop himself from walking toward the front of the car, toward the door that would not open. He reached for the handle again, but it was useless. The door was locked in place, as it always had been. There was no way out, no escape. "You've been here before," the stranger said suddenly, his voice sharp, cutting through Thomas's panic. "You've always been here." "What do you mean?" Thomas stammered, his breath ragged, the fear threatening to swallow him whole. The man's smile widened, and for a brief moment, Thomas could have sworn the man's teeth were too sharp, too many. "You're not the first to board this train. You won't be the last. And in the end, we all find our way here. The train chooses you." Thomas's pulse quickened. "No, I don't belong here. I don't know how I got here. Please, just let me go." The man tilted his head, his expression softening for the first time, though there was no kindness in it. Only pity. You're here because you were meant to be. This train doesn't stop for anyone. Not for you. Not for anyone. It's your fate. Fate. The word echoed in Thomas's mind, gnawing at him, digging deep into the cracks of his sanity. Was this some twisted dream? Some nightmare he couldn't wake up from? Or had it always been this way, and he had just never realized it? The train lurched forward again, and this time it didn't stop. It didn't slow. It was as if it had entered another dimension, one where time had no meaning, no end. The walls seemed to bend and twist, the passengers' faces changing again, becoming something other, something monstrous. The air grew thick with their whispers, each voice blending into the next, creating a chorus of despair. And then, in the distance, Thomas saw something. A flicker of light. A sign. A station. Could it be real? Was it possible that the train was finally stopping? He stumbled toward the window, his heart in his throat, and peered outside. But when he saw the station, his breath caught. The platform was empty. The buildings were crumbling, the streets dark and desolate. The entire place was dead. And the more he stared, the more he realized that the station wasn't just deserted. It wasn't a real place at all. It was another reflection. The train wasn't moving toward the station. It was moving toward its destination. And Thomas realized with a sickening certainty that the train would never stop. Not for him. Not for anyone. The realization hit Thomas like a cold wave, crashing over him, submerging him in panic and despair. The station outside the window wasn't real. It was just another illusion, another trick of the train. His fingers pressed against the glass, the cool surface offering no comfort. His eyes were wide, desperate, searching for some sign of escape, some glimmer of hope. But there was nothing, only darkness stretching out endlessly, and the faint hum of the train's engine that seemed to grow louder with every passing second. He backed away from the window, his breath shallow, his heart pounding. The passengers were still standing around him, their twisted forms shifting in the dim light. Their eyes never left him, their smiles wide and grotesque. He could hear their whispers now, clearer than ever before. The voices weren't just words, they were feelings, thoughts, memories that weren't his own. "Come closer. You can't leave. You're one of us now. There's no way out. Not anymore. We've been waiting for you." Thomas felt his skin crawl as the whispers grew louder, pressing in on him from all sides. He wanted to scream, to run, but his body wouldn't move. It felt like the train itself was holding him in place, forcing him to stand, to listen, to accept. He looked around, trying to focus on anything that wasn't those eyes, those smiles, but it was impossible. The air was thick, suffocating. The walls seemed to close in around him. "Why me?" Thomas whispered, his voice barely audible over the rising chorus of whispers. "Why did it choose me?" The man with the sharp smile stepped closer, his dark eyes gleaming in the dim light. "It doesn't choose," he said softly. "You're already here. You've always been here." Thomas recoiled, shaking his head. "I don't understand. I don't belong here." The man's smile stretched wider, almost impossibly so. "That's what they all say," he replied, his voice a cold whisper. "In the end, you'll realize that the train never needed you to belong. It only needed you to stay." As the man spoke, the other passengers seemed to come alive, moving around Thomas in slow, deliberate circles. Their movements were jerky, unnatural, like marionettes with their strings cut. Some of them reached out, their skeletal hands brushing against his arms, their cold touch sending a shiver of fear deep into his bones. Thomas staggered back, his heart racing, his legs weak beneath him. I can't stay here," he cried, but the words felt empty, meaningless. It was as if the train itself had swallowed his voice, drowned out his pleas with the relentless noise of the wheels screeching against the tracks. The man with the smile, his eyes glinting with something ancient, leaned in close, his breath hot against Thomas's ear. "You have no choice," he whispered. "None of us do. We're all bound here, just like you will be. Forever." The words settled in Thomas's chest like a stone. He shook his head, disoriented, trying to make sense of it all. The train was endless. The passengers were ghosts, or worse. And the man, he wasn't human. No, none of them were. He could feel it now, deep in his bones. The very air around him seemed to hum with a malevolent energy, as if the train itself were alive, watching him, waiting. The train jerked again, its movements becoming more erratic, more frenzied. The lights flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. For a moment, everything seemed to blur, as though reality itself was slipping out of focus. The walls of the train car twisted and bent, the reflections warping into grotesque shapes that flickered in and out of view. "Make it stop," Thomas begged, his voice breaking. But the man only smiled. "It will never stop. This train doesn't have a destination, Thomas. It's a journey with no end." The passengers closed in around him now, their eyes gleaming with something ancient, something hungry. Thomas could feel the weight of their gaze, their empty stares crawling beneath his skin, making his heart race in his chest. They weren't just watching him, they were waiting for him to break, to give in. "I won't give in," Thomas said, his voice trembling but defiant. "I won't be like you." The man's smile faltered for a split second, his eyes darkening with something like amusement. "You think you have a choice? You think you can resist?" His voice was low, mocking. "The train always wins. In the end, we all do." The whispers grew louder, more intense, swirling around him like a storm. The voices were no longer just words. They were emotions, memories, images from his past. He saw glimpses of his life flashing before his eyes, his family, his childhood, moments of joy and pain. But it wasn't just his life. It was everyone's life. The passengers' lives. They were all here, all a part of this twisted ride. They had all been pulled into the train, just like him. "You're part of the train now. You'll never leave. We've been waiting for you. Always. You'll never escape." The words twisted in his mind, warping his thoughts, pulling him deeper into the darkness. He wanted to scream, to run, but his body refused to obey. He was trapped, shackled by fear, by the whispers, by the very train itself. There was no escape. "Let me go," he shouted, his voice rising in desperation. "Please, I want to get off. I want to wake up." The man with the smile stepped forward, his eyes burning with an intensity that made Thomas's blood run cold. "There is no waking up," he said, his voice calm, almost pitying. "This is your reality now. The train is your reality. You'll never leave, Thomas. And neither will any of us." The air grew thick with the hum of the train's engine, the vibrations shaking the walls, rattling Thomas's bones. The whispers seemed to echo louder, until it felt like his mind was being consumed by the noise. The walls of the train car began to close in on him, the space growing smaller, suffocating. The passengers were no longer just standing. They were moving toward him, their hands outstretched, their eyes wide and unblinking. And then in the distance, a flicker of light appeared, a distant station perhaps. Thomas's heart raced, hope rising within him, but as the train drew closer, he saw the truth. The station wasn't real. It was just another reflection, another trap set by the train to lure him in. The train never stopped. It never would, and neither would he. The train rattled on, its wheels screeching against the tracks as if mocking Thomas's helplessness. The fleeting glimmer of hope he'd felt when he saw the distant station had already faded, swallowed by the endless darkness. The walls of the train seemed to pulse around him, the air thickening with the weight of his own dread. The passengers, those twisted reflections of people once alive, moved closer, their eyes gleaming with an unsettling hunger. Thomas stumbled back, his pulse racing, his mind spiraling. The realization, heavy and inescapable, gnawed at him. The train wasn't just a machine. It was something far older, far more sinister. It wasn't merely taking him on a ride, it was feeding off his fear, consuming him with every passing second. The train had no destination, no end. It existed for one purpose: to trap, to consume, and to make its passengers part of its eternal journey. "I won't give up," Thomas whispered to himself, his voice shaking. But even as the words left his lips, he knew they were empty. His mind was unraveling, and the overwhelming sense of dread that gripped him only tightened with every second. "Why are you fighting?" a voice purred, slithering through the air like a snake. It came from behind him, smooth and seductive. He spun around to see the woman with dark, vacant eyes, her long hair falling over her face. Her expression was empty, a hollow mask of beauty that seemed to hide something far more monstrous beneath. "Why don't you just accept it?" she continued, her voice almost sweet, like a lullaby that promised no escape. "We've all been here for so long. You don't need to resist. You can be with us forever." Thomas recoiled, his stomach churning. "I don't want to be like you," he shouted, his voice cracking. "You're all dead." The woman tilted her head slightly, an eerie smile curling at the edges of her lips. "Dead," she echoed, her laughter soft and unsettling. "We're not dead, Thomas. We're just not alive, not in the way you think. We exist. We endure. And so will you once you stop fighting." Her words were like poison, sliding beneath his skin, planting seeds of doubt in his mind. How could he resist when everything felt so hopeless? How could he escape when the walls of the train seemed to close in, pressing on him, suffocating him? His thoughts raced, but every thought led back to the same cold, harsh truth: there was no escape. The passengers were closing in now, their hollow eyes locked onto him with unblinking intensity. They were too close. He could hear the soft scrape of their feet against the floor, the faint whispers of their voices blending into an unintelligible murmur. The train's hum filled the air, growing louder with each passing moment. "Stop," Thomas cried, his voice raw. "Leave me alone." The woman stepped forward, her fingers brushing lightly against his arm. Her touch was cold, like the icy grip of death itself. "You're not the first to try," she whispered, her voice dipping into something darker, more sinister. "You won't be the last. We all thought we could escape, at first." Her words were like daggers, stabbing into his mind, digging deeper into the place where his fear lay. He wanted to run. He wanted to scream, but his body felt numb, as if it too had been claimed by the train. The walls of the car seemed to close in tighter, the space shrinking with every breath. "No," he yelled, slamming his fist against the wall, the sound echoing in the hollow emptiness. "I'm not like you. I won't stay here. I'll get out." For a brief moment, the woman's smile faltered. Her eyes flickered, a hint of something darker flashing behind them. "You still don't understand," she said softly, her voice low and almost pitying. "You're already here, Thomas. You've been here longer than you think." Thomas's breath caught in his throat as he felt a cold chill creep down his spine. What did she mean? What was she trying to say? "Stop it," he shouted, backing away, his mind spinning. "I'm not like you. I won't stay here forever." But as the words left his lips, something shifted. The train's lights flickered again, and the walls seemed to pulse, as if the very structure of the train was alive, responding to his defiance. The passengers, no, the creatures, slowly began to gather around him, their empty eyes never leaving him. Their whispers were louder now, the words blending together into a single, maddening chant. "You belong to the train. You can't leave. We're all here. We're all waiting." The whispers felt like hands, clawing at his mind, pulling him into their embrace. It was too much, too overwhelming. His legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed to the floor, his hands pressed against his ears in a desperate attempt to block out the maddening sound. "You can't block us out," the woman's voice echoed, her tone filled with a cruel amusement. "We're inside you now, Thomas, just like the rest of us. You're part of the train." The words reverberated through his skull, sinking deep into his consciousness. The train's hum seemed to drown out everything else, the rhythmic pounding of the wheels against the tracks merging with the whispers, the chants, until it was all he could hear. He tried to stand, to run, but his body refused to obey. He was trapped, his legs stiff, his arms frozen by an invisible force. He could feel his mind unraveling, the edges of his sanity fraying as the darkness closed in around him. And then, as if from a distance, a voice broke through the chaos. It was faint, weak, but it was there. "Thomas!" He lifted his head, trying to focus on the sound. Was it a voice from the outside world? Could it be? "Thomas, you need to wake up." The voice was faint, like a whisper on the wind, but it was different from the others. It didn't belong to the creatures in the train. It didn't belong to the train at all. "Wake up, Thomas. It's not too late." The voice seemed to reach him, cutting through the haze of whispers, pulling him back from the edge of insanity. He could feel a flicker of something real. His heart raced, a new surge of adrenaline pushing through his veins. Was this an illusion too? Or was it his last chance? Without thinking, he pushed himself up, his legs trembling beneath him. The creatures were closing in, their hands reaching for him, but the voice, that voice, pushed him forward. "Wake up, wake up!" Thomas ran. His feet pounded against the floor of the train, his heart racing as he darted between the passengers, their grotesque figures a blur. The walls seemed to close in around him, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. There was no time to think. He had to escape. And then, just as the shadows reached for him, a door appeared. Thomas's heart raced as he saw the door materialize out of thin air, its wooden frame sharp against the sickly glow of the train's dim lighting. It hadn't been there a moment ago, but now it stood, as real and solid as any other door. The whispers intensified, a deafening cacophony surrounding him, but his eyes locked onto the door with a fierce determination. This was his chance. It was the only way out. He bolted towards it, his legs burning with the effort, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The creatures behind him screeched, their fingers clawing at the air, their eyes wild with hunger. They were too close, too many. He could feel their cold, dead gazes on his back, and he knew, if he slowed down for even a second, they would catch him, drag him back into the endless dark of the train. The door was closer now, the space between him and it narrowing with every step. It loomed ahead like a beacon of hope, its brass handle gleaming in the dim light. He reached for it, his hand shaking violently, but just as his fingers brushed against the cold metal, something grabbed his ankle. A sharp, searing pain shot through his leg as a cold hand, clammy and thin like decaying flesh, tightened around his foot. He cried out, struggling to free himself, but the grip only tightened. He tried kicking, twisting, anything to break free, but the hand was unyielding. A low, guttural laugh echoed from behind him, and he whipped his head around to see the woman, her face contorted in a twisted grin, her hollow eyes gleaming with sadistic pleasure. "Where do you think you're going?" she cooed, her voice soft but sharp, like a blade sliding across skin. "You can't leave. None of us ever can." "No!" Thomas screamed, his voice breaking. "I won't stay here." But the woman's grin only widened, her features becoming more distorted, as if her face was being pulled into something darker, more monstrous. The air around them seemed to crackle with an unnatural energy, the walls of the train closing in tighter, pressing on his chest, suffocating him. But Thomas wasn't done. He wouldn't give up. He wasn't like them. He refused to be swallowed by this nightmare. His other foot kicked out violently, striking the edge of the door frame. The impact sent a jolt through his leg, but it also dislodged the hand around his ankle. For a brief moment, the woman's grip loosened, and Thomas yanked his leg free. He stumbled forward, his body unsteady, but he wasn't about to stop now. With one final desperate effort, Thomas grabbed the door handle. It felt impossibly cold beneath his fingers, as if it had been frozen by the depths of the void itself, but he twisted it with all his strength. The door creaked open, revealing only darkness beyond. There was no light, no sign of anything, just a thick, suffocating blackness that seemed to pull at him like a vortex. "Don't," the woman whispered from behind him, her voice dripping with malice. "You'll regret it." He didn't care. The whispers that had once filled the air were now just a dull buzz in his ears. The only sound that mattered was his heartbeat, pounding in his chest, louder than anything else. He stepped through the door. The moment he crossed the threshold, the air shifted. The oppressive weight of the train lifted, replaced by something else, a chilling cold, a silence so profound it felt unnatural. It was as though the world itself had been swallowed by the void, leaving only the barest echo of what had been. He stumbled, his feet crunching against something cold and sharp, like glass underfoot. His hands shot out to catch himself, but there was nothing to hold on to, nothing to steady him. Thomas forced himself to his feet, his breath clouding in the frigid air. He couldn't see anything beyond the darkness, couldn't tell where the train had gone, or if it had even been real at all. His head spun, the residual effects of fear and exhaustion clouding his thoughts. He had escaped, but where was he now? The silence stretched on, oppressive and heavy. His mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. The train, the woman, the passengers. Was any of it real? Had it been a dream? Or was this part of the nightmare, a new, even darker stage in his torment? "Thomas," the voice came again, faint and distant, but unmistakably real. It was the same voice he had heard before, the one that had called to him, urged him to wake up. It was soft, gentle, but there was something behind it, something desperate, something that sounded familiar. He took a step forward, then another, unsure of where he was going but unable to stand still. The fog around him was thick, and he could barely see his own hand in front of his face. The only thing that remained clear was that voice. "Thomas, you have to wake up." His feet moved faster now, driven by a force he couldn't explain. The cold pressed in on him from all sides, and he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The darkness shifted, pulling, whispering, and the longer he walked, the closer the voice seemed to get. And then suddenly the fog parted, just slightly, enough for him to see something ahead. A faint glow flickered through the mist. It wasn't much, but it was enough. It was light. Thomas broke into a run, his legs aching with the effort, the frost biting at his skin. He could hear the whispers again, low and insistent, rising in volume with each step. The closer he got to the light, the more intense the whispers became, until they felt like hands clutching at his mind, pulling him down into the depths of his own fear. But he couldn't stop. He wouldn't stop. Not again. Not after everything he had already been through. And then he broke through the fog. The scene before him was like something out of a dream or a nightmare. He stood at the edge of a vast, open plain, the grass beneath his feet dry and brittle, as if untouched by time. In the distance, there was a small house, its windows dark, its door ajar as though inviting him in. The sky above was a deep, bruised purple, streaked with lightning that crackled silently, as though even the storm itself had forgotten how to make a sound. And there, standing at the threshold of the house, was a figure, a silhouette, barely visible against the dim light, but the outline was unmistakable. It was him. His own face stared back at him, but it wasn't a reflection. It wasn't a mirror. It was a person, another version of him, twisted and wrong. "Welcome home, Thomas," the figure said, its voice dripping with mockery. You should have known there was no escape. Thomas froze, his blood running cold as he stared at the figure that mirrored him perfectly. Yet it wasn't him, not entirely. The figure stood motionless, its arms hanging by its sides like a marionette waiting to be controlled. The longer Thomas stared, the more he saw in it, his own face, but the eyes were black holes, voids that seemed to consume everything in their gaze. A twisted grin stretched across the figure's face, but there was nothing warm or human in it. The grin was sharp, jagged, as if it were carved into the skin. It stepped forward, the earth beneath it groaning, like the ground itself rejected the presence of this thing. Its voice came again, soft but mocking. "You can't escape from yourself, Thomas. We're all trapped here." The words hit Thomas like a physical blow, and for a brief moment, he thought he might collapse. His heart pounded in his chest, the beat quickening with every breath he took. The world around him seemed to warp, the edges of the plane rippling like water disturbed by a stone. "No," Thomas gasped, shaking his head violently. "No, this isn't real. You're not real." But the figure didn't respond with words. Instead, it began to move toward him, its steps slow but deliberate. Every footfall it made was like a drumbeat echoing in Thomas's mind. With every step it took, the air seemed to thicken, the cold seeping deeper into his bones, until it felt like he was standing in a tomb, suffocating under the weight of silence and dread. "Wake up, Thomas," it said again, but this time the words weren't mocking. They were insistent, desperate. "It's time to wake up." He staggered backward, panic clawing at him, but the figure wasn't going to let him go. It reached out with a skeletal hand, its fingers stretching impossibly long, unnaturally so, until they brushed against his arm. The touch was freezing, like the grip of death itself, and Thomas gasped, recoiling from it as if burned. The figure's smile twisted further, its lips peeling back to reveal a row of sharp, black teeth. "You think you're the one in control? You're not. This place, this train, it never stops. And neither will we." Suddenly, Thomas was back on the train. The world snapped around him like a curtain being drawn, and the familiar groan of the train's wheels on the track filled his ears again. He was standing in the same car, the same dimly lit space, the same faded seats and rusting fixtures. The passengers were there, too, their faces as blank and hollow as ever, but their eyes were now fixed on him. Every single one of them watched him, unblinking, as if they knew something he didn't. And in the silence of the train, the whispers started again, but this time they were louder, more insistent. "Join us, Thomas," the whispers hissed in unison. "You'll never leave. You'll never wake up." Thomas stumbled backward, his heart hammering in his chest. He could feel the walls of the train pressing in on him, the air growing heavier, more suffocating with each passing second. He needed to move, needed to get out of here, but every door he tried was sealed shut, every window an impenetrable blur of glass. There was no escape. "No!" Thomas shouted, his voice cracking. "I won't stay here. I won't become like you." He turned, frantically searching for a way out, but the train seemed endless, stretching out before him in all directions. The faces of the passengers twisted, their features warping into grotesque shapes, their eyes hollow, their mouths open in silent screams. And then he heard it, a soft voice, barely a whisper, but it cut through the cacophony of fear and panic. "Thomas, help me." He spun around, heart leaping in his chest. The voice, it was familiar. He knew it. "Mom," he whispered, barely able to speak the word, the name catching in his throat. There, standing at the far end of the car, was a woman. She was older now, her hair silvered with age, her face lined with the marks of time, but it was unmistakably her, his mother. "Mom," he shouted again, taking a step forward, then another, but each step felt like wading through thick tar, the air growing heavier, more oppressive with every move. She reached out toward him, her hand trembling. "You have to leave, Thomas," she said, her voice low and strained, as if the very act of speaking was a struggle. "You can't stay here. You can't help them. What are you talking about?" Thomas gasped, his mind spinning. "I don't understand. What's happening? What is this place?" She took a step back, her face crumpling in pain, her hands clutching at her chest as if it physically hurt her to speak. "They'll take you too," she whispered. "Just like they took me. Just like they took everyone. It's too late for me, but it's not too late for you." Before Thomas could move any closer, the train lurched violently, throwing him off balance. The lights flickered, casting everything in an eerie, strobe-like glow. And then the figure appeared again, standing between him and his mother, its eyes glowing a faint, unnatural red. "You can't save her," it said, its voice cold and final. "There is no salvation here. There's only the endless ride. Only the darkness." The train shook again, and the lights went out completely. For a moment, everything was plunged into complete darkness, but the whispers never stopped. They grew louder, more frantic, filling the space around him until it felt like they were crawling under his skin, suffocating him from the inside. "Wake up, Thomas," his mother's voice whispered again, softer this time, as if she was fading. His heart raced, his breathing shallow. He had to make a choice. The voice was calling to him, pleading with him, but the figure, the thing that wasn't him, was blocking the way. "Make the choice," it sneered, stepping closer, its breath cold against his face. "You're running out of time." And then everything went still. For a single brief moment, everything was silent. The whispers stopped. The train stopped. The shadows stopped moving. It was as if time itself had frozen. And in that silence, Thomas felt the weight of it all. The weight of everything he had been through, everything he was about to face, the terror of never waking up again. But in that moment, something else shifted too. A small voice, distant but clear, rang in his mind. A voice that wasn't his mother's. It was his own. "You can escape, Thomas. You can still wake up." Thomas's breath caught in his throat. The voice inside his head. It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't a figment of his imagination. It was strong, clear, and full of a strange kind of knowing, as if it had been waiting for him to hear it. He took a step back, his gaze darting around the darkened train car. The stillness was overwhelming, oppressive, as if the very air was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. His mother's image had faded. The figure, his reflection or whatever it was, stood silent, its black eyes boring into him. But now, there was a different sense to the moment. The oppressive weight that had crushed him before, that had suffocated his thoughts, seemed to lift ever so slightly. There was a shift, as if something had cracked open just a little. The voice came again, gentle, almost reassuring. "You can break free, Thomas. The choice is yours." The train was still, the rhythmic sound of the tracks absent. Thomas's heart pounded in his chest, but the panic that had gripped him so fiercely now seemed distant. His mother had been taken, lost to this nightmare, but the voice, his voice, was telling him there was still a chance. He could escape this. He could stop this endless ride. But how? The figure, no, the thing, moved toward him again, its movements unnatural, too smooth, too fluid. It didn't walk, it glided. Its form stretched unnaturally tall, its hands, long and clawed, reaching for him. Its mouth twisted into a grotesque sneer, and its voice echoed in the silence, a low, guttural growl. "You think you have control? You think you can break free?" It took another step, its presence filling the air, suffocating him again. "You are already ours. You belong here. We are all trapped." "Stop it!" Thomas shouted, his voice shaking but defiant. The words felt weak against the crushing atmosphere of the train, but the voice in his mind urged him forward. "Remember, Thomas, it's not about fighting them. It's about fighting yourself. Let go of your fear. Let go of the darkness." The words pierced the fog of confusion clouding his mind. He understood now. This wasn't just about escaping the train. It was about escaping the endless loop of terror he had been caught in. The train, the passengers, the figure, it was all a manifestation of his own fears, his own doubts. He had been trapped by his mind, by his inability to confront what lay beneath the surface. His eyes locked with the creatures, and for a moment, time seemed to stretch. The figure's mouth moved, whispering words that made no sense, but they felt like a promise of doom. "You cannot escape what you are, what you fear. We will never let you go." His pulse thundered in his ears, but something in his chest stirred, a quiet resistance. It wasn't enough to just escape the train. He had to face what was in front of him. He had to look into the abyss, even if it was the abyss of himself. Suddenly, the train lurched again. The lights flickered back on, harsh and blinding, flooding the car with a brutal, sterile light. Thomas squinted, his eyes burning from the sudden change. When the light stabilized, he saw the car had transformed. The walls were no longer plain and featureless. They were covered in symbols, dark and twisting, crawling like insects across the surface. The windows were now shattered, jagged edges biting into the air, and through the broken glass he could see endless, empty tracks stretching into an abyss that never ended. And then the passengers. They were no longer the still, blank-eyed figures they had been before. Now they were writhing, twisting in their seats, their faces contorting in agony, mouths open as if screaming, but no sound escaped. Their eyes were wide and filled with terror, their hands clawing at the seat, at their own faces, at anything they could reach. Thomas's stomach twisted. This was it, the manifestation of the curse. The endless train, the endless passengers, the endless fear. They were all bound here, caught by the same fate that threatened to claim him as well. The thing, the creature, was still there, its black eyes now glistening with a strange, cruel amusement. It didn't need to speak. Its mere presence was enough to freeze him in place. But Thomas, heart-pounding, clenched his fists. The time for fear was over. "I'm not like you," Thomas whispered, barely audible at first, but the words gained strength. "I will not stay here. I will escape." The creature tilted its head, its grin widening in an almost predatory way. "You can't. You belong here, Thomas. Like all of us, you're a part of this place now." "No," Thomas said, his voice stronger this time. "I'm not part of this nightmare. I'm not like you. I can wake up." The thing's grin faltered for a moment, and then it lunged, faster than anything Thomas could have anticipated. It reached out, its long, clawed fingers snapping toward him with terrifying speed. But Thomas didn't move. Instead, he focused, forcing every ounce of will into his mind. The creature's hand came inches from his face, but he did nothing. He didn't flinch. He didn't back away. He let the creature get close. He let the darkness close in, because he had nothing to fear anymore. And then, as if something snapped inside him, he screamed. A primal sound, filled with the rage of every fear he had ever suppressed. The creature froze mid-motion, its form beginning to warp, distort, as though Thomas's defiance was too much for it to handle. Its black eyes flickered and cracked, like glass shattering. The smile vanished. The cold, oppressive atmosphere began to crack around him. The train screeched, the wheels grinding to a halt, and for the first time since he boarded, the world stopped moving. And then in the distance, faint and distant, he heard a door open. The sound was soft, but it was there real. "Thomas," the voice whispered again, softer this time. "You can leave now." Thomas's heart stopped. The terror, the suffocating grip on his mind, all of it lifted in an instant. His body shook, but he didn't care. He knew now. He had won. With one final, defiant breath, he turned toward the open door, stepping into the light, leaving the endless train behind. Name of the next story, The Cold Spot. The apartment had been a dream come true for Lisa and Mark. After months of searching, they had finally found a place that was spacious, affordable, and nestled in a quiet neighborhood just far enough from the city to feel like a sanctuary. The building was old, with high ceilings, ornate moldings, and hardwood floors that creaked underfoot. It had character, the kind of charm that made them feel like they were stepping into a little piece of history. But there was something else, too, something they didn't notice at first. The first night in the apartment was uneventful. They unpacked boxes until their backs ached and ordered takeout that they ate sitting on the floor, surrounded by piles of books, dishes, and clothes. The living room became their makeshift haven, its large bay windows letting in soft light from a street lamp outside. As they lay on a mattress pushed against the wall, listening to the faint hum of the city in the distance, Lisa felt a deep sense of peace. "This place is perfect," she whispered, resting her head on Mark's shoulder. "It really is," he replied, kissing her forehead. "I think we're going to be happy here." The first time they noticed the cold spot, it was subtle, barely a flicker of awareness. Lisa was unpacking a box of dishes in the kitchen when she felt it. A faint chill that seemed to drift in from nowhere, brushing against the back of her neck. She paused, frowning, and glanced toward the living room. Mark was on the couch, scrolling through his phone. "Did you leave a window open?" she called out. Mark looked up, confused. "No, why?" "It's freezing in here," she said, rubbing her arms. Mark shrugged. "Old building, I guess. Drafty windows." Lisa nodded, dismissing the thought. But as the days passed, the chill became harder to ignore. It wasn't just a draft, and it wasn't confined to the kitchen. It lingered in the corner of the living room, a small patch of space that seemed immune to the warmth of the radiator or the sunlight streaming through the windows. Lisa joked about it at first, calling it their ghostly AC. Mark laughed, but even he admitted it was strange. One evening, as they were watching TV, Lisa glanced toward the corner where the cold spot seemed to emanate. She shivered involuntarily. "I swear it's getting worse," she said, pulling the blanket tighter around her shoulders. Mark reached out to touch her hand, his fingers warm against her icy skin. "You're overthinking it," he said. "It's just an old apartment. Maybe there's something wrong with the insulation." Lisa nodded, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. The cold wasn't just physical. It felt heavy, oppressive, like a presence that pressed against her chest and made it harder to breathe. At night, when the lights were off and the apartment was silent, she could feel it watching her. One night, she woke up shivering. The room was pitch black, and the air felt colder than ever. She reached out for Mark, but his side of the bed was empty. Panic flared in her chest as she sat up, straining to hear any sound. A faint creak came from the living room. "Mark," she called out, her voice trembling. There was no response. She slid out of bed, her feet touching the freezing floor, and crept toward the door. The hallway stretched before her, bathed in shadow. The living room was just ahead, but the cold seemed to radiate from it like a pulse. She hesitated at the threshold, her breath visible in the icy air. "Mark," she called again, louder this time. A figure emerged from the corner, the shadowy outline of her husband. He was standing still, his back to her, facing the wall. "Mark, what are you doing?" Lisa asked, her voice rising in alarm. He didn't move. The cold seemed to intensify, seeping into her skin and making her teeth chatter. She stepped closer, reaching out to touch his shoulder. "Mark?" He turned suddenly, his face pale and gaunt, his eyes wide and glassy. "I can hear it," he whispered. Lisa froze. "Hear what?" "It's in the walls," he said, his voice barely audible. "It's always been here." Lisa grabbed his arm, pulling him toward her. "You're scaring me. Come back to bed." Mark blinked, as if waking from a trance, and allowed her to lead him back to the bedroom. He didn't say another word, but Lisa could feel the tension in his body, the way his hands trembled as they pulled the blanket over themselves. She lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, listening to the faint creaks and whispers that seemed to come from the living room. Over the next few days, Mark became increasingly withdrawn. He stopped eating, stopped sleeping, and spent most of his time sitting in the living room, staring at the cold corner. Lisa tried to talk to him, to snap him out of whatever spell had taken hold, but he barely responded. His skin grew paler, his eyes more sunken, and he spoke in fragmented sentences that made no sense. "It wants something," he said one afternoon, his voice monotone. "It's hungry." Lisa felt a surge of frustration and fear. "What are you talking about, Mark? You're scaring me. This isn't like you." Mark turned to her, his expression blank. "You'll see." That night, Lisa decided to sleep in the guest room. She couldn't bear the tension in the air, the way the cold seemed to cling to her skin. She curled up under the blankets, her heart pounding, and tried to block out the sound of Mark's muttering in the other room. But sleep didn't come. Around midnight, she heard a sound, a low, guttural whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was faint, like the wind passing through a crack, but it carried words she couldn't quite make out. She sat up, her pulse racing, and strained to listen. The whisper grew louder, more insistent, until it filled the room. Lisa clapped her hands over her ears, but it didn't help. The words were inside her head, cold and sharp, slicing through her thoughts. She stumbled out of bed, disoriented, and made her way to the living room. Mark was sitting in the corner, his back to her, rocking slightly. The cold was unbearable now, a frigid wall of air that made her feel like she was suffocating. "Mark," she said, her voice cracking, "please come back to bed." He didn't respond. She stepped closer, her feet numb against the frozen floor, and reached out to touch his shoulder. As soon as her fingers made contact, he turned to her, his face twisted into a mask of anguish. "It's too late," he whispered. "It's here." The whispering grew louder, a deafening roar that seemed to vibrate through the walls. The room went dark, the air thick and heavy, and Lisa felt herself being pulled toward the corner. She screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the void. Lisa clawed at the floor, trying to anchor herself, but the pull was relentless. It was as though an unseen force was dragging her into the cold, dark corner. The icy air tore at her skin, and her breath came in ragged gasps, each exhale visible in the freezing atmosphere. Her vision blurred, but she could still see Mark, sitting motionless, his eyes locked on the wall as if he were hypnotized. "Mark, help me!" she screamed, her voice cracking. Mark didn't move. His lips quivered as if he wanted to speak but couldn't form the words. Instead, his gaze shifted to her, and she saw tears streaming down his hollow cheeks. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice trembling. "It won't let me." The pull grew stronger, and Lisa felt her body sliding across the floor. Her fingers scraped against the hardwood, splinters digging into her skin as she fought to hold on. The whispering was deafening now, a cacophony of voices that seemed to come from the walls, the floor, and the very air around her. The words were incomprehensible, but they carried a weight that pressed down on her chest, making it impossible to breathe. Just as she thought she would be swallowed by the void, the pull suddenly ceased. The air grew still, and the whispering stopped. Lisa collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Her limbs were numb, and her body ached from the strain. She looked up, expecting to see the cold corner looming over her, but it was gone. The living room was quiet, bathed in the faint glow of the street lamp outside. "Mark," she called out weakly. He was still sitting in the corner, his head bowed and his hands resting limply on his knees. She crawled toward him, her movements slow and deliberate, and placed a hand on his shoulder. His skin was ice cold. "Mark, it's over," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Whatever that was, it's gone." Mark lifted his head, and Lisa recoiled in horror. His eyes were completely black, the irises and whites swallowed by an inky void. His face was gaunt, his cheeks hollow, and his skin stretched tightly over his bones. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out, only a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down Lisa's spine. "Mark, no," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "What happened to you?" He reached out and grabbed her wrist, his grip impossibly strong. His fingers were like icicles, biting into her skin and sending a shock of pain through her arm. She tried to pull away, but he held her firmly, his black eyes staring into hers. "It's not me," he said, his voice distorted and unnatural. "It's inside." Lisa screamed and wrenched herself free, stumbling backward and falling onto the floor. Mark rose slowly, his movements jerky and unnatural, as if he were a puppet on invisible strings. The cold radiated from him now, filling the room and making the air feel thick and heavy. "Leave me alone," Lisa cried, crawling backward until her back hit the wall. Mark tilted his head, his expression unreadable. "You can't escape it," he said. "It's part of you now." Lisa shook her head, her heart pounding in her chest. "No, you're lying. This isn't real." Mark took a step toward her, his body moving with an unsettling stiffness. "You felt it the moment we moved in. It's always been here waiting. And now it's found you." She scrambled to her feet and bolted for the door, her mind racing. She didn't know where she was going or what she would do, but she had to get out. The cold seemed to follow her, wrapping around her like a suffocating shroud. She reached the front door and yanked it open, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness. The hallway was gone, replaced by a void that stretched endlessly in every direction. "No, no, no," she muttered, backing away from the door. "This isn't happening." The door slammed shut behind her, and she spun around to see Mark standing in the center of the living room. The cold radiated from him in waves, and the shadows in the room seemed to shift and writhe like living things. "You can't leave," he said. "They won't let you." Lisa's mind raced as she tried to make sense of what was happening. She thought about the cold spot, the whispers, the way Mark had changed. It all felt like a nightmare, but the pain in her body and the fear in her heart were all too real. "What does it want?" she demanded, her voice shaking. Mark's lips curled into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "It wants everything. Your warmth, your memories, your soul. It feeds on despair." Lisa felt a surge of anger rise within her, cutting through her fear. "I won't let it take me," she said. "I won't give in." Mark laughed, a hollow, echoing sound that made her skin crawl. "You don't have a choice. It's already begun." The shadows in the room grew darker, creeping along the walls and floor like tendrils. The cold intensified, and Lisa felt her strength draining away. She stumbled backward, her vision blurring as the air grew heavier and heavier. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent, drowning out her thoughts. Just as she felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, a sudden warmth enveloped her. It was faint, like the glow of a dying ember, but it was enough to push back the cold. She looked down and saw that she was holding something in her hand, a small, silver pendant that she had unpacked earlier that day. It had belonged to her grandmother, a gift she had always cherished. The warmth grew stronger, spreading through her body and driving away the cold. The whispers faded, and the shadows recoiled as if burned by an unseen force. Mark let out a guttural scream and fell to the floor, his body convulsing. Lisa clutched the pendant tightly, tears streaming down her face. "You're not taking us," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. The shadows seemed to hesitate, wavering in the air like smoke. The cold receded further, and the room grew brighter as the street lamp's light pierced the darkness. Mark stopped convulsing and lay still, his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. Lisa approached him cautiously, the pendant still clutched in her hand. "Mark," she whispered. His eyes fluttered open, and she let out a sob of relief when she saw that they were no longer black. He looked up at her, confusion and fear etched on his face. "Lisa? What happened?" She knelt beside him, pulling him into her arms. "It's over," she said, her voice breaking. "I don't know how, but it's over." Mark clung to her, his body trembling. The cold spot in the corner was gone, and the apartment felt warm for the first time since they had moved in. But as they sat there, holding each other, Lisa couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them, something that wasn't entirely gone. Name of the next story, The Blood Moon Pact. The friends gathered in the small, dimly lit tavern at the edge of the village, their laughter cutting through the quiet hum of whispered conversations. It had been years since they had all been together. Life had pulled them in different directions, jobs, families, and distance. But now they were here, reunited, in the remote village of Red Hollow, where Liam had invited them to stay for a weekend retreat. Liam had always been the planner, the one who held them together. He'd found this village while researching rural getaways and discovered that their visit coincided with the rare occurrence of a blood moon. "It'll be unforgettable," he had said in the group chat, attaching photos of a rustic old house he'd rented for them to stay in. The house, he claimed, had character, but as the group stepped inside, it seemed more like it had secrets. The floorboards creaked under their weight, and the smell of damp wood and mildew clung to the air. The living room was dominated by a large stone fireplace, its mantel adorned with peculiar carvings that none of them recognized. Tall, thin windows let in the faint glow of the setting sun, and the shadows seemed to stretch and shift unnaturally as the light dimmed. "This place is, atmospheric," Natalie said, her voice trailing off as her eyes scanned the room. "You mean creepy," Danny added, tossing his backpack onto a worn armchair. "Why does every horror movie start like this?" "Relax," Liam replied, rolling his eyes. "It's old, sure, but it's cozy. Plus, I read that the locals here have all these cool traditions tied to the blood moon. It's part of their folklore." "Folklore?" Sarah asked, raising an eyebrow as she helped herself to a bottle of wine they'd brought along. "Yeah, like old superstitions. Something about the moon being a time when the veil between worlds is thinner." "I don't know. I thought it'd add to the vibe," Liam said with a grin. Natalie shivered, pulling her sweater tighter around her. "I don't know if I want to be anywhere near thin veils." The group laughed, but the unease in her voice lingered. Outside, the sky deepened into a dark crimson hue as the blood moon began its slow ascent. After dinner, they decided to explore the village. Red Hollow was quiet, almost unnervingly so. The cobblestone streets were empty, and the windows of the small houses lining the road were dark. Only the faint flicker of candlelight from the tavern hinted at any life. As they walked, they noticed strange symbols carved into the doorframes of every home. Circles with jagged edges, crescent shapes, and lines that intersected in ways that made their eyes hurt if they stared too long. "Looks like the locals take their folklore pretty seriously," Danny said, his voice low. "Maybe it's just decoration," Sarah suggested, though her tone lacked conviction. "Or maybe they're trying to keep something out," Natalie whispered, her words hanging in the cold air like a warning. They stopped at the edge of the village square, where an ancient stone well stood at its center. A plaque at the base of the well caught their attention, its inscription worn, but still legible under the light of Liam's phone. "The pact," Liam read aloud. "On the night of the crimson moon, a promise is kept, and a price is paid." "That's ominous." Before anyone could respond, an old man emerged from the shadows of a nearby alley. His face was gaunt, his skin pale and stretched tight over his bones. His eyes, dark and unblinking, seemed to pierce through them. "You shouldn't be here," the man said, his voice rasping like dry leaves. We're just visiting," Liam said, trying to sound casual. The man shook his head. "Leave. Before it's too late." "Too late for what?" Natalie asked, her voice trembling. "The moon is hungry," he said, his gaze fixed on the sky. "And it always gets what it's owed." The group exchanged uneasy glances, but before they could ask any more questions, the man turned and disappeared into the darkness. "Okay, that was creepy," Sarah said, her voice breaking the silence. "Probably just some local trying to mess with the tourists," Liam said, though his attempt to sound confident fell flat. They returned to the house, but the strange encounter lingered in their minds. As the hours passed, the atmosphere inside grew heavier, and an unnatural chill seeped into the air. Natalie was the first to notice it. "Is anyone else freezing?" she asked, rubbing her arms. "It's like the temperature dropped 20 degrees. Danny checked the thermostat. It says it's 70 in here, but it doesn't feel like it." The chill seemed to center around the fireplace. The carvings on the mantel, which had seemed merely odd before, now appeared sinister in the flickering light of the fire. One by one, they began to notice things out of place, shadows that didn't align with their source, whispers that faded the moment they tried to listen, and a faint hum that seemed to emanate from the stone walls. "I don't like this," Sarah said, clutching her wine glass. "Something about this place feels wrong. Let's just go to bed," Liam suggested. "We'll feel better in the morning." But morning didn't bring relief. Instead, they woke to find strange symbols etched into the windows, the same ones they'd seen on the houses in the village. The cold had worsened, and the fire refused to stay lit no matter how much wood they added. The blood moon still hung in the sky, though it was faint in the daylight, casting an eerie red glow over everything. "This doesn't make any sense," Liam said, pacing the room. "It's like the village is trapped in some kind of time loop." "I told you," Natalie said, her voice tight with fear. "Something is wrong here. We need to leave." They packed their bags and headed for the car, but the roads leading out of the village were blocked by thick fog that seemed almost alive. Every turn brought them back to the same place, the stone well in the village square. "It's like we're being herded," Danny said, his voice barely above a whisper. That night, as the blood moon reached its peak, the whispers grew louder, forming words they couldn't understand but instinctively feared. The chill became unbearable, and the symbols on the windows began to glow faintly. Then came the knocking, a slow, deliberate sound that echoed through the house. "No one opened that door," Natalie said, her voice shaking. The knocking grew louder, more insistent. Liam, unable to resist, approached the door. As he reached for the handle, the old man from the village appeared behind him, as if out of thin air. "You've made a mistake," the man said, "but there's still a chance to set it right." "What do you mean?" Liam asked, his hand trembling on the door. "The pact," the man said. "The village's promise to the moon. Every 100 years, it demands a soul, or more. If you're here, it means the moon has chosen you." "That's insane," Sarah said. "We didn't agree to anything." "It doesn't matter," the man replied. "The moon cares only for the pact, not who fulfills it." The whispers grew deafening, and the door began to splinter as if something was clawing at it from the other side. "What do we do?" Natalie screamed. The old man handed Liam a dagger, its blade etched with the same symbols that adorned the houses and windows. "You have to offer a sacrifice. Only blood can satisfy the moon." Liam stared at the dagger in his hand, the flickering firelight dancing along its strange symbols. His heart pounded as he turned to the old man, his voice cracking. "You're saying I have to kill someone? That's the only way to stop this." The old man's face was unyielding, his eyes hollow and unfeeling. "Not just someone," he rasped. "The moon's hunger is specific. It craves the blood of those it's bound to, those who are here under its gaze tonight." Natalie stepped back, her eyes wide with panic. "You're insane. There's no way we're doing this." Her voice shook as she pointed toward the door. "This is all some sick game." The old man didn't flinch. "You've already been chosen. If you don't act, the moon will take all of you." It does not bargain. It does not wait. The house groaned, the walls vibrating as the knocking turned into pounding. The air grew colder still, and their breath came out in visible puffs. Shadows darted across the walls, moving in unnatural ways, their shapes warping and twisting. "Liam, put that thing down," Danny said, his voice firm but his hands trembling. "We can figure this out. There has to be another way." "There isn't," the old man interrupted sharply. "You're all fools if you think you can outlast it. The moon always gets what it's owed." "Stop it!" Sarah screamed, clutching her head. "Just stop." The pounding on the door grew more violent, and the whispers swelled, no longer distant but close, as if someone, or something, was speaking directly into their ears. Words they couldn't understand filled their minds, and with each syllable, a deep dread settled in their chests. "Liam," Natalie whispered, tears streaming down her face. "Don't listen to him. Please. There's got to be another way." But Liam's hand tightened around the hilt of the dagger, his knuckles white. He looked at each of them in turn, Danny, Sarah, Natalie, the people he had called his closest friends, the people he had brought here. "This is my fault," he said, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of whispers and pounding. "I brought us here. I didn't know, but I still brought us here." "No!" Natalie shouted, stepping forward. "Liam, don't do this. You're not a murderer." Liam shook his head, tears welling in his eyes. "I'm trying to save you." Before anyone could stop him, he raised the dagger and plunged it into his own chest. The room seemed to freeze. The whispers stopped. The pounding ceased. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of Liam's ragged breathing as he collapsed to his knees, blood pooling beneath him. "Liam!" Sarah screamed, rushing to his side. She tried to press her hands against the wound, but the blood wouldn't stop. The old man watched, unblinking. "That won't be enough," he said coldly. Danny spun on him, fury in his eyes. "You said a sacrifice would end this." "I said the moon demands blood," the old man replied. "But one life won't quench its thirst when so many are offered." The realization hit them all at once. The pact wasn't for a single soul. It was for as many as the moon could claim. The room began to shake violently, and the shadows on the walls grew, stretching into grotesque, monstrous forms. The blood moon's light poured through the windows, bathing the room in a crimson glow. The symbols on the walls and windows burned brighter, their light almost blinding. Natalie backed into a corner, her hands over her ears as the whispers returned, louder than ever. They spoke her name now, over and over like a chant. "No," she whimpered. "No, no, no." Danny grabbed Sarah's arm, pulling her toward the door. "We have to get out of here. Now." But when he reached for the door handle, it burned his hand. He yelped, stumbling back. The door was glowing red-hot, as if the moon itself was holding it shut. Liam's body lay motionless on the floor, his blood seeping into the cracks of the wooden boards. The old man knelt beside him, his hands hovering over the dagger. He murmured something under his breath, a string of words that sounded ancient and otherworldly. "What are you doing?" Sarah demanded, her voice shaking. "Trying to appease it," the old man said, though his tone held little hope. "But it may already be too late." The shadows began to coalesce, pulling away from the walls and taking shape in the center of the room. They formed a figure, tall and inhuman, its face obscured by swirling darkness. Two glowing red eyes emerged from the void, locking onto the group. Danny stepped in front of Natalie and Sarah, his fists clenched though he was trembling. "Stay back," he shouted, though his voice cracked with fear. The figure didn't move, but its presence pressed down on them like a physical weight. The air felt thick, suffocating. It raised a hand, or something resembling a hand, and pointed toward them. The whispers stopped, replaced by a single, guttural word, "Choose." "No!" Natalie screamed, shaking her head violently. "We're not playing your game." The figure didn't react. It simply pointed again, the weight of its gaze making it impossible to look away. Sarah sobbed, clutching Natalie's arm. "What do we do? What do we do?" Danny's jaw tightened. He looked at the old man. "Is there any way out of this?" The old man didn't answer. He simply lowered his head, his silence speaking volumes. The shadows began to close in, the cold so intense now that frost formed on the walls and floor. The figure loomed closer, its presence overwhelming, its glowing eyes unblinking. Danny turned to the group, his face pale. "We have to do something," he said, his voice cracking. "If we don't, it's going to take all of us." Natalie shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "There has to be another way." "There isn't," Danny shouted, his voice filled with desperation. "This thing, it's not going to stop." The figure's hand stretched toward them, the air around it crackling with unnatural energy. The whispers began again, louder and more insistent, their words burrowing into their minds like claws. Danny took a step forward, his fists clenched. "Take me," he said, his voice trembling but steady. "Leave them alone." The figure paused, its head tilting slightly as if considering his offer. Then slowly it lowered its hand. For a moment, the room was silent. Then the shadows surged forward, enveloping Danny. His screams filled the room, echoing off the walls as the darkness consumed him. When the shadows receded, he was gone. Natalie and Sarah clung to each other, their sobs the only sound in the room. The old man stood, his face grim. "The pact is fulfilled," he said quietly. The blood moon's light began to fade, and the house grew still. But the weight of what had happened lingered, pressing down on them like a heavy shroud. The silence that followed Danny's disappearance was deafening. Natalie and Sarah were frozen in place, their bodies trembling as the red glow of the blood moon dimmed further. The oppressive chill seemed to lift ever so slightly, but the air remained heavy with dread. Natalie's voice finally broke the quiet, trembling and soft. "He's gone," she whispered, staring at the spot where Danny had been. "He's gone." Sarah clutched her friend tighter, her nails digging into Natalie's arm. "This can't be real." "It's not real," she murmured, rocking slightly. "It's a nightmare. We'll wake up." The old man's voice cut through the moment, cold and matter-of-fact. "The pact is never a dream. It's as old as the moon itself. And now it is over." Natalie's head snapped up, fury replacing her terror. "Over? You call this over? We've lost Liam, Danny. What kind of monster are you?" Her voice cracked, tears streaming down her face. The old man didn't flinch. "It is the cost of meddling with forces you don't understand. You shouldn't have come here. The moon only takes those who wander into its shadow willingly." Sarah's sobs grew louder, and she buried her face in her hands. "Why didn't you warn us? You knew this would happen." "I tried," the old man replied, his tone laced with weariness. "But once the blood moon rises, the choice is no longer yours. You stepped into its light, and it claimed you. The village is cursed. It always has been." Natalie stood abruptly, her knees shaking as she pointed a trembling finger at the old man. "You're lying. You could have done something. You wanted this to happen. You're part of this." The old man's expression hardened, but before he could reply, the house groaned violently. The shadows on the walls shivered, and a low rumble filled the air. The blood moon's light, faint as it had become, flared brighter for a brief moment before receding again, as though taunting them. "No," the old man muttered, his voice unusually sharp. His eyes darted to the window. "This isn't right." Natalie and Sarah exchanged a terrified glance. "What do you mean, this isn't right?" Natalie demanded, panic rising in her voice. "You said it was over." The old man stepped toward the window, his gnarled hands trembling as he pulled back the curtain. Outside, the moon loomed larger than ever, its crimson hue pulsating like a beating heart. The village square below was bathed in its unholy light, and the distant shapes of the houses looked warped, their edges twisting unnaturally. "It's still hungry," he said, his voice barely audible. "The blood moon, it hasn't been satisfied." Natalie's breath hitched. "What does that mean?" "We gave it what it wanted. Danny, Liam." The old man turned to them, his face pale and grave. "Something has changed. It's as if the moon's appetite has grown. It doesn't just want blood anymore. It wants everything." The house shook again, harder this time, and the walls seemed to ripple as though they were made of liquid. The cold returned, sharper and more biting than before, and the whispers resumed, louder and more chaotic, filling the room with a cacophony of unintelligible voices. Sarah screamed, falling to the floor and covering her ears. "Make it stop! Make it stop!" Natalie knelt beside her, shaking her head desperately. "I don't know what to do. I don't know." The old man staggered back, clutching his chest as though the very air had turned poisonous. "The pact is unraveling," he choked out. "This is no longer about the village. The moon, it's reaching for the world beyond." The shadows began to pool in the center of the room again, darker and more oppressive than before. This time, the figure that emerged was no longer vaguely humanoid. It was a writhing mass of darkness, its form constantly shifting and changing, its glowing red eyes multiplying until there were dozens, all fixated on the three of them. Natalie felt her mind teetering on the edge of collapse. The thing in front of her wasn't just a shadow or a monster. It was a force, ancient and incomprehensible. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but her body refused to move. The creature didn't speak this time. Instead, the whispers coalesced into a single, resonant voice that echoed inside their heads. More. Natalie clutched her head, the word reverberating through her skull like a hammer. "I don't understand," she screamed. "What do you want from us?" The voice came again, deeper and more insistent. "Everything." The room began to dissolve around them, the walls melting away into darkness. The floor beneath their feet crumbled, and they found themselves suspended in an endless void, the blood moon hanging above them like a malevolent god. Sarah's screams turned into incoherent sobs as she clung to Natalie. "We're going to die," she whimpered. "It's going to take us." The old man stood motionless, his face a mask of resignation. "There's no escaping it now," he said quietly. "This is the end." But Natalie wasn't ready to give up. She turned to the old man, her eyes blazing with desperation. "There has to be a way to stop this. You know something, tell me." The old man hesitated, his gaze fixed on the dagger still clutched in Liam's lifeless hand. "The pact can only be undone by the one who first broke it," he said slowly. "The one who brought you here." Natalie froze, her mind racing. "You mean me?" she asked, her voice trembling. The old man nodded. "The moon marks the instigator. It sees you as the one responsible. If you give yourself willingly, it may spare the others." "No!" Sarah cried, grabbing Natalie's arm. "You can't do that. There has to be another way." Natalie looked at her friend, tears streaming down her face. "If I don't, it's going to take everyone. Not just us, everyone." Sarah shook her head violently, her grip tightening. "I won't let you. You're my best friend. I can't lose you too." The figure loomed closer, its countless eyes burning brighter. The whispers grew deafening, pressing down on them like a physical force. Natalie felt her knees buckle under the weight of it, but she forced herself to stand. She met Sarah's tear-filled gaze and gave her a weak, trembling smile. "You've always been stronger than me," she said softly. "You'll make it through this. Promise me you will." "Natalie, no!" Sarah screamed, but Natalie had already stepped forward, clutching the dagger tightly in her hand. The blood moon's light seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat as she raised the blade. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice breaking. "For everything." And with that, she plunged the dagger into her own chest. The void exploded with light, the whispers turning into an agonized roar. The shadows writhed and twisted, the figure dissolving into nothingness as the blood moon's glow dimmed and dimmed until it was gone. The void was silent. For a long moment, everything stood still. No sound, no movement. Just a dark, empty expanse stretching infinitely in all directions. Natalie's body, bloodied from the dagger, lay motionless in the center of it all. Then, a faint pulse of light flickered from the distance. It wasn't the blood moon this time. It was something else, something faint, like the dying flicker of a candle. Sarah's breaths came in shallow, frantic gasps. She blinked rapidly, trying to clear the blurriness from her eyes, the world around her still nothing but shadow and the faint, distant glow. Her hands were trembling, but she reached out to touch the ground beneath her, the sensation of solidity returning. The cold still hung thick in the air, but there was something else now, something softer. "Is it over?" Sarah whispered, her voice hoarse, cracking. Her heart was still racing in her chest, her mind reeling from what had just transpired. The weight of everything that had happened pressed down on her. Natalie's sacrifice, the monstrous force that had consumed their friends. Was it truly over? Slowly, the edges of the world around her began to form again, like the peeling away of a veil. The shadows dissipated, the oppressive, overwhelming darkness lifting. She saw the old man standing near Natalie's body, his eyes closed, his expression unreadable. His gnarled hands were clasped in front of him, as though in mourning. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as she stumbled to her feet. She tried to speak, but found her voice lost. She tried again, her throat dry, cracking under the weight of the horror she'd just witnessed. "Is she?" Sarah whispered, staring at her best friend's lifeless form. The old man turned to Sarah, his face etched with sorrow. "She did what was necessary," he said softly, his voice carrying an air of finality. "The pact is broken, but at a great cost." Sarah felt a sudden wave of nausea wash over her, her legs growing weak beneath her. She staggered back, her heart pounding in her chest. The blood moon was gone, but the feeling of dread still lingered. Her eyes darted around, but the village, the cursed place that had held them captive, was now shrouded in a strange stillness. It was over, but at what price? "Why?" Sarah asked, her voice cracking. "Why didn't you tell us the truth? Why didn't you warn us?" The old man's gaze softened. "The truth was always there. But the moon, it has a way of clouding judgment, of twisting the path of those who dare seek it. None of you were meant to be here. None of you were meant to witness this. Then why bring us here at all?" Sarah demanded, her anger rising despite the overwhelming grief. "Why play us like pawns in your sick game?" The old man sighed deeply, as if weighed down by centuries of regret. "You were not meant to be pawns. You were meant to fulfill the final part of the pact. Only the blood of the willing could break the curse that has held this village for so long." Sarah felt a pit open in her stomach. "The willing," she whispered, realizing the dark truth behind his words. "The moon demanded your souls," the old man continued. "It seeks a price for the power it bestows." Natalie knew that. She understood that if you all were to survive, someone had to pay the price, and it could not be the others. Sarah's head spun. Her heartache intensified. She wanted to scream, to rage, to tear into this man who had lured them all here, into this nightmare. But instead she stood frozen, her eyes locked on Natalie's body, her best friend's face now pale and still, a victim of forces too dark to comprehend. "She saved us," Sarah whispered through her tears, falling to her knees beside Natalie. "She saved all of us." The old man nodded. "And in doing so, she freed you. The pact is undone. The village is free." Sarah looked up at him, confusion and sorrow swirling within her. "What happens now? What about the others?" The old man turned his gaze to the horizon, his expression distant. "The moon will not return for another century, but the shadows of this night will haunt you forever. You will remember, and you will carry the weight of what you've seen. But you will also live. The rest," he trailed off, his voice becoming a low murmur, "the rest is not for me to say." Sarah's tears flowed freely as she held Natalie's body close, unable to shake the images of what had occurred. The unnatural horror of the night, the blood moon, the ancient pact, the terror and loss, felt too heavy to carry alone. And yet, she would have to. She would have to leave this place behind and walk back into the world, scarred by what she'd witnessed, scarred by what Natalie had done. The old man, still standing there, gave Sarah one last look, a quiet acknowledgement of the suffering that had unfolded. He then turned and began to walk away, disappearing into the distance. The strange, suffocating atmosphere that had filled the village lifted as he left, and with it, the eerie quiet. Sarah remained by Natalie's side, her friend's cold body in her arms. She could hear the faint hum of the wind, the rustling of leaves, the soft sounds of the world outside beginning to return. It was almost as though the nightmare hadn't truly happened. Yet, the weight of everything that had transpired was etched deeply into Sarah's soul. She stayed there for what felt like hours, the silence of the now peaceful village surrounding her. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she stood and carefully laid Natalie's body to rest beneath the old oak tree, the only place that had felt safe during their brief stay in the village. With shaking hands, Sarah began the long walk back toward the village square, her heart heavy, her mind reeling. The sun was beginning to rise, casting soft, golden light on the landscape. It was a new day, but Sarah knew that the horrors of the night would follow her. The blood moon might be gone, but its curse had not been erased. As she walked, she whispered one last goodbye to Natalie, her voice trembling in the still air. "You saved us. You'll never be forgotten." The wind picked up again, rustling through the trees and carrying her words into the distance. And so, as Sarah left the village behind, the blood moon faded from the sky, but its shadows lingered long after the dawn. Name of the next story: The Faceless Stranger. The night was unnaturally still, as if the world had paused just long enough to hold its breath. Allison tightened her coat around her as she stepped out of the brightly lit coffee shop. The last bus had already left, and the only thing waiting for her was a long, lonely walk home. She hated these late shifts, but tonight felt different. The air carried a chill that seemed to seep beneath her skin, and the streets were quieter than usual, too quiet. Her boots echoed against the pavement, each step magnified in the silence. The rows of streetlights cast long, distorted shadows on the cracked sidewalks. She glanced at her phone. 10:47 p.m. Her apartment was only 20 minutes away, but every second felt like an eternity. As she passed the intersection near the old church, she saw him for the first time. A man stood on the opposite side of the road, partially obscured by the shadows of a flickering streetlight. He was tall, with a dark coat and a hat that cast a deep shadow over his face, or where his face should have been. Allison slowed her steps, her heart skipping. "Keep walking," she muttered to herself, trying to sound braver than she felt. She forced her gaze ahead and quickened her pace. The sound of footsteps echoed behind her. She froze for a split second, but the footsteps stopped too. Turning slightly, she glanced over her shoulder. The man was now closer, standing under the next streetlight. The flickering bulb above him illuminated his silhouette, but his face, or lack of one, remained in shadow. "Who's there?" she called, her voice trembling. No response. Allison turned back and walked faster, her pulse pounding in her ears. The sound of footsteps resumed behind her, this time louder, heavier, as though he was closing the distance with deliberate intent. She risked another glance. He was closer now, no more than 20 feet away. Her breath hitched. His face, or where his face should have been, was a smooth, featureless void like blank, pale clay. There were no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just emptiness. "Stop following me," she shouted, her voice cracking. The man tilted his head slightly, as if curious, but said nothing. Allison's grip tightened on her phone, her fingers trembling as she dialed 911. The line rang once, twice, and then static. A low, hissing sound filled her ears, and the call cut off. "No, no, no," she whispered, frantically redialing, but the screen flashed no service. She broke into a sprint. Her apartment wasn't far now, just a few more blocks. The footsteps behind her quickened, heavy and relentless, matching her panicked pace. "Help! Somebody please!" she screamed, but her voice was swallowed by the suffocating quiet of the night. Windows were dark, shops were closed, and the streets were empty. She risked another glance over her shoulder. He was closer now, close enough that she could make out the details of his dark coat and the unsettling smoothness of his featureless face. He didn't run. He simply walked, each step deliberate and unhurried, yet he was gaining on her. Allison's legs burned as she turned the corner onto her street. Her apartment building loomed ahead, a beacon of safety, or so she hoped. She fumbled for her keys as she reached the front door, her hands shaking so badly she dropped them. Come on," she muttered, crouching to scoop them up. Her vision blurred with tears as she shoved the key into the lock and twisted. The door clicked open, and she slammed it shut behind her, bolting it tight. She pressed her back against the door, panting, her heart racing. For a moment, there was silence. Maybe she had lost him. Maybe he hadn't followed her inside. A faint tapping sound echoed from the other side of the door. Tap, tap, tap. Allison, a voice whispered. It was low, distorted, like a radio signal warped by interference. Her blood turned to ice. He hadn't spoken before. How did he know her name? Who are you? She screamed, pressing her hands against her ears. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, until it became a deafening pounding. The door shook on its hinges, and the lights in the hallway flickered. Allison, the voice repeated, closer now, as if it was inside her head. Let me in. She bolted up the stairs to her apartment, slamming the door shut behind her and locking it. Her breaths came in short, shallow gasps as she backed into the living room. The pounding continued, now at her apartment door. She grabbed the nearest thing she could use as a weapon, a heavy metal lamp, and held it tightly. I'll call the police, she shouted, knowing it was useless. Her phone still showed no service. The pounding stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It pressed down on her, suffocating and absolute. Then she heard it, a whisper, faint but unmistakable, coming from behind her. Allison. Her heart plummeted as she turned slowly. The man was standing in her living room, impossibly tall and out of place, his faceless head tilted in that same unnerving way. She screamed, swinging the lamp with all her strength, but it passed through him as if he weren't there. He didn't move. He didn't flinch. He just stood there, his blank face staring, or not staring at her. Allison, he whispered again, his voice resonating in her mind like an echo in an empty room. What do you want from me? She cried, collapsing to her knees. He took a step closer. The air around her grew heavy, and the walls of her apartment seemed to bend and warp, the edges of her reality blurring. You, he said, the word sending a wave of cold dread through her. Allison's world felt as though it was crumbling around her. The walls of her apartment, once familiar and comforting, seemed to stretch and shift unnaturally, as if the room itself were alive and breathing. She pressed her palms against the floor, trying to ground herself, but even that felt wrong. The hardwood beneath her fingertips was cold, almost wet, like the floor of a damp cave. The faceless man took another step closer, his presence unbearable. He loomed over her now, his blank face inches from hers. She wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but her body refused to obey. It was as if his proximity drained her of all strength, leaving her frozen and powerless. Please, she whispered, her voice barely audible. What do you want? The air seemed to vibrate around him, the faintest hint of a low hum filling the room. Then he spoke, his voice layered and distorted, as though it came from several people speaking in unison. To make you mine, he said. To make you nothing. The word sent a wave of nausea through her, and she clutched her stomach, feeling as though something inside her was being pulled apart. She forced her gaze upward, her tears blurring his featureless face into a pale smear. Why me? What did I do? He didn't answer. Instead, he reached out a long, pale hand. His fingers, unnaturally elongated and jointless, hovered just above her face. She tried to recoil, but her body remained frozen. The moment his hand made contact with her skin, a searing cold spread through her, like ice shattering inside her veins. Images flashed through her mind, memories of her childhood, her first day of school, her mother's laugh, her college graduation. They played out in vivid detail, only to dissolve into darkness, each one vanishing as quickly as it came. She could feel him pulling them from her, erasing her, one moment at a time. No, she screamed, summoning all her strength to push him away. Her hands passed through him as if he were made of smoke, but the contact broke whatever spell had held her still. She scrambled backward, her head spinning. The memories he'd taken felt like gaping holes in her mind, voids she couldn't fill. The man tilted his head again, almost as if amused, and stepped toward her. You cannot escape, he said, his voice echoing in her head. You belong to me now. Allison staggered to her feet and bolted for the door. She didn't know where she was going. She just knew she had to get away from him. The apartment hallway stretched impossibly long, the light at the far end flickering erratically. She ran as fast as her legs would carry her, but no matter how far she went, the end of the hallway never came closer. Behind her, she could hear his footsteps. Slow, deliberate, and unrelenting. "There is nowhere to run," his voice whispered, though it sounded as if it were coming from inside her head rather than from behind her. She glanced over her shoulder and instantly regretted it. He was closer than he should have been, his smooth, blank face illuminated by the dim, flickering lights. He wasn't running. He didn't need to. He simply walked, and the world seemed to bend to his will, closing the distance between them. "Stop!" she screamed, tears streaming down her face. "Please, just leave me alone." "You were never alone," he replied, his voice low and chilling. "I've always been with you." The words sent a shiver down her spine. She didn't understand what he meant, but the way he said it made her feel as though he wasn't lying. She stumbled, her foot catching on the uneven floor, and fell hard onto her hands and knees. Pain shot through her wrists, but she forced herself up, driven by sheer desperation. Ahead of her, the hallway finally came to an end, opening into a staircase that spiraled downward. It didn't make sense. There was no staircase in her apartment building. But logic didn't matter anymore. She took the stairs two at a time, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might burst. The air grew colder as she descended, each step echoing endlessly in the dark, narrow stairwell. She could hear him following her, his footsteps steady and deliberate. The further she went, the more the staircase seemed to stretch, the walls pressing closer together until they felt like they were closing in on her. At last, she reached the bottom. She burst through a heavy wooden door into a vast, empty room that looked nothing like anything she had ever seen. The walls were made of rough, black stone, slick with moisture, and the air was thick with the smell of damp earth. The only light came from an eerie, pale glow that seemed to emanate from the cracks in the stone floor. Allison turned in a frantic circle, searching for a way out, but there were no doors, no windows, nothing but the oppressive stone walls and the faint glow beneath her feet. Her chest heaved as she tried to catch her breath, her eyes darting around for any sign of an escape. "You cannot hide," his voice said, and this time it came from everywhere at once. The walls seemed to vibrate with the sound, the very air around her resonating with his words. She spun around, and there he was, standing in the center of the room. He hadn't come through the door, he was simply there, as if he had always been. His faceless head tilted slightly as he raised one hand, pointing directly at her. "This is your end," he said. "You will become nothing, just as I am." "No!" Allison screamed, backing away until her back hit the cold stone wall. "You're lying. You're not real." The ground beneath her feet began to shift, the cracks in the stone widening as a pale, sickly light poured through. She could feel it pulling at her, an invisible force that seemed to draw her toward the widening fissures. "I am more real than you," he said, his voice calm and absolute. "You were never meant to exist. But now I will fix that." Allison pressed her back harder against the cold stone wall, her nails scraping against its rough surface as if she could claw her way through it. The force pulling at her from the cracks beneath her feet grew stronger, like invisible hands gripping her ankles and dragging her toward the gaping void. She struggled to hold her ground, but her feet slid inch by inch, the glowing fissures expanding to swallow more of the room. "Please stop," she begged, her voice raw and desperate. "I don't understand. Why are you doing this to me?" The faceless man took a slow step forward, his movements unnervingly graceful, as though he wasn't constrained by the same laws of motion as her. "You were never meant to be," he said, his voice resonating in a way that made the walls tremble. "Your existence is an error, a fracture in the fabric of what is real. And I am here to correct it." "No," she whispered, shaking her head violently. "You're wrong. I'm real. I have a life, I have memories, Do you?" he interrupted, his head tilting slightly to one side. Are they truly yours? Or are they pieces stolen from what should have been? His words struck her like a physical blow, and for a moment she faltered. The memories he had taken from her childhood, her mother's laugh, her life, they felt so vivid, so real. But now, as she clung to the fragments that remained, a small voice in the back of her mind whispered doubts she hadn't considered before. What are you talking about?" she stammered, her voice barely audible over the sound of the cracks beneath her feet growing wider, the light brighter. The faceless man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he raised a hand and gestured toward the glowing fissures in the floor. From within them, shapes began to emerge, shadows writhing and twisting, their forms indistinct but undeniably human. They rose like smoke, their outlines flickering as though they were caught between existence and oblivion. "Do you see them?" he asked, his voice carrying a chilling calm. "These are the fragments, the echoes of what was meant to be. You are but a shadow of someone else's life, a hollow reflection that has stolen the place of another. And now, it is time to set things right." The shadows began to move toward her, their shapes shifting and distorting with each step. They didn't walk so much as glide, their movements unnatural and alien. Allison's breath caught in her throat as she pressed herself tighter against the wall, her heart pounding so loudly it drowned out every other sound. "No," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "This isn't real. This can't be real." The faceless man stepped closer, the edges of his form flickering like a static-filled image on a broken television screen. "You can deny it all you want," he said, his tone almost sympathetic, "but it will not change the truth. You do not belong here." The shadows were nearly upon her now, their dark forms reaching out with elongated, wispy arms. Allison felt their touch before they made contact, a cold, searing presence that seemed to reach inside her and pull at the very core of her being. She screamed, her voice echoing off the stone walls, but there was no one to hear her. "Stop it," she cried, her voice breaking. "I don't want this. I didn't ask for any of this." The faceless man paused, tilting his head as though considering her words. For a brief moment, the room seemed to still, the shadows hesitating in their approach. But then he spoke again, his voice softer but no less chilling. "None of us ask for what we are," he said, "but that does not change what must be." With a flick of his hand, the shadows surged forward, their cold, intangible forms engulfing her. Allison felt a crushing weight as they surrounded her, their presence filling every corner of her mind. Memories, her memories, flashed before her eyes, faster and faster, until they were nothing but a blur of colors and sounds. She could feel them slipping away, pulled from her grasp like sand through her fingers. "No," she screamed, thrashing against the overwhelming force. "I won't let you take this from me." In a final, desperate act, she reached deep within herself, searching for something, anything, that could fight back against the void threatening to consume her. And then she felt it, a spark, small but burning with fierce intensity. It was the core of her, the part of her that refused to be erased. With a guttural scream, she pushed back against the shadows, her will clashing against the force that sought to unmake her. The fissures in the ground pulsed with blinding light, the room shaking violently as the shadows recoiled. The faceless man took a step back, his form flickering more erratically now, as though he were struggling to maintain his shape. "You cannot fight this," he said, his voice carrying a note of urgency. "You cannot change what you are." But Allison didn't listen. She focused all her strength on the spark within her, feeding it with every ounce of defiance she had left. The light from the fissures began to dim, the shadows retreating as her presence pushed them back. "You're wrong," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. "I am real, and you can't take that from me." The faceless man's form began to dissolve, his edges blurring as though he were being pulled apart by an unseen force. He reached out toward her, his fingers stretching impossibly long, but they fell short. His head tilted one last time before his body collapsed into a swirl of black smoke, which was quickly drawn into the glowing fissures in the ground. As the last of the light faded and the room fell silent, Allison collapsed to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. The oppressive cold lifted, and for the first time, she felt the air return to her lungs. Allison knelt on the cold stone floor, her body trembling as she tried to steady her breathing. The silence around her was deafening, pressing down like a weight, and the faint smell of damp earth filled her nostrils. She looked around, her vision blurry from the tears that clung to her lashes. The fissures in the floor had sealed themselves shut, leaving no trace of the blinding light or the shadows that had emerged from them. The room was still, impossibly still, as though it existed outside the flow of time. Her heart raced as she pushed herself to her feet, every muscle in her body aching. She felt hollow, as though parts of her were missing, but the spark she had clung to, the core of her identity, remained. It flickered faintly within her, a fragile ember in the darkness, but it was enough to keep her grounded. "I'm still here," she whispered, her voice hoarse and raw. "I'm still me." Her words echoed faintly in the chamber, and for a moment, she allowed herself to hope that it was over. But then a sound reached her ears, a faint, rhythmic tapping, like footsteps echoing from somewhere far above. Her blood ran cold as the sound grew louder, closer, each step deliberate and measured. "No," she muttered, backing away from the center of the room. "No, no, no." She turned toward the heavy wooden door she had come through, but it was gone. The wall where it had been was now smooth, unbroken stone. Panic surged through her as she spun in circles, searching for any exit, but there was none. She was trapped. The footsteps grew louder still, and then the air shifted, carrying with it the unmistakable sensation of being watched. Allison froze, her breath catching in her throat as she felt a presence behind her. She didn't want to turn around. Every instinct screamed at her to stay still, to keep her eyes forward, but she couldn't stop herself. Slowly, trembling, she turned. He was there. The faceless man stood in the center of the room, his pale, featureless face turned toward her. His body was more distorted now, his edges flickering like a flame struggling to stay lit. But despite his unstable form, his presence was as overwhelming as ever, filling the room with an oppressive weight. "You cannot escape me," he said, his voice echoing with a hollow finality. "You cannot escape what you are." Allison backed away until her shoulders hit the wall, her breath coming in shallow gasps. "I beat you," she said, though her voice trembled with fear. "You were gone. I felt you disappear. I am not so easily undone," he replied, taking a slow step forward. The ground beneath his feet seemed to ripple, like water disturbed by a falling stone. "You may resist, but it will change nothing. You are mine, and you always will be." "No!" Allison screamed, her voice echoing off the stone walls. "I won't let you take me. I won't let you." Before she could finish, the room seemed to collapse around her. The walls folded inward, the floor beneath her feet dissolving into darkness. She fell, weightless and disoriented, the air rushing past her as she plunged into the void. Her screams were swallowed by the abyss, leaving her in silence once more. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer in the stone chamber. She was standing in the middle of a familiar street, the street outside her apartment building. The night was quiet, the streetlights casting long shadows on the empty sidewalks. For a moment, she thought she might have dreamed it all, that the horror she had endured was nothing more than a nightmare. But then she saw him. The faceless man stood beneath a flickering streetlight, his pale, featureless face turned toward her. He didn't move, didn't speak, but his presence was undeniable. Allison's breath hitched as she took a step back, her hands trembling at her sides. "You can't be here," she whispered, shaking her head. "This isn't real." The man tilted his head, his body flickering like a broken projection. "This is as real as you," he said, his voice carrying on the wind. "You can run, you can fight, but you cannot escape what you are." Allison turned and ran, her feet pounding against the pavement as she fled down the empty street. The world around her seemed to blur and shift, the buildings warping and stretching into unfamiliar shapes. No matter how far she ran, the street stretched endlessly ahead of her, offering no escape. And behind her, she could hear him. His footsteps were slow, deliberate, but they never faltered. No matter how fast she ran, he was always there, always just behind her. She glanced over her shoulder and saw him, his figure growing larger, closer, with every passing second. "Leave me alone," she screamed, her voice breaking with desperation. "Why won't you leave me alone?" But he didn't answer. He didn't need to. His silence was more chilling than any words he could have spoken. The ground beneath her feet began to crack and splinter, glowing fissures spreading outward like spiderwebs. She stumbled, falling hard onto her hands and knees. The light from the cracks was blinding now, swallowing the street and everything around it. Allison squeezed her eyes shut, her body trembling as the void threatened to consume her once more. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The world was silent. Allison opened her eyes and found herself lying on the floor of her apartment. The familiar surroundings were unchanged, as though she had never left. But the silence was oppressive, and the air felt heavy, as if the space itself was holding its breath. She sat up slowly, her heart still racing, and looked around. The apartment was empty. There was no sign of the faceless man, no sign of the glowing fissures or the shadows that had haunted her. But she didn't feel safe. She didn't feel alone. Allison sat on the floor of her apartment, her back pressed against the sofa, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. The room was quiet, eerily so, as if the entire world outside had ceased to exist. She glanced at the clock on the wall, its hands frozen at 12:17, the second hand twitching uselessly in place. The hum of the refrigerator was gone, the faint sounds of distant traffic replaced by an unsettling silence. Her hands trembled as she reached for her phone, which lay face down on the coffee table. She fumbled with it, her fingers clumsy, and turned it on. The screen lit up, but instead of the usual home screen, there was only static, a swirling gray void that seemed to pulse faintly, as though it were alive. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. She pressed the power button, trying to turn the phone off, but it wouldn't respond. The static on the screen began to shift, shapes emerging within it, shapes that resembled a face, or rather, the absence of one. The faceless man. The phone slipped from her hands and clattered onto the floor. She scrambled back, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps as the screen continued to pulse and flicker. The static grew louder, filling the room with a distorted crackling sound that seemed to seep into her very bones. "Leave me alone," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Just leave me alone." The static abruptly stopped, plunging the room into an oppressive silence once more. Allison stared at the phone, half expecting it to spring to life again, but it lay still, the screen dark. Slowly, cautiously, she crawled toward it, her hand reaching out as if it might bite her. Before her fingers could touch the device, a soft knock echoed through the apartment. Allison froze, her heart skipping a beat. The knock came again, louder this time, followed by a third knock that rattled the front door. She turned her head toward the sound, her body stiff with fear. The door seemed impossibly far away, looming at the edge of the dimly lit room like a dark portal. The knock came again, 3 sharp raps that reverberated through the silence. "Allison." The voice that followed was low and distorted, like a record played at the wrong speed. It sounded vaguely human, but there was something wrong with it, something alien and cold. "Let me in." Her throat tightened, and she shook her head, even though she knew the voice couldn't see her. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Go away." The doorknob rattled, the metallic clinking sound sharp and jarring in the stillness. She pressed herself harder against the floor, her mind racing. She didn't dare move, didn't dare make a sound, as if staying silent would somehow make her invisible. "Allison," the voice came again, louder this time, as though it were speaking directly into her ear. "You can't hide from me." The words sent a shiver down her spine, and she clamped a hand over her mouth to stifle a sob. Tears streamed down her face as she stared at the door, her vision blurring. The shadows in the room seemed to shift and writhe, creeping closer to her like living things. The knocking stopped. For a brief moment, there was silence, and Allison allowed herself to hope that whoever, or whatever, had been at the door was gone. But then, slowly, the doorknob began to turn. She watched in horror as it twisted all the way to the side, the mechanism clicking softly, and the door creaked open just a crack. Darkness spilled in from the hallway beyond, a void so complete that it seemed to absorb the faint light of the apartment. Allison couldn't see anything beyond the crack, but she could feel it, a presence, watching her from the other side. "Allison," the voice whispered her name again, softer now, almost coaxing. "Come closer." She shook her head violently, her body trembling. "No," she choked out, her voice barely a whisper. "I won't." The door opened wider, the darkness spilling in like liquid smoke. A figure emerged from the shadows, its form indistinct and flickering, as though it weren't fully there. It wasn't the faceless man, not exactly. It was something else, something worse. Its outline was jagged and wrong, its limbs too long, its movements jerky and unnatural. It stepped into the room, its presence filling the space like a physical weight. Allison tried to crawl backward, but there was nowhere to go. The figure loomed over her, its head tilting to one side in an unnerving mimicry of curiosity. "You can't escape," it said, its voice a distorted echo. "You never could." Allison clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She could feel the spark inside her flickering again, that tiny ember of defiance that refused to be snuffed out. "You're wrong," she said, her voice shaking but firm. "I'm not yours." The figure's head tilted further, the movement unnatural, like a marionette pulled by invisible strings. "Then prove it," it said, its voice dripping with malice. "Show me." The room seemed to warp around her, the walls stretching and twisting as the darkness closed in. The air grew heavy, pressing against her chest, but Allison forced herself to stand. Her legs felt like jelly, and every muscle in her body screamed in protest, but she refused to give in. "I'm not afraid of you," she said, though her voice wavered. "You don't own me." The figure laughed, a sound like glass shattering, and lunged toward her. Allison stumbled backward as the figure lunged, its jagged form slicing through the air like a blade. She barely avoided its grasp, the icy chill of its presence brushing against her skin. The room warped around her, the walls dissolving into shadow and reassembling in ways that defied logic. She wasn't in her apartment anymore. She was somewhere else, somewhere between worlds, a space where nothing obeyed the rules of reality. The figure loomed before her, its flickering shape towering over her like a storm cloud. Its movements were erratic, its limbs jerking and contorting as it advanced. Allison's heart pounded in her chest, the sound deafening in the oppressive silence. She couldn't run, couldn't escape. There was nowhere to go. But she wasn't going to surrender. "You can't take me," she screamed, her voice echoing into the void. "I won't let you." The figure paused, its head tilting at an unnatural angle. "Brave words," it hissed, its voice a chorus of distorted whispers. "But you are nothing. A flicker. A shadow. You belong to me." "No!" Allison shouted, the ember within her flaring to life. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms until they drew blood. The pain grounded her, gave her focus. "I don't belong to you. I belong to me." The figure lunged again, its jagged arms outstretched, but this time Allison stood her ground. She raised her hands instinctively, and a surge of energy erupted from within her. It wasn't fire or light, nothing so tangible, but it was powerful, a force that rippled through the space around her. The figure recoiled, its form flickering violently, as if it were being torn apart. "You," it hissed, its voice faltering. "What are you?" I'm not yours, Allison said, her voice steady despite the fear that clawed at her insides. I never was. The shadows around her began to retreat, the oppressive darkness lifting like a veil. The warped walls of the room straightened, solidifying into the familiar contours of her apartment. The figure stumbled backward, its form collapsing inward, shrinking with every step it took. You think you've won, it snarled, its voice a distorted echo. But this isn't over. You cannot escape what you are. I'll decide what I am, Allison said, her voice resolute. And I'm not afraid of you anymore. The figure let out a guttural scream, its form disintegrating into a flurry of shadows that swirled around her before vanishing into the ether. The room fell silent once more, the air still and heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. Allison sank to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. The spark within her was still there, glowing faintly, but it felt stronger now, more stable. She took a deep, shuddering breath and looked around. She was back in her apartment, the real one this time. The clock on the wall ticked softly, its hands moving as they should. The faint hum of the refrigerator filled the silence, grounding her in reality. For a moment, she allowed herself to believe it was over. But then she noticed the mirror. It hung on the wall across from her, its surface reflecting the dim light of the room. At first glance, it seemed normal, but as she stared, she realized something was wrong. Her reflection wasn't moving. Allison froze, her breath catching in her throat. She raised a hand slowly, and her reflection remained still, its empty eyes staring back at her. It wasn't her. It was him, the faceless man. No, she whispered, shaking her head. No, this can't be. The reflection tilted its head, mimicking the jagged movements of the figure she had just vanished. Its featureless face seemed to ripple, the faint outline of her own features emerging before fading again. It raised a hand, pressing it against the inside of the glass, as if trying to break through. You thought you could escape, the reflection said, its voice low and hollow. But you are mine. You have always been mine. Allison stumbled to her feet, backing away from the mirror. This isn't real, she muttered, her voice trembling. You're not real. The reflection laughed, a sound that sent chills down her spine. Oh, but I am. I am as real as you are, and I will always be with you. No, she said, her voice firm despite the fear that gripped her. You don't control me. You never did. She grabbed a blanket from the sofa and threw it over the mirror, covering the faceless reflection. The room fell silent, the oppressive presence lifting slightly. But she knew it wasn't gone. Not entirely. The ember within her flickered again, stronger this time, and she clung to it like a lifeline. She didn't know what the future held or how long she could keep the darkness at bay, but she knew one thing for certain. She wasn't going to give up. Not now. Not ever. Name of the next story, The Cursed Melody. Emma Harper had always loved music. It wasn't just a career for her. It was a way to connect with something larger than herself. As a music teacher at the local high school, she spent her days inspiring young minds to embrace the beauty of sound. But Emma's passion wasn't confined to her students. She often spent her evenings at home, her fingers dancing across the piano keys in her small, cozy apartment. Music was her escape, her comfort, her constant. One Friday evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the soft glow of her piano lamp filled the room, Emma sat down with a cup of tea and her favorite notebook. The week had been long, and she looked forward to unwinding with a few hours of uninterrupted playing. The soft hum of the kettle and the distant sound of cars on the street below created a soothing backdrop. Emma reached into her piano bench to retrieve some sheet music when her fingers brushed against something unusual. She frowned, pulling out a worn envelope that she didn't remember placing there. The parchment was yellowed and brittle, the edges frayed with age. Scrawled across the front in elegant, flowing script were the words, "To the keeper of the melody." "What on earth?" Emma murmured, turning the envelope over. There was no return address, no date, nothing to indicate where it had come from or who had left it. Her curiosity piqued. She carefully opened the envelope, revealing a single sheet of music inside. The paper was unlike anything she had ever seen. The staff lines were hand-drawn, and the notes seemed to shimmer faintly as though alive. The title at the top read, "Requiem of the Fallen." Emma's brow furrowed. She had never heard of the piece before, and a quick skim of the notes revealed a complex and haunting melody, full of dissonant chords and eerie harmonies. Is this some kind of joke? She wondered aloud. She set the sheet music on the stand and positioned her hands on the keys. The first few notes were soft and somber, their sound filling the room like a whisper. But as she continued to play, the melody grew darker, more intense. A chill ran down her spine, and she hesitated, glancing around the room. It felt colder suddenly, as if a draft had slipped through an unseen crack. "Pull yourself together, Emma," she muttered, shaking her head. But when she resumed playing, the feeling of unease only deepened. The music seemed to pulse, each note resonating in her chest like a heartbeat. Shadows in the corners of the room stretched and writhed, and the soft yellow light of the piano lamp flickered. Emma stopped abruptly, her hands trembling. The room was deathly silent. Even the distant hum of traffic outside had vanished. She stood and walked to the window, peering out into the street. It was empty. Not a single car, not a single pedestrian. Just stillness. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table, making her jump. She let out a nervous laugh and grabbed it, grateful for the distraction. The screen displayed a text from her best friend, Claire. "Hey, just checking in. You doing okay?" Emma quickly typed back, "Yeah, I'm fine. Just playing some music. Strange night, though." Almost immediately, Claire replied, "What do you mean? Is something wrong?" Emma hesitated. She didn't want to sound paranoid, but the strange atmosphere was getting to her. Finally, she wrote, "Found an old piece of sheet music. It's unsettling. Probably just my imagination, though." Claire's response took a little longer this time. When it came through, it was short but unnerving. "Don't play it." Emma frowned. "Why not?" No reply. "Claire?" Emma called aloud, even though she knew it was ridiculous. Her phone remained silent, the little typing indicator absent. She tried calling, but the line went straight to voicemail. A heavy weight settled in her chest, and she turned back to the piano. The sheet music was gone. Emma's breath caught in her throat. She was certain she had left it on the stand, but now the space was empty. She checked the floor, the bench, even the envelope, but there was no sign of the mysterious composition. A faint, chilling breeze brushed against her neck, and she spun around. The room was as she had left it, yet it felt wrong, as if someone had been there and rearranged everything just slightly out of place. Her phone buzzed again, and she nearly dropped it in her haste to pick it up. But the message wasn't from Claire. It was from an unknown number. "The melody is incomplete. Finish it." Emma stared at the screen, her blood turning to ice. Her hands shook as she typed back, "Who is this? What do you want?" The response came almost instantly. "Play it." She threw the phone onto the couch and backed away, her heart hammering in her chest. "This isn't happening," she whispered. "This can't be real." But then the piano began to play. The first notes were soft, tentative, as though the keys were being pressed by an invisible hand. Emma froze, unable to move, as the haunting melody filled the room. The shadows returned, crawling up the walls like living things. And then she saw them. Figures, pale, translucent, and flickering like candlelight, emerged from the darkness. They hovered just at the edges of her vision, their hollow eyes fixed on her. Their mouths moved silently, as if whispering words she couldn't hear. "No," Emma said, her voice shaking. "This isn't real. This isn't happening." One of the figures stepped closer, its face inches from hers. Its mouth opened, and a raspy voice whispered, "Finish the melody." "I don't know how," Emma cried. "I don't even know what this is." The figure tilted its head, its hollow eyes unblinking. "You are the keeper. You must complete what was begun." Before she could respond, the room erupted in a cacophony of sound. The piano keys slammed down in chaotic, dissonant chords, and the shadows twisted violently. The figures circled her, their whispers growing louder and more insistent. "Finish it! Finish it! Finish it!" Emma clapped her hands over her ears, but it was no use. The sound wasn't coming from outside. It was inside her head, a relentless, pounding command. She stumbled back to the piano, her legs weak beneath her. "Okay," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "I'll play. I'll finish it." She sat down and placed her hands on the keys. The figures stilled, their hollow eyes watching her intently. The sheet music reappeared before her, the notes shimmering faintly. Her hands moved almost of their own accord, guided by an unseen force. The melody unfolded, growing more complex and otherworldly with each passing moment. The figures began to change. Their translucent forms solidified, their hollow eyes filling with light. But their expressions remained haunting, a mix of sorrow and rage. One by one, they began to sing, their voices melding with the music in a chilling harmony. Emma felt their pain, their longing, their anger. It poured into her, overwhelming her senses. She played on, tears blurring her vision. The melody reached its climax, a series of piercing, dissonant chords that reverberated through the room. The figures screamed, their voices rising in a deafening crescendo. And then silence. Emma slumped over the keys, her body trembling. The room was empty. The figures were gone. The sheet music lay before her, its notes fading until the page was blank. Her phone buzzed once more. "Thank you." Emma stared at the phone screen, her mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. The text was from the same unknown number as before. She didn't want to respond, didn't want to interact with whatever entity had pulled her into this nightmare. Her fingers hovered over the screen, trembling, before she finally tossed the phone onto the couch. "I'm done," she muttered, her voice shaking. "This is over." But as the words left her mouth, the piano let out a single sharp note. Emma's head snapped toward it, her heart pounding. The room, which had seemed calm moments ago, suddenly felt suffocating again. Shadows crept back into the corners, and the air grew colder. She clenched her fists, trying to steady herself. "No," she said, louder this time, as though speaking to the room itself. "I'm not playing anymore. I don't care what you want." The piano answered her defiance with another note, this one louder, more jarring. It was as if the instrument was mocking her, daring her to defy it further. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and she backed away slowly. Her foot caught the edge of the coffee table, and she nearly tripped. The room felt alive, like it was breathing, shifting, waiting. Emma grabbed her phone, scrolling frantically through her contacts until she found Claire's number. She hit call and pressed the phone to her ear, praying her friend would answer this time. The line rang once, twice, then clicked. "Emma." Claire's voice was groggy, like she'd just woken up. "What's going on? Are you okay?" Emma nearly broke down at the sound of her friend's voice. "Claire," she whispered, her voice cracking. "Something's happening. There's this music, this sheet music, and I think it's cursed or something. I played it, and now—" "Wait," Claire interrupted, her tone sharp. "You played it?" "Emma, I told you not to play it. I didn't know what else to do." Emma cried. It felt like I had to. But now it won't stop. The piano, the shadows, these things, they won't leave me alone." Claire was silent for a moment, and Emma could hear her breathing on the other end of the line. Finally, Claire said, "Where did you find it?" "The music, in my piano bench," Emma said. "I don't know how it got there. It was in this old envelope addressed to the keeper of the melody." "Claire, what's happening to me?" Another pause. Then Claire's voice, low and serious. "Emma, listen to me. You need to get out of your apartment. Right now. Leave everything behind, especially that sheet music. Just go. Emma's stomach dropped. Why? What do you know about this? I'll explain later, Claire said. Just trust me. You're not safe there. Before Emma could respond, the line went dead. She stared at her phone in disbelief. The screen showing the call had ended. Her fingers fumbled as she tried to call Claire back, but the call wouldn't go through. The phone's signal indicator blinked red, no service. A loud crash echoed from the piano, and Emma screamed, dropping the phone. She turned to see the sheet music, which she'd been certain had gone blank, now back on the stand. But it wasn't the same. The notes were different, darker, the melody more chaotic. It seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, the ink shifting and twisting as though alive. I'm not doing this, Emma said, backing toward the door. Her hands shook as she reached for her coat and keys, her mind racing with Claire's warning. She didn't care where she went, she just needed to get out. But as she grabbed the doorknob, an icy force stopped her in her tracks. Her hand refused to turn the handle, as if something unseen was holding it in place. The room grew colder, and a deep, guttural voice echoed behind her. You cannot leave. Emma spun around, her back pressed against the door. The room was no longer just her apartment. It had transformed into something unrecognizable. The walls seemed to stretch and warp, the shadows moving like liquid. The figures were back, their hollow eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. They surrounded the piano, their mouths open in a silent, collective scream. What do you want from me? Emma shouted, tears streaming down her face. Why are you doing this? One of the figures stepped forward, its form more solid than the others. Its face was still pale and featureless, but it seemed to radiate an aura of authority. When it spoke, its voice was a low, guttural growl. You must complete the melody, it said. Only then will we be free. Emma shook her head violently. I already played it. I finished it. What more do you want? The melody was not complete, the figure said. It cannot be finished by mortal hands alone. The words sent a chill down Emma's spine. She felt as though the air had been sucked from the room, leaving her gasping for breath. I don't understand, she said weakly. What do you mean? The figure raised a hand, pointing toward the piano. You are the keeper. It is your burden. Your fate. Emma's knees buckled, and she slid to the floor. She couldn't take her eyes off the piano, its keys gleaming like teeth in the dim light. The sheet music seemed to call to her, the notes shifting and rearranging themselves in an endless loop. She felt the pull again, the irresistible urge to sit down and play. But this time she fought it. No, she whispered. I won't do it. I won't. The figure's hollow eyes seemed to bore into her soul. You cannot resist. The melody is part of you now. To deny it is to deny your existence. Emma's heart raced as the shadows closed in around her. The figures moved closer, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. She clutched her head, trying to block out the sound, but it was everywhere, inside her, consuming her. And then, as if guided by some unseen force, she found herself back at the piano. Her hands trembled as they hovered over the keys. The figures surrounded her, their glowing eyes watching intently. The sheet music lay before her, the notes shimmering like stars. Emma took a deep breath, her fingers pressing down on the first chord. The sound echoed through the room, resonating deep within her chest. The figures began to sing again, their voices blending with the melody in a haunting harmony. As the music unfolded, Emma felt a strange sense of clarity. The melody was no longer just a series of notes. It was a story, a memory, a plea. The figures weren't just spirits. They were fragments of something much older, much darker. And as the final notes hung in the air, Emma realized the truth. The final notes lingered in the air like a whisper, soft yet impossibly heavy. Emma sat frozen at the piano, her hands still hovering over the keys. The shadows around her grew still, their restless shifting replaced by an oppressive silence. She wanted to believe it was over, that finishing the melody had broken whatever curse bound her to this nightmare. But deep down she knew better. The air in the room still crackled with tension, and the oppressive weight in her chest hadn't lifted. Something was unfinished. "Is that it?" Emma whispered, her voice trembling. "I played it. You said it would set you free." The lead figure stepped forward, its hollow face tilting toward her. "The melody is not complete," it said, its voice echoing like a distant thunderclap. Emma's stomach dropped. "What do you mean?" "I played every note, exactly as it's written." "What more do you want from me?" The figure's glowing eyes flickered, and its head tilted in an almost pitying gesture. "The melody is incomplete because you do not yet understand it. To finish it, you must become one with it. Only then will it be whole." The cryptic words made Emma's head spin. She tried to stand, to get away from the piano, but her legs refused to move. It was as if the chair beneath her had become part of her body, holding her in place. Panic surged through her veins as the figures began to chant in low, guttural tones. The sound vibrated in her bones, a deep resonance that seemed to unravel her thoughts. "What does that even mean?" Emma shouted, her voice cracking. "How am I supposed to become one with a melody? I don't understand." The figure raised a pale, featureless hand and pointed toward the sheet music. The notes had changed again, twisting and reforming into something entirely new. They no longer followed the neat lines and spaces of the staff. Instead, they spiraled outward, chaotic and unbound. The symbols looked ancient, otherworldly, and just staring at them made Emma's vision blur. "You must surrender," the figure said. "Play not with your hands, but with your soul." Emma's heart pounded as the meaning of its words sank in. "You're asking me to give up who I am," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "To become one of you." The figure didn't answer, but its silence was enough. The shadows pressed closer, their whispers filling her ears with fragments of words she couldn't understand. The melody seemed to hum in the air, vibrating with an unrelenting pull that grew stronger with every passing second. "I don't want this," Emma said, her voice trembling. "I didn't ask for this. I just wanted to play music, to teach, to live a normal life." The figure's voice was cold, devoid of sympathy. "The keeper does not choose. The keeper is chosen." Tears streamed down Emma's face as she fought against the invisible force holding her in place. She gripped the edges of the piano bench, her nails digging into the wood. "Please," she begged. "There has to be another way." The chanting grew louder, the shadows swirling around her like a storm. The other figures raised their hands, their hollow faces glowing brighter. The room seemed to dissolve into darkness, the walls and furniture melting away until there was nothing left but Emma, the piano, and the endless void. "Finish the melody," the lead figure commanded, its voice reverberating through the emptiness. "Or be consumed by it." Emma's hands trembled as they hovered over the keys once more. The pull was unbearable now, an ache deep in her chest that felt like it would tear her apart. She wanted to resist, to fight, but the truth was she didn't have a choice. The melody had taken hold of her, and it wouldn't let go until it was finished. Her fingers pressed down on the keys, and the music that poured forth was unlike anything she'd ever played before. It was raw and primal, a sound that seemed to come not from the piano, but from the depths of her own soul. The figures began to sing again, their voices rising in a haunting harmony that sent chills down her spine. As the melody unfolded, Emma felt herself slipping away. Memories flashed before her eyes, her childhood, her parents, the first time she'd ever touched a piano. She saw herself teaching her students, laughing with Claire, walking through the park on sunny afternoons. Each memory faded into darkness, replaced by the swirling chaos of the music. "No," Emma whispered, tears streaming down her face. "I don't want to forget. I don't want to lose myself." But the melody was relentless. It pulled her deeper and deeper, stripping away everything she was until all that remained was the music. Her hands moved faster, the notes flowing from her in an unstoppable tide. The figures chanting reached a fever pitch, their voices blending with the melody in a symphony of anguish and despair. And then, with one final shattering chord, it was over. The silence that followed was deafening. Emma sat frozen at the piano, her hands still resting on the keys. The figures were gone, the shadows dissolved. The room had returned to its normal state, as though nothing had happened. But Emma knew better. She could feel it, the emptiness, the void where her soul had once been. Slowly, she stood and turned toward the door. Her reflection in the mirror caught her eye, and she froze. The face staring back at her was not her own. It was pale and featureless, with glowing eyes that burned like embers. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The silence was absolute. Name of the next story: The Forgotten Asylum. The air around the abandoned asylum was thick, heavy with the weight of forgotten memories. The crumbling walls seemed to hold their secrets close, whispering only to those daring enough to listen. It was an old structure, decaying under the years of neglect, and the urban explorers who had gathered outside it could feel the pull of its sinister history. The building had been abandoned for decades, yet rumors swirled in the dark corners of the city. Rumors of madness, of strange occurrences that drove those who entered to lose themselves forever. Despite the warnings, despite the chilling stories, a small group of friends stood just outside the rusted iron gates, ready to push forward. They were thrill-seekers, adventurers who sought the kind of terror most people only dared to whisper about. But none of them knew what awaited inside the asylum. "We shouldn't be here," Emily said, her voice a low tremor. She had always been the cautious one of the group, the one who questioned every plan, every idea, and tonight was no different. "Oh, come on, Em," Mark replied, flashing a grin as he hefted his backpack higher on his shoulder. "It's just an old building. Nothing supernatural. Just us, a few cameras, and a ton of adrenaline." Jack, who was always more reserved than Mark, stepped forward, his eyes scanning the decaying asylum through the cracked gates. "I don't know, Mark. I heard the stories, too. People say this place messes with your mind. You start hearing things, seeing things. I don't think we're prepared for whatever's inside." "Perfect." Mark's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "That's exactly why we need to go in. This is what we do: explore, document, get out. And maybe, just maybe, we get a glimpse of whatever made this place so famous." Emily crossed her arms tightly over her chest, feeling the cold night air seep into her skin. She wasn't so sure, but the pressure to follow through was mounting. She didn't want to be the one to hold them back. She exhaled a shaky breath. "Fine, but we stick together, and if anything gets weird, we leave. No arguing." The others nodded, though none of them seemed particularly convinced they would need to leave. The excitement, the challenge, was too strong, and each of them was drawn to the asylum like moths to a flame. They passed through the gates and approached the large wooden doors that once kept the asylum's patients confined, now hanging open with the groan of metal on stone. Inside, the stench of mildew and decay filled the air, and the silence pressed in on them like a physical weight. Mark was the first to step inside. He immediately pulled out his camera, aiming it at the dark, narrow hallway that stretched ahead of them. "This is it. The moment we've all been waiting for. Let's see what's inside, shall we?" Jack and Emily followed, but as they stepped over the threshold, a sudden unease gripped them. The air inside felt different, stale and oppressive. It wasn't just the scent of rot or the fading walls. There was something else, something invisible that made their skin crawl. "Let's stick to the plan," Emily said, though she wasn't sure if she believed it herself. "We stay on the first floor. We don't go too deep. We just need some footage, and we'll leave." Mark waved her concern off. "Relax, Em. We're not kids anymore. Besides, I've heard some of the rooms on the upper floors are interesting. I think we'll head there next. They say some of the worst things happened up there." The group hesitated. It was one thing to explore the first floor, to record the peeling walls and dusty remnants of forgotten lives. It was another to venture upward into the unknown. "I think we should wait," Jack said, his voice low. "There's something about this place. I don't know. It doesn't feel right." But Mark had already moved ahead. "You guys worry too much. You're making this place scarier than it is. Come on, we came here for the thrill, right?" Against their better judgment, they followed. The stairs creaked under their feet as they ascended, their flashlight beams cutting through the darkness ahead. The second floor was even more dilapidated than the first, with shattered windows letting the moonlight spill across the floor, revealing peeling wallpaper and broken furniture strewn about like forgotten pieces of a past life. "This is it," Mark said, grinning wide, though there was something unhinged in his expression. "The real deal. This is where the patients were kept. In the worst conditions, they say. This is where the true horrors were." Jack shivered as he looked around. "Yeah, well, the stories also say that no one ever leaves here sane." They ventured deeper, their footsteps echoing eerily through the silence. As they moved further into the building, something began to shift. At first, it was subtle, a flicker of movement from the corner of their eyes, a fleeting sound in the distance. The tension in the air grew thicker, heavier, like something unseen was watching them, following their every move. "I swear I just saw someone," Emily said, stopping in her tracks. "I saw something in that room." Mark, ever the skeptic, chuckled. "It's probably just a shadow or some animals. Come on, we're here to explore, not hallucinate." But Jack's face had gone pale, and he was looking down at the floor, his hand gripping the railing tightly. "Guys, we need to leave. This place is getting to me. I can't explain it, but something's wrong." Emily didn't know what it was, but she felt it too. The air was thick, and the shadows seemed to pulse in time with the beat of her heart. She felt dizzy, her mind clouded, as if the very walls of the asylum were pressing in on her. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from upstairs. The sound reverberated through the asylum, making the walls tremble. Emily jumped, her heart pounding in her chest. "What the hell was that?" she whispered. Mark, still unfazed, motioned for them to follow. "It's probably just the building settling. It's ancient. Let's get to the top. I'm telling you, we'll get some amazing shots up there." But something inside Emily was screaming at her to stop, to turn around, to leave. But they kept going, up the narrow stairs that spiraled higher and higher into the darkness. The higher they went, the more the feeling of disorientation increased. It wasn't just the decay of the building, it was something much deeper, something unsettling. Time seemed to stretch unnaturally as they climbed, the seconds slipping away like sand in an hourglass. And then they reached the top floor. The room before them was pitch black, save for the weak light from their flashlights, but there was something else, an oppressive, suffocating presence that made every breath feel heavy and labored. The air felt as though it were closing in on them, and the walls seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched the beat of their hearts. "See? Told you," Mark said, his voice trembling just slightly. "This is it." But Emily couldn't bring herself to agree. As she looked around, the shadows seemed to shift in ways that made no sense. She could have sworn she saw figures standing just outside the edges of her vision, flickering and fading like ghosts. Her heart raced, her chest tightening. And then she heard it, a low, guttural sound coming from the darkness. It was a whisper at first, too faint to understand, but it grew louder, more urgent. The voices, distant and indistinct, filled the room. They seemed to come from everywhere, as though the walls themselves were alive, breathing in unison with the whispers. "What is that?" Jack whispered, his voice barely audible. "I don't know," Emily replied, her voice shaking. "But I think it's time to go." They turned to leave, but as they reached the stairs, the door slammed shut behind them with an ear-piercing bang. The sound reverberated through the asylum, shaking the very foundations of the building. Trapped, the room began to twist and warp, the walls narrowing, the ceiling lowering. Time seemed to bend, and in the flickering light, their faces, disoriented, panicked, looked as if they were no longer their own. "Get out! Get out!" Emily screamed, but her voice was drowned by the increasing cacophony of whispers, now maddening in their intensity. The asylum wasn't just trapping them, it was twisting them, pulling them into its dark, forgotten history. And as the walls closed in around them, they realized too late, this place didn't just destroy their minds. It was erasing them entirely. The walls closed in, but it wasn't the walls themselves that felt the most suffocating. It was the very air, thick with something that wasn't just dust and decay. Something alive. The shadows stretched unnaturally, curling around them, pressing against their skin like the suffocating grip of unseen hands. The whispers grew louder, their language a jumble of incoherent sounds, half-formed words, and maddening syllables that seemed to claw at the edges of their sanity. Emily's breath came in sharp gasps. She pressed her hands against her ears, desperate to block out the voices, but they only grew louder, more insistent, as though the asylum itself was speaking directly to her mind. "Please, no more," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. She glanced at Jack, who stood frozen, eyes wide with terror. His face was pale, his mouth open as if trying to scream, but finding no sound. Mark, too, was trembling, his usually confident demeanor shattered by the sheer weight of the suffocating dread that now surrounded them. "We need to get out of here," Jack muttered, his words barely audible over the cacophony of whispers. I can't breathe. I can't think." Emily turned toward the stairs, but they were no longer where she remembered them. The staircase that had led them up just moments ago now twisted and contorted into an unrecognizable mass, the steps now curved and uneven. The floor beneath them seemed to shift, as though the asylum itself was alive, rearranging its very structure. A deep rumble echoed from somewhere far below, reverberating through the walls, as if the entire building was groaning under some immense weight. "We're trapped," Mark said, his voice strained. "The doors, the windows, everything is locked. We can't leave." Emily's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" "We have to leave. There has to be a way out." The air around them thickened, pressing in from all sides, until it felt like they were standing beneath an ocean, drowning in the pressure. The temperature dropped sharply, and Emily could see her breath puffing out in front of her, though there was no visible sign of a draft. The walls around them seemed to pulse, throbbing with a sickening rhythm. Jack suddenly staggered back, his hand gripping his forehead as though trying to hold on to some semblance of his thoughts. It's in my head," he whispered, eyes wide with panic. "I can't remember. I don't know who I am." Emily's chest tightened. Jack, listen to me. You're okay. We're gonna get out of here." But his eyes were unfocused, his movements jerky, as though his body wasn't entirely in sync with his mind. He took a step forward, then faltered, his legs shaking as if they couldn't hold him up. "I don't know if I can trust this place. He stopped mid-sentence, his voice cutting off in a strangled gasp. Mark, too, seemed to be struggling, his eyes darting nervously around the room, as if trying to make sense of something that wasn't there. I think I remember this place," he murmured. I've been here before. But that's impossible, right? I was never here. We never." His words trailed off as his face twisted in confusion, then fear. The realization hit him like a slap. "We're not ourselves anymore, are we? This place, it's changing us. Changing who we are." Emily felt her heart drop into her stomach as she looked at the two of them. Jack was trembling, his skin pale, his lips quivering as though he were struggling to hold onto some thread of identity. Mark, too, was losing his grip, his usually bold demeanor now shattered by the very place they had come to explore. The asylum wasn't just confining them physically, it was unspooling their minds, erasing them from existence, one forgotten moment at a time. The room around them seemed to shift and warp, the corners elongating into an impossible distance. The whispers were now louder than ever, their meaning jumbled and distorted. But beneath it all, a new voice emerged. a low, resonant voice that echoed through the room, vibrating in Emily's bones. Leave. Leave or be forgotten. It wasn't the voice of a person. It was the voice of the asylum itself, its ancient, decaying heart speaking directly to them. Emily's breath caught in her throat as she turned toward Mark and Jack, her eyes wide with terror. We need to get out. Now. But as she moved toward them, the walls shifted again, the door to the stairs now completely gone. There was nothing but an endless corridor stretching out before them, a hallway of shadows that seemed to twist into infinite loops. The building was alive, and it was feeding on them, pulling them deeper into its depths. Jack's voice cracked as he turned to face Emily. I can't remember my name. I can't remember what we're doing here. This place, it's making us forget. Mark shook his head frantically, his eyes darting around. It's all wrong. The walls, the floors, the time, none of it makes sense anymore. We were supposed to be here for just a few hours. But it's been longer, hasn't it? How long have we been here? How much time has passed? Emily opened her mouth to answer, but the words stuck in her throat. The answer was slipping away from her, just out of reach. She tried to focus on the door, but it was no longer where it had been, and the hallways ahead of them seemed to stretch on, each turn leading them deeper into an unknowable maze. Time is an illusion here, the voice from the walls spoke again. Time is what I take from you. It is all I want. Emily tried to steady herself, her mind struggling to grasp onto any fragment of logic. We can't stay here. We have to leave. But there was no escape. The walls were closing in, the very building itself warping and shifting, changing before their eyes. The darkness was alive, pulling at them, erasing everything that was familiar. The asylum had become a living nightmare, feeding on their confusion, their fear, and their slowly disintegrating sense of self. Jack was muttering to himself now, his eyes blank and unfocused. I don't know what's real anymore. Mark's eyes darted around, his hands trembling as he reached for Emily. We're losing ourselves. We're losing everything. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the room seemed to shift again. The oppressive weight lifted, and the air became still. The whispers stopped, the voices fading into nothingness. For a brief moment, everything was silent. The walls were no longer shifting, the floor no longer trembling beneath their feet. But it didn't last. The silence stretched on too long. It became unbearable. Mark turned to Emily, his face pale and twisted with confusion. What's happening? Where did we go? Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something important? His voice faltered as his gaze seemed to shift over her shoulder, his eyes widening in terror. Emily turned to see what he was looking at, but there was nothing behind her, nothing except a darkness that seemed to stretch into an eternal void. And yet, she could feel it. Something was there, watching them, waiting for them to forget, just like everyone before them. And slowly, she realized the truth. The asylum wasn't just driving them insane. It was erasing them. It wasn't just a place. They were becoming part of it, one fragmented memory at a time. The air grew thick again, stifling, as if the very atmosphere was a living thing, pressing down on them, suffocating their thoughts. The walls that had seemed to settle now began to twist once more, undulating like they were breathing in rhythm with their pulses. Emily felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up as a sharp, cold draft moved through the room, despite the stillness of the air. A strange, faint sound began to rise in the distance, like the low, unsettling hum of something too far away to fully understand, yet too close to ignore. Emily, Mark's voice trembled, his words barely audible over the rising noise. He looked at her, eyes wide with fear, but there was something else behind his gaze, something that made her stomach twist. Mark, what's wrong? She reached out, grabbing his arm, but his skin felt cold and strange, as though it didn't belong to him anymore. I don't know, he muttered, shaking his head. It's all changing again. It's like we're not even here anymore. Do you feel it? Emily nodded slowly, her pulse quickening. She could feel it too. The way the walls seemed to pulse with an unseen heartbeat. The way time itself seemed to fray around the edges. It was like they were sinking into the asylum, becoming part of its decaying flesh. "I can't remember the way out," Jack whispered. His voice was distant, as though he wasn't fully present anymore. He was staring straight ahead, but his eyes were unfocused, glazed over. Everything's slipping away. Emily's throat tightened. She turned toward him, but her feet felt heavier with each step, as if the very floor was dragging her deeper. She reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed against his arm. "Jack, we need to stay together. We can't let this place." But her words faltered as the air around them seemed to shift, twisting into something darker. A deep groan echoed from somewhere within the building, reverberating through the walls like the sound of something massive, something ancient awakening from a long slumber. "Listen," Emily whispered urgently, as the oppressive silence stretched on. "We need to stay calm. We need to remember who we are. We can't let this place take us." Mark's voice broke through the mounting terror. "It's too late. You don't understand. It's already started. We're already forgotten." He turned sharply, as though he had just noticed something for the first time. Emily's heart skipped a beat as she followed his gaze. In the dim light, she saw what he was staring at. The hallway in front of them was no longer the same. The walls had shifted again. This time, they were lined with faded, yellowing photographs, portraits of people she didn't recognize, their faces half obscured by age, their eyes blank and hollow, as if they were staring directly at her, following her every movement. "They were here," Mark said, his voice cracking with a growing sense of horror. "They were all here, just like us." Emily's heart raced as she backed away from the photographs, a cold dread spreading through her limbs. The people in the pictures, they weren't just staring. They were waiting for someone else to replace them, to join them in the endless cycle of madness that had consumed this forsaken place. "Emily," Jack whispered again, his voice barely audible. "Do you see them?" Emily turned to him, her eyes widening as she saw him standing frozen in place, his expression one of sheer terror. His skin was pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who are they?" "They were patients," Emily breathed, her mind reeling. "Patients of this asylum. They're not just pictures, Mark. They're trapped here. But they're not gone." Mark's voice broke with a sob. "They never left." The walls began to tremble again, shaking like the asylum itself was breathing. The photographs seemed to come to life, their eyes flickering with a faint glow, their hollow gazes narrowing as they stared at Emily and her friends. The sounds of whispers, now louder, more insistent, clawed at her consciousness. The voices seemed to be speaking their names, calling out to them. Jack staggered back, his legs unsteady, his hands grasping at his head as if trying to hold on to whatever thread of reality was left. No, please." Emily reached for him, but her hand passed straight through him, her fingers brushing nothing but air. She stumbled back, gasping in shock. Jack's form flickered in front of her, like a ghostly reflection in shattered glass. He was there, but not really. He wasn't here anymore. He was losing himself, vanishing into the very fabric of the asylum. "No!" Emily cried out, her voice breaking. She reached for Mark, her desperation mounting. "We have to get out of here. We have to stop this." But Mark wasn't looking at her anymore. He was staring at something behind her, his eyes filled with terror. Slowly, as though moving in slow motion, he pointed a shaking finger toward the far end of the hall. Emily turned, her breath caught in her throat. At the end of the hallway, standing in the shadows, was a figure. Tall, shadowed, its features impossible to make out. The figure stepped forward, emerging from the darkness, and with each step, the air around them grew colder, heavier. A low, distorted sound echoed from it, like a deep, guttural whisper from 1,000 voices all speaking at once. No, please," Mark whimpered, backing away. The figure took another step, and then another, moving closer, its presence growing more and more oppressive with every inch it closed. Its face was hidden, covered by a shadow that seemed to stretch endlessly, like the night itself had swallowed it whole. It was coming for them. Emily's heart pounded in her chest, her legs frozen, her body refusing to move as the figure drew closer. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, as though they were warning her, urging her to flee, but her feet refused to move. The figure stopped in front of them, and a chilling silence fell over the hallway. Emily could feel her breath catch in her throat as the figure reached up, its hands moving slowly, deliberately, to lift the shadow from its face. And when it did, Emily's blood ran cold. There was no face. There was only emptiness. A void, a blackened hole where a face should have been. No eyes, no mouth, no features of any kind. Just a dark, hollow space. It was as if the asylum itself had stolen its identity, its very soul. The figure reached out toward them, its hand cold and unnatural, as though the very touch of it would erase them entirely. And in that moment, Emily realized the truth. They weren't just trapped in this place, they were becoming part of it. The asylum wasn't a building. It was a prison for lost souls, and it was taking them in, piece by piece, erasing their existence until they too were just memories that would fade with time. But as Emily stared at the figure, she also realized that it wasn't the end. There had to be a way out. There had to be a way to escape. She wasn't ready to vanish into the darkness, not yet. But time was running out. The figure's hand reached closer, its shadow growing longer, as if stretching across the hallway to consume everything in its path. Emily's heart hammered against her chest, and for a moment, she could only stand frozen in place, her breath shallow, her limbs weak. The emptiness in the figure's face felt like a weight pressing down on her, a void that threatened to suck her in, swallow her whole. "Emily, move!" Mark's voice broke through the haze of fear, desperate and ragged. He grabbed her arm, tugging her roughly as though trying to pull her from the abyss that was now swallowing the air around them. But as he did, a cold hand shot out, grabbing his wrist with an unnatural force and pulling him toward the figure. His body jerked with the sudden motion, his feet dragging across the floor as the thing in the shadows pulled him closer. "No!" Emily screamed, reaching out, but her voice was drowned by the deafening silence that had settled over them. The whispers had stopped. The world seemed to be holding its breath. Mark struggled, his legs kicking against the ground, but the shadowed figure's grip tightened. The darkness swirled around them like an impenetrable fog, swallowing everything in its path. Emily reached forward, but just as her fingers brushed against Mark's hand, he vanished into the void, his form fading from sight as though he had never been there at all. "Mark!" she screamed, but it was too late. The hallway was empty once more, save for her, the oppressive silence, and the encroaching darkness. Her hands trembled as she pulled them back, trying to steady her breathing. This was it. She was alone. Alone in a place that seemed to consume everything in its path, rewriting the very fabric of her reality with every passing second. But she couldn't just give up, not now. A sudden thought struck her like a bolt of lightning, and she spun around, looking at the walls of the asylum, the old, peeling photographs still lining the corridor. Their faces, now more sinister, seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light. The eyes of the figures in the photos were no longer vacant. They were wide with terror, mouths twisted in silent screams. They were trying to tell her something. The whispers returned, louder now, mingling with the muffled screams of the faces in the portraits. It was as though the entire building was alive, watching her, pulling her into its dark heart. She turned down another corridor, her breath quick and erratic. She had to get out, had to find a way to finish whatever had started. The asylum was changing her, shifting her thoughts, her reality, her very sense of self. Mark had been taken, and soon it would take her too, if she didn't do something. Her feet moved of their own accord, carrying her further into the labyrinthine halls, each corner more unfamiliar than the last. The walls seemed to close in on her, narrowing with every step she took, the air thick and heavy, pressing down on her chest. She was trapped. The asylum was warping everything, erasing all sense of time, space, and identity. Then ahead of her, in the dim light, she saw something, an open door, faintly lit from within. A cold draft of air flowed out from the gap, stirring the papers on the floor. Without thinking, she rushed toward it, her hands gripping the doorframe. She flung it open, only to stumble into a small, dimly lit room. The floor was cluttered with old furniture, some toppled over, others covered in a layer of dust so thick it looked like the room hadn't been touched in years. In the center of the room, on an old wooden table, lay something that caught her eye. A sheet of music. Her heart stopped. It was the same as the one she had seen earlier. The cursed melody. It was here, calling her, beckoning her to play it. The whispers grew louder, almost unbearable, as though the spirits of the asylum were urging her to finish the melody, to release them, to stop the madness that had already begun to take root in her mind. But Emily hesitated. She could feel the weight of her decision. If she played it, would she be able to stop this? Or would she fall victim to it, just like Mark? Was there any way to escape the grip of the asylum? Or was she already doomed to become a part of its twisted legacy? She glanced back over her shoulder, half expecting to see the faceless figure emerging from the darkness, but the room remained still. For a moment, it felt like everything had paused. The world outside the room, the hallway, the tormenting whispers, all of it faded into silence. It was just her and the cursed sheet of music. Taking a deep breath, Emily slowly approached the table, her fingers trembling as they hovered over the sheet. The paper felt strangely cold, as if it had been waiting for her to complete the unfinished tune. With a final, reluctant breath, she sat down at the old piano, the keys creaking beneath her fingertips as she pressed them gently. The notes began to play, soft at first, like the faint memory of a forgotten song. The sound echoed through the room, blending with the whispers that seemed to swirl around her, urging her forward. The melody, it wasn't just music, it was a call, a summons. It was pulling her into the heart of the asylum, pulling her towards something she couldn't yet comprehend. As the last note of the first phrase echoed into the stillness, a sudden chill swept through the room. Emily's fingers froze on the keys, her heart pounding in her chest. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch and shift, like dark tendrils reaching toward her. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, urging her to finish the song. A voice, soft and distant, barely a whisper, brushed against her ear. "Finish it. Finish the song, or we'll never leave." The words felt like they were inside her mind, twisting her thoughts, turning her reality upside down. The room around her seemed to bend and warp, its edges blurring, the faces in the portraits watching her with wide, pleading eyes. Emily closed her eyes, her hands shaking as she brought them back to the keys, continuing the melody. With each note, the shadows grew more intense, more oppressive, as though the very act of playing was drawing the spirits closer, feeding the darkness. And then, with one final, trembling note, the song was complete. For a moment, the world stood still. The whispers stopped. The shadows seemed to freeze in place. Emily held her breath, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But nothing did. The room was silent, and for the first time since entering the asylum, Emily could almost feel a sense of peace, a sense that she had done something, something that might have been the answer. Then, as the silence stretched on, she realized something. The asylum wasn't done with her. The song might have been finished, but it hadn't released the spirits. It had reawakened them, and now they were coming for her. The silence in the room was deafening. Emily's breath caught in her throat, and for a moment, she thought she had imagined it. The relief, the sense of peace. But as the seconds dragged on, her unease deepened. The shadows around her began to move again, but this time, they weren't just shifting. They were growing, twisting in unnatural ways, coiling and stretching toward her as though they were reaching for something, or someone. Her heart pounded in her chest. The walls seemed to close in, warping around her, breathing with a heavy, suffocating rhythm. The darkness, once just a backdrop to her terror, now felt alive, hungry, watching her with 1,000 unseen eyes. The faces in the photographs, the patients, the forgotten souls, no longer seemed to stare in silence. Their eyes, now wide with horror, blinked as though they were alive. They were aware of her, and they were angry. Emily's fingers trembled over the piano keys. She had finished the song, but that didn't mean the nightmare was over. The asylum wasn't releasing its hold on her. It was drawing her in deeper. She could feel it in every creak of the floorboards, every whisper that floated just beyond the edges of her hearing. Suddenly, the door behind her slammed shut with a deafening bang, making her jump in shock. The room plunged into complete darkness, the flickering candlelight now extinguished. She could hear the faint sound of breathing, slow, steady, and coming from everywhere. The walls, the floors, the very air around her, it was alive with that low, unsettling rhythm. "Emily," a voice whispered, far too close. It sounded like Mark, but it was warped, twisted, as if coming from deep within a well. Her blood ran cold as she whipped around, but the room was empty. There was no sign of him, no sign of anyone. But the voice came again, louder this time, almost frantic. "Finish it. Emily, you have to finish it." The words were coming from everywhere and nowhere, all at once. They were the same words she had heard before, when she first played the melody. But now they felt more urgent, more desperate. She couldn't see anything in the dark, but she could feel the presence of something moving, something wrong. It was all around her, circling her like a predator, waiting for her to make the wrong move. Her fingers hovered over the keys once more, her mind racing. What did the spirits want? What had she really done when she finished the song? It hadn't stopped anything. It hadn't freed anyone. Instead, it had drawn her deeper into this nightmare. The asylum wasn't letting her go. It was pulling her in, weaving her into its twisted web. She could feel it now. This was no longer just a building. This was a living, breathing entity, something ancient, something hungry. The asylum was alive, and it was feeding off her fear, off her confusion, off her desperate attempts to understand what was happening. A cold wind rushed through the room, making the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. The whispers turned to low, guttural growls, and then something else, a faint sound, barely perceptible at first, but growing louder with each passing second. Footsteps! Someone or something was approaching, slowly, deliberately. The heavy, echoing sound reverberated through the room, as though the very floorboards were groaning under the weight of whatever it was. She couldn't see anything, but she could hear it getting closer, closer, its presence growing heavier and more oppressive. Emily! This time it wasn't Mark. It was something else. A voice distorted and cruel, mocking. The words were laced with malice, and they scraped against her very soul. "You shouldn't have played the song, Emily. You shouldn't have finished it. Now you belong to us." The voice was so close now that Emily could feel the breath against the back of her neck. A shiver ran down her spine as she spun around, her eyes wide, but there was nothing there. No one. But the footsteps kept coming. Thud, thud, thud. Closer and closer. Her mind raced. There had to be a way out. There had to be some way to break free. She couldn't just stay here, trapped in this nightmare. But the door, she had to get to the door. She had to escape. With a sudden burst of energy, she rushed toward the door, her feet stumbling over the debris scattered across the floor. But as her fingers gripped the handle, the door wouldn't budge. It felt as if the very air around it had solidified, sealing it shut. "No!" she cried, yanking on the handle with all her strength. "Let me out! Let me out!" But the door didn't move, and the footsteps, now deafening, their sound reverberating through the room, stopped. The silence was suffocating, thick, heavy. And then the voice spoke again, this time from directly behind her. "There is no way out, Emily. You're already here." She spun around, heart hammering in her chest, but the figure was already there. It wasn't just a shadow. It was a form, a thing that was both human and not, its shape shifting, its features flickering like a bad dream, too fluid to define. It was everywhere at once, its presence expanding, swallowing the room in darkness. Its eyes were black voids, and its mouth a gaping hole, empty and cold, stretched impossibly wide, as if to consume her very soul. She stumbled backward, her legs shaking, her mind numb with terror. This was it. This was the end. She had finished the song, and now the asylum would take her, just as it had taken everyone else. But as the figure moved toward her, something inside Emily snapped. She wouldn't, let this be the end. She wasn't ready to disappear, to be forgotten, to be swallowed by the darkness. In that moment of panic, something primal surged within her. She reached for the piano again, her fingers trembling as they pressed against the cold keys. She didn't know what she was doing, only that she had to keep playing. She had to finish it, whatever it was. She had to finish the song, or the spirits, the shadows, the asylum. It would all consume her. And so her fingers moved, halting at first, but then with a desperate, frantic energy. The notes spilled out, a broken, jagged melody that echoed through the room, like the shattered remnants of something long lost. But this time, the music wasn't soft or haunting. This time it was an explosion, chaotic, jagged, and full of fear. Each note felt like a cry for help, a scream to the very walls of the asylum. The shadows in the room seemed to writhe in response, swirling in a frenzy, coiling tighter around her. The footsteps, thud, 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 grew louder, faster, as though the thing was running toward her, closing in on her at breakneck speed. But she couldn't stop. She wouldn't stop. The melody surged through her, fueled by desperation. And then suddenly the figure froze. It was as if the very air had snapped, the walls holding their breath. The footsteps ceased, the shadows stopped writhing. For a brief, fleeting moment, everything was still, perfectly still. And then, the room collapsed in on itself. The figure lunged toward her, its form distorting as it came closer. But Emily's scream drowned out everything else as she finally, played the last note. The final note hung in the air like a death rattle, vibrating in the very marrow of her bones. Emily felt her heart pound faster, faster, as though her body itself was in rhythm with the song, the very melody that had trapped her here, in this suffocating place. The darkness around her seemed to pause, like it was listening, waiting. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then slowly the room began to shift. The shadows that had crowded the corners now retracted, pulling back from her as though they were retreating from some unseen force. The heavy air around her lightened, the oppressive weight that had pressed on her chest lifting slightly. Emily blinked, her eyes adjusting to the faint glow that seemed to pulse from the walls. The thing was gone. There was no longer any sense of its presence, no ominous footsteps, no growing darkness. For the first time in what felt like hours, Emily could hear her own breath, shallow, ragged. She stumbled backward, her legs weak beneath her, and looked around. The room seemed different now. The oppressive walls were no longer closing in. The windows that had been completely blacked out now showed a sliver of pale moonlight creeping through the cracked glass. The air smelled faintly of dust, but it wasn't the sour, choking scent she had smelled before. This was the smell of something forgotten but not fully decayed, old but not yet ruined. Her mind was reeling. Had it worked? Was she free? Then, a faint creak echoed through the silence. A noise so soft, it could have been the wind, or something else. Emily's eyes darted to the doorway. The door. It had been sealed shut before, but now it hung slightly ajar. The darkness beyond was no longer as oppressive. It seemed lighter, like something had lifted from it. Something was different. Tentatively, Emily approached the door. The floor beneath her felt strange, like the boards were no longer solid but pliable, like they might bend beneath her weight. She reached for the doorknob, her hand trembling. Click. The door opened slowly, without resistance. The hallway outside was as silent as the room she had just left, but there was something about it, something off. The floor was covered with layers of dust, the walls adorned with faded, peeling wallpaper. The air was thick, not with the staleness of long neglect, but with something more insidious, as though the very building had been waiting for her to return. As Emily stepped through the threshold, her senses heightened. There was a faint, dissonant hum in the air, almost as if the building itself was alive, a low, ominous vibration that seemed to come from the walls, from the very foundation. The hallway stretched out before her, lined with doors that led to unknown rooms, all of them standing ajar like forgotten tombs. The flickering overhead light barely illuminated the path ahead, casting long, sharp shadows that danced along the walls as though they had a life of their own. Emily couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. It wasn't just the eerie hum or the shadows that moved when she wasn't looking. It was the feeling of being watched. As she walked, her steps echoing through the empty hall, she kept turning her head, scanning the dark corners of the asylum for any sign of movement. But there was nothing but the silence, the oppressive silence that had once been so heavy, now so suffocatingly still. She turned a corner, her breath quickening as she approached the end of the hall. There was another door there, this one slightly more ornate than the others, darker wood, its surface carved with intricate, almost organic patterns. A low, jagged hum reverberated through the air, coming from behind the door, growing louder with each step. She didn't know why she approached it, only that something, some primal instinct, was pushing her forward. She placed her hand on the cold handle, its surface smooth and polished beneath her fingertips. With a deep breath, she twisted it, the door creaking open with an eerie slowness. What she saw beyond it made her blood run cold. The room was nothing like the others. It was far too familiar. It looked wrong. It was a mirror image of the music room. The same piano, the same faded wallpaper, the same broken furniture. But there was something off about it. It was as if time had forgotten to move here, as though the room itself had been frozen in place, suspended in a moment long past. And at the center of the room, sitting at the piano, was a figure. The same one. The same figure that had followed her, the one she had seen in the room before. Its features were shifting, but there was no doubt. It was the same thing, its body contorting, stretching, flickering like it didn't belong. Its eyes were hollow, but they were fixed on her, aware of her presence. The air around it hummed, vibrating with a low, dissonant tune. The sound was coming from the piano, from its long, gnarled fingers as they hovered just above the keys, never touching them, but making the sound all the same. Emily's body froze. It was playing. The melody was playing again. "You didn't finish it, Emily," the thing whispered in a voice that was both her voice and something else entirely. "You thought you could escape, but you can never escape it. You can never leave the music behind." Emily stepped backward, her mind racing. She thought she had finished the song. She had played the last note. She had done everything she had been told. But now, here it was again, the melody. The same notes, the same rhythm, calling her, dragging her in. But there was something else now. The room, the hallway, felt different. The shadows, once retreating, were now moving again. They were closing in, creeping toward her from all directions. They were crawling, snaking around her legs, her arms, pulling her back toward the door. The door was closing. No, she couldn't let it end like this. Not again. Her hand shot out toward the piano, her fingers seizing the nearest key. She slammed her hand down on it, desperately, and the sound shattered the silence. The echoes of the haunting melody reverberated through the room like the cries of lost souls. And then the room breathed. The walls shook. The floor buckled. The air became thick and electric. Emily felt herself being pulled back, pulled toward the darkness once again. But this time, she wasn't going to let it take her. She wouldn't let it. She had to finish the song, to stop it once and for all. Her fingers pressed down again. But the creature, was already there. And this time it was not letting go. The thing's presence was undeniable now. It pressed against her chest, pushing the air from her lungs, suffocating her. Emily gasped for breath, her hands shaking as they hovered over the piano keys. The melody, it was still playing, still resonating in the walls, in her bones, in her mind. Its hollow eyes watched her, unblinking, unmoving, as if it were waiting for her to make the next move. To finish it, the shadows surged forward again, whispering in a language she couldn't understand. The air grew colder, and the temperature seemed to drop with every passing second, each one stretching like an eternity. She tried to pull away, but it was as if the room itself was holding her in place, trapping her. She reached out for the keys, her fingers barely touching the surface, when she heard the whisper once more, now louder, clearer. "Finish it, Emily. You know what you have to do. Complete the song." Her heart thundered in her chest. She wanted to scream. She wanted to run. But the sound of the piano, the haunting melody that had wrapped itself around her mind, held her in place. She couldn't stop. The music wouldn't let her. Desperately, she forced her hands down onto the keys, her fingers trembling as she played, each note like a pounding in her skull. The music grew louder, sharper, twisting in ways it shouldn't have. It was as though the very walls of the asylum were alive, breathing with the song, groaning with the weight of it. A cold laugh echoed through the room. The figure, was no longer sitting still. It was moving, its body distorting, contorting in unnatural ways, like a marionette whose strings had been pulled too tight. It jerked forward, and Emily stumbled back, her hands still pressing the keys as if they were guiding her, compelling her to play. "You can't run from it," the thing hissed. Its voice was so quiet, but it penetrated her mind, ringing in her ears. "You can't finish the song unless you become the song. Unless you become one with it." The shadows tightened around her, and Emily could feel their icy grip on her skin, their cold fingers trailing over her arms, her legs, pulling her closer to the piano, to the dark melody. The walls seemed to pulse, closing in on her, suffocating her with every note. It was as if the entire building was alive, feeding off the music, drawing power from it. Her head spun, dizziness creeping in as the melody spiraled. It was everywhere now, inescapable. It filled her head, her heart, her entire being. Emily could feel herself slipping, could feel her own identity beginning to erode as the music flowed through her veins, through her thoughts. Who was she? She didn't know anymore. She wasn't sure if she was Emily, or the thing, or something in between. Her body didn't feel like her own. She was becoming the music, becoming the asylum, becoming the darkness that threatened to swallow everything. Her breath came in short gasps, her hands moving on their own, pressing the keys harder, faster. The song was no longer a melody. It was a scream, a cry for help from the lost souls who had come before her, the ones who had never escaped, the ones who had been consumed by the song, by the asylum. "Finish it, finish it." The voice grew louder in her mind, pressing against her skull, forcing her to play faster, harder, until her hands were a blur over the keys. Each note echoed like a thunderclap in the room, shaking the floor beneath her. The walls were alive now, groaning under the weight of the song, pulsing with an unholy rhythm. Was it her playing anymore? Her hands seemed to move without her control, the music playing itself as if it were an extension of her soul, of her very being. The shadows began to form shapes, dark and twisted, reaching out toward her, their long fingers dragging through the air like gnarled, skeletal hands. The figure was no longer an isolated being. It was becoming one with the room, with the music, with her. And then there was a shift, a sudden change in the air, a sharp, dissonant note that cut through the rhythm of the song. Emily stopped. The figure too stopped. Everything stopped. The room fell silent. The shadows paused in midair. The very air seemed to freeze, as if time itself had been suspended. Emily's hands hovered above the keys, the final note still unfinished, hanging like a ghost in the air. And then the thing's voice, that voice, whispered in her ear, so close she could feel its cold breath. "You're still not finished." Her heart skipped a beat. She was close. She could feel it now, that final note just within her reach. But it wasn't just about playing the song. No, it wasn't just about finishing the melody. It was about surrendering. The thing didn't want her to finish it. It wanted her to become the song, to let the music consume her, to let it devour her soul and take her place in its endless, unbroken rhythm. "You can't stop it now," the thing said, its voice now a mixture of Emily's own and something ancient, something monstrous. "The song is you, and you are the song. Forever." Emily gasped, trying to pull her hands away from the piano, but it was too late. The music had taken hold of her. The shadows closed in, their icy touch crawling across her skin as they dragged her back toward the center of the room. She fought against them, her breath ragged, her mind screaming. She tried to break free, but the shadows were everywhere now, everywhere. They smothered her, tangled around her body, pulling her into the piano. The figure, it was a part of her now, a part of the music, and there was no escape. With one final, desperate push, Emily slammed her hand down on the last key, the note ringing out with a loud, deafening crash. And everything stopped. The walls stopped breathing. The shadows stopped moving. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then slowly the lights flickered back on. The piano, the room, the shadows, they were all gone. The air was still quiet. Emily opened her eyes. She was standing in the hallway, the door to the music room still open before her. There was no more eerie hum, no more oppressive atmosphere, but something was wrong. She could feel it. Her fingers twitched, her hands were cold, and as she looked around, everything felt distorted. The walls, the floor, the light, they were all out of place somehow, out of sync. She turned, eyes wide with realization. The asylum was no longer just an asylum. It was now part of her. It had changed her. And the song, it was still playing faintly in the back of her mind. "Finish it! Finish it!" The voice still lingered in her mind, a soft, insistent whisper that gnawed at the edges of her sanity. Finish it! Every part of her wanted to scream, to run, to escape. But she couldn't. She couldn't escape the truth that clung to her like a second skin. She had become a part of the song, a note in a melody that had no end. Emily took a hesitant step back, her breath shallow, her chest tight. The hallway before her felt too long, too empty, too wrong. She had left the music room, but the asylum wasn't finished with her. Not yet. It was as if the entire building had become an extension of the melody, vibrating with it, pulsing in tune with her heart. The walls whispered in unison, like the song itself was alive, breathing through the very structure of the place. Her footsteps echoed through the empty halls, each one resounding louder than the last, filling her head with the song. A part of her wanted to close her ears, to block it out, but the more she tried, the louder it became. The asylum had imprinted its rhythm onto her mind, and there was no way to undo it. "I need to get out." The thought circled in her head like a desperate mantra. She didn't know how much longer she could stand this feeling of being trapped, of being consumed. But there was nowhere to go. The walls were closing in again, and the whispers were growing louder. The shadows were returning, swirling at the corners of her vision, pulling her back toward the music room. Suddenly, the temperature dropped. The air, which had been still, grew thick with a sense of dread. Emily's skin prickled with the cold, her breath turning into visible puffs as she staggered forward, the feeling of being watched intensifying. She spun around, but the hallway was empty. Yet, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, her senses screaming that something was wrong, terribly wrong. Then the lights flickered. For a second, Emily was plunged into darkness, and she froze, heart hammering in her chest. The stillness was suffocating, the kind that made the very air feel heavy, like it was pressing in on her from all sides. She held her breath, listening for any sound, any sign of movement. And then, in the darkness, she heard it, a faint, low hum. It was the song, the melody, the one she had played. It was still echoing, reverberating through the walls of the asylum, and this time it was different. It was distorted, warped, as if the very essence of the place was trying to consume the sound, twisted into something else. She stepped forward, her feet hesitant, her heart pounding in her ears. The sound was drawing her back, calling her like a siren's song, pulling her toward the source of the hum. Don't go back, she thought. Don't give in. But her body moved on its own, guided by something beyond her control. Her fingers twitched, aching to play again, to finish the melody. The air seemed to hum with the need for completion, as if the asylum itself was waiting for her to give in. The hallway twisted before her, the walls shifting, warping. The ceiling seemed to stretch, bending into impossible shapes. Emily's vision swam. Everything felt off. The world around her felt like a warped reflection, like looking at a cracked mirror. What's happening to me? Her mind screamed for clarity, but the answer was just out of reach. She reached the music room door, and her hand, her trembling hand, pressed against the cold, familiar surface. The door swung open on its own. Inside, the piano was waiting for her, as though it had never moved. The shadows in the corners of the room were watching, shifting in place like sentient beings. The air felt denser here, more suffocating. And there, sitting at the piano, was the figure. But it was different now. It had no form, no face, no body. It was like an emptiness, a void made flesh. It was the song itself, a living embodiment of the melody she had played. It didn't need to speak. Its presence was enough. The music was louder now, filling the room, the walls, her very soul. Emily felt her fingers twitch again. She didn't want to play. She couldn't. She was done. She had finished the song. But the thing, the entity, was drawing her in, its presence pulling at the very core of her being, urging her to complete what had been started. And she realized, with a growing horror, that she wasn't the one playing anymore. The song was playing her. Her fingers moved of their own accord, pressing the keys with a rhythm that was not her own. Each note she played was like a shock to her system, electric and painful, as if the song were carving itself into her very soul. Her body jerked with each note, her limbs no longer obeying her mind too far gone to resist. The shadows in the room were growing, expanding, twisting into unnatural shapes. They were reaching for her, their cold fingers curling around her limbs, anchoring her to the piano. The music grew louder, more insistent. It was devouring her. She was becoming the melody, becoming the song that had started it all. Her mind was slipping away. The walls were closing in. The darkness was suffocating, and the air itself was turning to black smoke, choking her lungs. And then the final note came. It struck like a thunderclap, a sound so powerful it seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. The piano shattered beneath her fingers, and Emily was thrown backward, her body colliding with the cold, unforgiving floor. The room was still, deadly still. The music stopped. For a moment, Emily couldn't breathe. Her body ached, her head pounded, her thoughts were fragmented, disjointed. She lay there, gasping, struggling to make sense of what had just happened. And then slowly she lifted her head. The room was empty. The piano was gone. The shadows had vanished. The walls no longer seemed to move. It was as though nothing had ever happened, except for the feeling of the song still inside her. It was still there, lingering in the back of her mind. That whisper, that melody. She could hear it in her head, soft but persistent, like a constant hum that wouldn't go away. Emily stumbled to her feet, disoriented. Her body felt weak, as though it had been drained of all energy. She reached for the door, but her hand hovered just above the handle. Something wasn't right, and as she turned, she saw it. The walls were covered in faces, hundreds of faces, all of them staring at her. Faces she knew, faces she had seen in the rooms before. The souls of those who had entered this place, and had never left. They were staring at her, their eyes wide with terror, their mouths open in silent screams. And then she heard it, a soft, familiar hum. The melody was playing again, and Emily realized with a sinking heart that she was not free. The song had never stopped. Name of the next story: The Widow's Lantern. The wind howled relentlessly through the jagged cliffs, and the sea roared like a beast trapped beneath the surface. Edward Ashford, the lighthouse keeper, stood at the window of his isolated lighthouse, watching the storm rage on. It had been a week since the storms had started, fierce and unrelenting, battering the coastline day and night. Yet there was something else that had been nagging at him, something strange, something he couldn't quite shake. Every night, around midnight, the storm seemed to intensify, and each night he would see it, the faint glow of a lantern down on the shore, flickering through the mist like a distant, dying star. At first, he thought it was a trick of the light, perhaps some ship struggling to stay afloat, but no ship ever came. No boat was ever seen, and as the nights grew darker, the glow grew more vivid, like a soul trapped in the depths calling to him. He had been keeping watch for years, but this was different. The light was always in the same spot, casting an eerie shadow against the rocks below. It didn't make sense, and every time he tried to focus on it, the wind would scream louder, the waves crashing harder, and the glow would disappear, leaving nothing but the crashing tide and the howling wind. Then, as the storm raged on, the light would appear again, as if mocking him for his curiosity. That night, Edward's curiosity got the better of him. He grabbed his heavy coat, his lantern, and descended the narrow spiral staircase of the lighthouse. The door creaked loudly as he opened it, the wind nearly tearing it from his hands. He pulled his coat tighter around him, squinting against the cold spray of seawater, and set off toward the shore. The journey down to the rocky beach wasn't easy. The cliffs were steep and jagged, the wind so strong it felt as if it could tear the very earth apart. His feet slipped on the wet stones, but he pressed on, drawn by the glow. Every step felt like an eternity, the light flickering just out of reach. And then he saw it. The lantern, hanging in the distance on the edge of the rocks, was glowing brighter than before, as though it was waiting for him. He quickened his pace, his heart pounding. There, against the crashing waves and the howling wind, stood a figure. A woman. She was draped in a dark, flowing gown that seemed to blend with the darkness around her. Her face was hidden beneath a veil, but there was something unmistakable about her presence. Edward's throat tightened as he approached, but the woman didn't move. She simply stood there, the lantern swinging in her hand, casting a soft, golden light against the backdrop of the storm. "Excuse me," Edward called, his voice nearly swallowed by the wind. "Are you in need of help?" The woman didn't respond. Instead, she slowly turned her head, her veil fluttering in the breeze. Her eyes, though partially obscured, seemed to glow with an unnatural light. "Are you lost?" Edward asked again, taking a step closer. She raised the lantern, pointing it directly at him, and in that moment, the wind seemed to stop. The waves ceased their crashing. The world went quiet, as if the very air had held its breath. Then she spoke, her voice low and almost a whisper, as though the storm itself had carried her words to him. "You mustn't come any closer," she said, her voice trembling. "The sea, it has taken so many." Edward's breath caught in his chest. He didn't understand what she meant. Who is this woman? Why was she here? And why did her voice sound so familiar? I don't understand," Edward stammered. "What are you talking about? Why are you out here alone?" The woman's eyes met his, and for a brief moment, Edward thought he saw a flicker of sorrow in them. She shook her head slowly, as if weighed down by grief. "You don't know what the sea has taken," she said. "But I do." Edward's confusion deepened. "What do you mean? What has the sea taken?" The woman's eyes drifted toward the horizon, where the storm still raged. "My husband," she whispered, barely audible over the wind. "He was a sailor. And he He never returned. A chill ran down Edward's spine. He could feel the weight of her sorrow in the air, thick and heavy. He couldn't explain it, but there was something about her, something ancient and tragic, that gripped him. I waited for him, she continued, her voice growing faint. Night after night, I waited. But he never came back. And the sea claimed him. It took him, and it took my soul with him. Edward took a cautious step back. You're dead? The woman nodded slowly. I have been for a long time, but I cannot leave. The lantern, it keeps me here, and it calls to those who are lost at sea. The wind began to pick up again, howling louder now, as if angry at the woman's words. The lantern flickered violently, casting eerie shadows over the rocks. Edward's heart pounded as he struggled to process what she had just said. Could it be true? Could this woman, this ghostly figure, be the widow she claimed to be? And if she was, why had she called him here? Why me? He asked, his voice shaking. The woman turned back to him, her face now fully visible beneath the veil. Her eyes were empty, hollow, yet they glowed with an unnatural light. Because you are the keeper, she said softly, and the sea is calling for you. Edward felt his knees weaken, as though the very earth beneath him was about to swallow him whole. The storm raged around him, the waves crashing against the shore like 1,000 voices calling out from the depths. No, Edward whispered, shaking his head. I'm not a sailor. I'm just a keeper. I can't. But before he could finish, the woman stepped closer to him, her movements slow and deliberate. The lantern swung between them, casting long, twisting shadows on the rocks. You're not just a keeper, she said, her voice now a haunting melody, a whisper carried by the wind. You're part of it now. The lantern will not let you go. Edward froze, a cold sweat forming on his brow. The air grew thick with tension, and the lantern's glow seemed to pulse in time with his heart. I didn't ask for this, he whispered, barely able to breathe. I didn't want this. The woman raised her lantern higher, its light blinding now, as if it were no longer just a lantern but something far more sinister. She was no longer just a widow. She was something more ancient, more powerful, something that had claimed souls for centuries. The sea does not care for your wants, she said softly. It only takes. And then, with a flicker of the lantern, she vanished into the mist, leaving Edward standing alone on the storm-swept shore. The waves crashed violently, and the wind howled, but the light of the lantern was gone. Edward stood frozen in place, his heart racing as the wind whipped around him, carrying with it the salty taste of the sea and the distant echoes of the woman's haunting words. His breath came in sharp, ragged gasps, and for a moment, he wondered if he had imagined the entire encounter. Could it have been a trick of the storm? A hallucination brought on by his exhaustion? But no, the cold that had crept into his bones was real. The chilling weight of her presence still hung in the air. He could still feel the sharp sting of her gaze, her words burning into him like a brand. The lantern will not let you go. The thought sent a shiver through him. He glanced toward the spot where she had stood, his eyes scanning the rocky shore for any sign of her. But there was nothing. The lantern was gone, leaving only the relentless crash of the waves against the cliffs. For a long time, Edward didn't move. He couldn't. His body felt rooted to the ground, as though the very earth had claimed him. Slowly, though, the world around him began to shift back into focus. The storm continued its fury, and the wind seemed to howl even louder now, as if mocking him. The lantern, her words echoed in his mind, repeating over and over again, "The sea is calling for you." Edward felt an overwhelming compulsion to look back toward the lighthouse, but he couldn't tear himself away from the shore, as though some invisible force were holding him in place. Something deep within him, a primal instinct, urged him to flee, to turn and run back to the safety of his lighthouse. But another part of him, a darker part, felt an unexplainable pull toward the water, toward the unknown. He finally took a tentative step back, his legs trembling beneath him. The journey back up the cliff felt longer now, as though the storm was dragging him down with each step. He stumbled, his hands grasping at the wet rocks to steady himself. Every sound, every creak of the earth, seemed to echo in his mind, pushing him toward madness. By the time he reached the top, the lighthouse seemed even more distant, more foreboding. The door slammed shut behind him with a force that rattled his bones, but it did little to quiet the storm in his mind. His thoughts were a jumble of confusion and fear, the woman's voice still echoing in his ears. He had to know. Despite every warning his mind screamed at him, Edward couldn't shake the feeling that he needed to understand. What had happened to that woman? Why had she sought him out? His gaze fell on the lantern on the table inside the lighthouse, his own lantern. But this time, something was different about it. The light flickered in an erratic, almost unnatural pattern, and the flame seemed to waver, like it was alive. Edward reached out instinctively, his fingers brushing against the cool metal, and a sharp jolt of energy surged through him. It was as if the lantern had burned him, the coldness seeping into his very soul. The room seemed to grow darker, the storm outside now a mere whisper compared to the growing darkness inside him. The air grew thick with something ancient, something suffocating. Then a voice, soft, gentle, whispered from the corner of the room. "You cannot escape." Edward spun around, his heart hammering in his chest, but the room was empty. For a long moment he stood motionless, his eyes darting around, searching for the source of the voice. His breathing grew shallow, and he could feel his pulse throbbing in his temples. The air around him was oppressive, thick with an unseen presence. The lantern calls. Edward's eyes were drawn to the window. His breath caught in his throat. There it was, the light again, the same faint glow from before, flickering in the distance on the rocky shore. No, not again. He couldn't. He had to resist. But the pull of the lantern was too strong. It had drawn him once before, and now it was calling again, dragging him back toward the shore, toward the woman. Toward whatever it was. His feet moved of their own accord, his body acting without his mind. The door of the lighthouse swung open with a creak, the wind outside howling in like an angry beast. It was too late. Edward was already halfway down the cliffs before he realized what he was doing. The storm had not calmed in the slightest. If anything, it had grown worse. The wind screamed in his ears, and the waves roared louder as he neared the rocks below. As he reached the base of the cliff, he spotted her again. The woman. She stood just as before, her lantern glowing brightly, casting its strange, eerie light over the jagged rocks. But now something was different. Her form was more solid, more real. The veil no longer fluttered in the wind, and her face was fully revealed. Edward's breath caught in his chest. She was beautiful, yet there was something horribly wrong about her. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes gleamed with an unnatural light. Her lips, pale and cracked, twisted into a smile that sent a shiver through him. "You came," she said softly, her voice like the sigh of the sea itself. "I knew you would." Edward tried to speak, but his throat was dry, his words trapped. His legs felt weak beneath him, as if the very earth was trying to pull him into the ground. "I told you," she whispered, taking a slow step closer, her bare feet moving gracefully over the rocks. "You are mine now." He wanted to scream, to turn and run, but his body refused to obey. The lantern's light seemed to have a power over him, a magnetic force that drew him in. He could hear the sea calling in the distance, the waves crashing like the desperate cries of the lost. "Please," he begged, his voice barely a whisper. "I don't understand. What do you want from me?" The woman's lips curled into a smile, and her eyes gleamed with a malevolent joy. "I want you to join him," she said softly, lifting the lantern toward him. "I want you to become part of the sea." Suddenly, the world around him began to shift. The ground beneath him trembled, and the waves seemed to swell, rising higher and higher as if the ocean itself were reaching for him. The lantern burned brighter, its light blinding now, blurring everything around him. "Edward," she whispered, her voice a soft lullaby against the roaring storm. Come to me. Edward's heart pounded in his chest. He tried to move, to run, but his body was paralyzed, his limbs stiff and unyielding. The storm raged louder, the wind shrieking in his ears, drowning out everything else. The lantern's glow consumed him, pulling him into the depths. The ground beneath Edward's feet seemed to disappear, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment, he felt weightless. The very air around him thickened, wrapping around him like cold, clammy hands. His mind screamed at him to break free, to escape whatever dark force had ensnared him, but his body betrayed him, stiff and unresponsive. The woman's figure before him seemed to grow taller, more imposing, her glowing eyes now twin orbs of ice. The lantern swung gently in her hands, casting a soft, mesmerizing light that pulsed like the beat of a heart. He could hear the whispers now, faint, indistinct voices carried on the wind, murmurs of sailors long gone, their souls lost to the sea. You are so close, the woman said, her voice tender, almost coaxing, as though she were speaking to a child. So close to understanding. Edward's pulse quickened. His mind raced, his breath shallow as he tried to force his legs to move. His gaze flickered between the woman and the distant shore, the lighthouse now a mere silhouette against the storm. He had to fight. He had to break free. What do you want with me? He gasped, his voice barely audible above the wind's shriek. His words sounded foreign to him, like a plea from someone else. The woman tilted her head, her smile widening. I want you to know what it's like, she whispered. To be taken, to drown in the cold embrace of the sea. A sharp pang shot through Edward's chest, his breath hitching as the very weight of her words seemed to press down on him. He felt the pulse of the lantern in his hands now, its warmth tingling against his skin. But it wasn't a comforting heat. It was the heat of something ancient and hungry, something that thrived in darkness and death. His body trembled, and for the first time in what felt like forever, he managed to move. He staggered backward, his mind filled with a single frantic thought: escape. The woman's eyes followed him, never leaving him, her expression calm and patient, as though she were waiting for him to realize something. You can't run from it, she said softly. The sea calls, and it will take you, just as it took him. Edward's heart skipped a beat. Him, he whispered, his voice cracking. You mean your husband? She nodded, and the sadness that radiated from her was almost unbearable. He was a sailor, just like you, she said, her tone almost wistful. He heard the call, too. The sea promised him safety, freedom. But in the end, it only claimed him. Just like it will claim you. Edward stumbled, his head spinning. But I'm not a sailor, he shouted, the words spilling out before he could stop them. I don't belong to the sea. I'm just a keeper. I have nothing to do with this. The woman's smile faltered for a fraction of a second, and in that fleeting moment, Edward saw something behind her eyes, something darker than he had ever imagined. The sea. The sea wasn't just a place of water. It was a force, a curse, something that had been there long before men like him had ever set foot on its shores. You are wrong, she said quietly, her voice cutting through the storm. You're already part of it. You always have been. Edward's chest tightened as the realization hit him like a slap. His entire life, spent in this lighthouse, had been a part of a much older story. A story written in salt water and blood, in whispers carried on the wind. He wasn't a keeper of the lighthouse. He was a part of the sea's endless cycle, destined to be claimed, to be swallowed by its dark, unyielding depths. No, he gasped, shaking his head violently. No, that can't be true. Her laugh was low, almost sympathetic. It is true, Edward. It has always been true. The sea has claimed many before you, and it will claim many after you. And tonight, it will claim you. With a sudden movement, she lifted the lantern higher, its light blinding, filling Edward's vision with a dazzling brightness. The air thickened again, and the wind surged, knocking him off balance. The waves crashed against the shore, rising higher now, as though the ocean itself was coming to life, stretching its arms toward him, eager to pull him under. "Come to me, Edward," the woman coaxed, her voice now a soft, mournful lullaby. "Come to the sea. It is your destiny." The world seemed to spin around him, and for a moment he felt himself falling into the cold, black void of the ocean. He could hear the voices of the lost sailors now, clearer than ever, their whispers merging with the sound of the waves, growing louder, more insistent. Their voices were not kind. They were angry, pleading, as though they blamed him for their fates. They had been drawn here by the same force, the same lantern, the same call that had lured them to their doom. The ground beneath him seemed to shake as the tide surged closer, the water rising, creeping over the jagged rocks, as if it were alive. Edward stumbled back, his hands outstretched, desperate to keep his balance. But it was useless. The tide was relentless, pulling at his ankles, tugging him toward the edge of the shore. "No," he screamed, his voice raw, but the woman simply watched, her face an unreadable mask. She had no mercy left for him. There was no escape. He turned, his legs giving way beneath him as the ocean's icy grip tightened around him. The waves rose higher, crashing violently against the rocks, threatening to drag him down into the depths. And then, as though summoned by some ancient force, a hand reached out from the water, emerging like a dark shadow beneath the moonlight. It was the hand of the sea, long and bony, covered in slick, seaweed-like tendrils, its fingers reaching for him. The lantern flickered once more, its light dimming as if it, too, knew what was coming. Edward's heart pounded in his chest as the cold hand wrapped around his wrist, pulling him deeper into the ocean's grasp. "No," he screamed again, his voice breaking, but the sea was unforgiving. As the waves swallowed him whole, the last thing he saw was the woman's face, her eyes glowing with an ancient, hollow light, watching as he was claimed by the very force that had taken her, her husband, and so many others. The lantern, now dim and flickering, continued to glow on the shore, a faint beacon in the storm. The sea had claimed another soul, and in the distance, the whispers of the lost souls grew louder, their voices joining with the wind, forever bound to the sea. Name of the next story: The Clock That Counts Down. The moment Nathan unlocked his phone, a strange notification popped up. It wasn't from any app he recognized. No text message, no email, just a plain digital clock. Its numbers were bold, bright, and undeniably out of place against the usual apps and icons on his screen. The time didn't match his usual clock either. 3 hours, 47 minutes, and 29 seconds. He blinked at it for a moment. The numbers seemed to pulse as though alive. He touched the screen, trying to swipe it away, but nothing happened. It remained frozen in place, counting down, the numbers slowly ticking down with an almost mechanical precision. Confused, he put his phone down for a moment, shaking his head. It had to be some glitch, some weird bug in the phone's software. Nathan had only bought the phone a few months ago, and it was one of those top-of-the-line models, the ones that people bragged about having. He had never seen anything like this before. "Must be some weird spam," he muttered to himself, reaching for his phone again to delete the notification. But when he reached for it, the clock was still there. 3 hours, 47 minutes, and 25 seconds. He felt a sudden unease ripple through him. "That's odd," he thought. "I could have sworn it was 3:47 and 29 seconds a.m. second ago." The seconds ticked by faster than they should have. It was as if the phone was manipulating time itself. He picked up the phone again, his fingers hovering over the screen, but the thought of tapping it made him hesitate. Instead, he stared at it, almost hypnotized, as the numbers continued their countdown. The glow of the phone illuminated his dim apartment. Outside, the world was quiet. It was late, far past midnight. Nathan had just come back from a long day at work and had hoped to unwind with some mindless scrolling through social media. But this was something different. 3 hours, 46 minutes, and 58 seconds. Something about the clock unsettled him. The digits, cold and emotionless, were counting down to something unknown, something he couldn't control. It felt like an impending doom, a time bomb, ticking away, closing in. "I've got to be imagining this," Nathan muttered to himself, rubbing his eyes. He swiped at the notification again, but the screen flickered instead of disappearing. The numbers jumped. 3 hours, 46 minutes, and 47 seconds. This time, a chill ran down his spine. It was too precise, too perfect. He put his phone down, wanting to stop thinking about it, to just forget. But his mind wouldn't let him. The clock, whatever it was still there in his thoughts. He glanced around his apartment, trying to distract himself, but something felt wrong. The air was heavier than usual, thick with a silence that felt too complete. Nathan didn't normally think much of these things, but tonight was different. He stood up, stretching his legs. Maybe a change of scenery would help, he thought. He walked to the kitchen, his feet shuffling across the floor, and poured himself a glass of water. The time on the phone clocked in the corner of his vision, even from here. He didn't have to look directly at it to know the countdown was still there, looming. 3 hours, 46 minutes, and 29 seconds. When he returned to the living room, the strange feeling of unease had only grown. He sat back down on the couch, his fingers instinctively reaching for the phone again. It was then that something unexpected happened. The clock blinked, as though it had gained a new life. It flickered, the numbers twisting and distorting, like they were being reshaped by some force he couldn't see. 3 hours, 45 minutes, and 57 seconds. Nathan's heart skipped. The numbers didn't just tick away this time. They warped, twisted in an unnatural way. He gasped, backing away slightly, but the phone wasn't finished yet. The clock, as though it were mocking him, reset itself in one swift motion. The numbers shifted in a jarring, chaotic burst. 3 hours, 45 minutes, and 38 seconds. The sound of the digital display clicking was unsettling, like the gears of an old clock grinding away. Nathan was sure now, this wasn't normal. It wasn't a glitch. The phone was doing something to him. The countdown wasn't random. It wasn't some harmless display. It was purposefully counting down to something. Something far worse than any technology failure. Without thinking, he tried to turn the phone off. He held the power button, pressing it firmly, but nothing happened. The screen stayed alive, the clock still ticking, its cold, unblinking gaze fixed on him. 3 hours, 45 minutes, and 13 seconds. It was too much. Nathan stood up again, panicking. What the hell was going on? He needed answers. He needed someone to explain this. His mind raced, considering his options, but the reality of the situation was clear. He had to figure this out. Nathan stumbled to his computer and opened his browser. He searched for digital clock countdown, apps that manipulate time, anything that might make sense of this madness. But everything he found was either a hoax or some kind of bizarre paranormal theory. He clicked on one link, a poorly designed forum that seemed to have users discussing similar experiences. He scrolled through the posts, his eyes scanning every word, but there was nothing concrete, nothing that made sense. Just vague references to digital glitches and strange occurrences, but nothing that matched exactly what he was dealing with. And then his eye caught a post. A single user had written, "It won't stop until the timer hits 0. You'll see." Nathan froze, staring at the words. The post had been made just 2 days ago. The user had written it in a tone of finality, as though they knew what would happen, as though they had lived through the same nightmare. "Until the timer hits 0? Nathan whispered, a cold lump forming in his throat. He checked the phone again, and the numbers had moved. 3 hours, 44 minutes, and 58 seconds. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but it didn't matter. He was no longer sure of what was real. Was it the phone? Was it something else? Then, as if to answer his question, the lights flickered. The overhead bulb blinked once, twice, before settling into a dim, eerie glow. Nathan jumped to his feet, looking around. He knew it wasn't just a power surge. This was different. The air felt colder now, thick with tension, almost as though something was pressing down on him. He reached for his phone again, eyes locked on the countdown. 3 hours, 44 minutes, and 29 seconds. And then, there was a knock at the door. It was light at first, like a tap, hesitant and faint. Nathan's breath caught in his throat, his heart thudding wildly in his chest. The knock came again, louder this time, accompanied by a voice, low, calm, and unmistakably not his own. "Let me in." Nathan's skin crawled, and for a moment, he considered not answering. It could be anyone, a neighbor, a delivery person, maybe even a prank. But deep down, he knew. This wasn't a coincidence. Nothing about this was ordinary. He stood frozen, staring at the door, unable to move. 3 hours, 43 minutes, and 57 seconds. The voice came again, more insistent. "Let me in. Let me in now." A shudder ran down Nathan's spine. He didn't know what was worse, the voice at the door or the ticking clock that continued to count down with relentless certainty. He had to decide, but every part of him screamed to stay away. He glanced one last time at the phone, its numbers flickering in the dim light. The seconds were slipping away, each one drawing closer to some terrible conclusion. But Nathan couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was on the other side of that door was tied to the countdown. The knocking continued, each sound louder, more urgent. It was as though the force on the other side of the door could sense Nathan's hesitation, feeding off it. His heart pounded in his chest as the seconds ticked by. Every beat of his pulse echoed in his ears, competing with the growing intensity of the knock. 3 hours, 43 minutes, and 32 seconds. Nathan's gaze flickered to the phone again, his fingers trembling as they hovered above it. The countdown was relentless. There was no stopping it, no escaping it. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to open the door, to confront whatever waited outside. But something held him back. The dread that crept through his veins was too real, too suffocating. The knock came again, louder still, and this time, it felt like the door itself was vibrating in response. "Let me in," the voice said once more, now almost a growl. It was deeper, more menacing, like something, or someone was losing patience. Nathan's pulse quickened. His feet felt glued to the floor. He opened his mouth to speak, to call out, but the words died on his tongue. His throat felt tight, the air in the room growing impossibly thick. Sweat dotted his forehead as he tried to steady his breathing. 3 hours, 43 minutes, and 8 seconds. The phone was like a ticking clock now, each second passing with dreadful certainty. It was as if the countdown was all that mattered, as if the door, whatever was on the other side, was secondary. Suddenly, the knocking stopped. Nathan didn't know whether to feel relieved or more terrified. The silence that followed felt suffocating, like a deep breath held in waiting. Then came the whisper, a soft, eerie voice. "It's too late." The words slithered into the room, wrapping around Nathan's body like cold fingers. He could feel the weight of them, the heaviness they carried. His body went numb. He couldn't move, couldn't think. The voice was inside his mind now, a presence that filled every inch of his apartment. 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 46 seconds. Nathan slowly turned his head, glancing toward the source of the voice. But there was nothing, no figure standing at the door, no shadow moving in the hallway. Only the heavy silence that pressed against him, making the air feel impossibly thick. The voice spoke again, closer this time. It wasn't coming from the door anymore. It was behind him. "Too late for you." Nathan whipped around, his heart slamming in his chest, but there was nothing. No figure, no shape. Just the faint glow of the phone's countdown still shining in the darkness, casting an unnatural light across the room. The phone screen flickered, then went black. Nathan froze. The silence now felt unbearable. His breath caught in his throat. His fingers shook violently as he tried to wake the phone, pressing the power button again and again. Nothing. The phone was dead, completely blank. His heart raced in panic. What was happening? The door, the knocking, the strange voice. It was all connected to the countdown. But now that the phone was off, he couldn't track the time. He couldn't know how much longer he had. 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 25 seconds. The phone flashed back to life without warning. The countdown resumed, its numbers now glaring, pulsing with unnatural urgency. 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 11 seconds. Nathan's hands trembled as he stared at the screen. But something had changed. The glow of the clock seemed to intensify, seeping into his vision, making everything around him feel surreal. The walls of his apartment appeared to warp, stretching in ways they shouldn't. And then, the whispers came again, louder this time, filling every corner of the room. They weren't just one voice anymore. They were many, dozens of voices layered over each other, murmuring words he couldn't quite make out. But one thing was certain. Whatever had been at the door before wasn't the only thing hunting him now. 3 hours, 41 minutes, and 53 seconds. The shadows around the room seemed to darken, closing in on him. It felt as though the room itself was alive, a breathing, pulsing thing that was shrinking with every passing second. The whispers grew more insistent, as though the voices were coming closer, closing in on him. Nathan turned his head, looking desperately around, but the room seemed to be shifting in impossible ways. The light from the phone, once a cool white, now had an unnatural greenish hue, and with every flicker, it cast monstrous, twisting shadows across the walls. The air felt heavy, suffocating, and then, through the dim glow of his phone, he saw something, a shape, moving in the corner of the room. His breath caught. It was like a silhouette, standing in the darkness, watching him. Slowly, Nathan stood up, his legs shaking. 3 hours, 41 minutes, and 31 seconds. The shape stepped forward, just a little, its outline more distinct now. It was tall, unnaturally tall, its limbs elongated and distorted. As it moved closer, Nathan's pulse hammered in his chest. And then he heard it, the voice again, clear as day, now right behind him. "You've been waiting, haven't you?" The voice wasn't a whisper this time. It was clear, sharp, and cutting through the oppressive silence. Nathan spun around, but there was nothing there. Nothing. And yet the air felt wrong. The phone began to buzz in his hand, a sharp vibration that startled him. It was like the phone had become a living thing. He glanced down at it. 3 hours, 41 minutes, and 3 seconds. The numbers on the countdown continued to drop, steady and unyielding, like an inescapable clock of doom. His eyes flickered to the window. The city outside, once calm and serene, now appeared distorted. The lights of the buildings seemed to flicker in irregular patterns, as though reality itself was beginning to tear. The whispers grew louder. "Too late! Too late!" He dropped the phone, his body trembling with dread. The shape was closer now. He could see it moving in the corner of his eye, just beyond his peripheral vision. It was no longer just a silhouette, but a form. Dark, indistinct, but growing stronger with every passing second. Nathan's mind raced, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He knew with terrible certainty that the countdown was more than just time running out. It was a countdown to something far worse. The shape in the room wasn't just a figment of his imagination. It was real, and it was here to collect what the phone had promised. The countdown ticked down. 3 hours, 40 minutes, and 42 seconds. Nathan ran. Nathan's feet pounded against the floor as he sprinted toward the door. The room behind him seemed to pulse with darkness, the walls closing in like a trap. The whispers echoed louder now, surrounding him, taunting him, as if the very air had become saturated with them. His breath was ragged, his mind clouded with fear, but he couldn't stop. The countdown, those damned numbers, were still ticking, and with every second, the pressure mounted. He reached the door, his hand shaking as he fumbled for the handle. The cold metal of the knob felt like ice, a stark contrast to the feverish warmth of his panic. He twisted it, but the door wouldn't budge. No, 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 no. Nathan yanked harder, his fingers slipping from the knob as his desperation grew. The whispers were so loud now, they felt like they were coming from inside his skull. He could hear the words clearly, the cacophony of voices chanting, too late, too late. The door remained locked. Nathan turned in a frenzied circle, his mind racing for a solution. The shape was closer now, its form more defined in the flickering, unnatural light. It wasn't just some vague silhouette anymore, it had substance. He could see the long, thin arms reaching toward him, its body bending and twisting in ways that didn't belong in the real world. His phone buzzed again, the vibrations jolting him as he turned back to it. The countdown was still ticking down, but something was different. The numbers had started to glitch, flickering wildly, distorting in a way that made his stomach churn. 3 hours, 40 minutes, and 10 seconds. It wasn't just the countdown anymore. It was warping, stretching, as if reality itself was being manipulated. A sharp laugh echoed through the room, a sound that wasn't entirely human, as the shape took another step forward. Nathan backed away from it, his legs nearly giving way beneath him as he stumbled. "Who are you?" he gasped, his voice a mix of fear and disbelief. "What do you want from me?" The shape didn't answer. It didn't need to. Its mere presence was a suffocating force, pressing in on him from all sides. The air grew colder, heavier, and Nathan could feel his skin tightening as the temperature plummeted. The phone in his hand buzzed again, louder now, a frantic, almost frantic pulse. Nathan glanced down. 3 hours, 39 minutes, and 55 seconds. His eyes widened, and for a moment, he couldn't move. The screen was shifting erratically, the numbers almost warping into symbols, then back to numbers. It was as though the phone itself had become a conduit for whatever this thing was. "Stop!" Nathan shouted, his voice hoarse, but the phone ignored him. The countdown continued, its relentless ticking echoing in his mind. The whispers intensified, turning into a cacophony of voices, each one more insistent than the last. "You should have left," one voice hissed, its tone dripping with malice. "You should have left when you had the chance." Nathan felt the weight of the words sink in like a stone. Leave? When? He had never been given a chance. The clock on his phone hadn't even been there moments ago. It had just appeared out of nowhere, and now everything was falling apart. The shape in the room twisted again, stretching and contorting unnaturally, its eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowing a sickly green. The moment Nathan made eye contact with it, the world around him seemed to blur. The room itself seemed to bend, as if reality were being rewritten. 3 hours, 39 minutes, and 27 seconds. The countdown was coming to an end. He looked at the phone again. The numbers were warping faster now, distorting into shapes that weren't meant to be seen. They melted, twisted, and churned as if they were alive. And then the phone's screen went black again. Nathan stared at it, his heartbeat echoing in his ears. No glow, no numbers, no countdown. Just blackness. The weight of the silence that followed was almost worse than the whispers. For a long moment, everything was still. There was no knocking, no whispers, no figure. But Nathan knew. He knew it wasn't over. He felt the oppressive force in the room like a physical weight. The air was thick with something unseen, something malevolent. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed from behind him. Nathan spun around. The door that had been locked moments ago, had splintered. The wood was cracked down the middle, as though something had slammed against it with tremendous force. He didn't have time to process it. The shape lunged forward, its arms reaching out, long and spindly, as if they were made of smoke and shadow. The air became heavy with the sound of rushing wind, the cold pressing in from all sides. He staggered backward, barely able to keep his footing as he backed away from it. "Get away from me!" Nathan screamed, but the words seemed to dissolve in the air. The shape was faster than he could react, its elongated fingers closing in on him. 3 hours, 39 minutes, and 3 seconds. Nathan's heart pounded in his chest, the sound deafening in his ears. He was losing control, losing time. Everything was slipping away, just like the countdown. The phone buzzed again, louder, more urgent. The shape was almost upon him. 3 hours, 38 minutes, and 45 seconds. Nathan could feel the cold fingers grazing the back of his neck, sending a jolt of icy terror through him. He turned desperately, his mind scrambling for a way out. But it was everywhere. The thing was everywhere. And then, with one final impossible sound, the phone flickered back to life. The countdown was almost done. The shape's fingers curled around Nathan's throat, tightening with unnatural strength. He gasped, struggling for breath as darkness began to creep into his vision. He fought against it, trying to pry the fingers away, but they wouldn't budge. 3 hours, 38 minutes, and 22 seconds. And then, with a sudden, terrifying clarity, Nathan realized he wasn't fighting a figure from some dark corner of the world. No, the real horror was the countdown itself. The phone, the timer, the time running out, it was all tied to him. It was a clock that was counting down to his very end. And with that final, horrible thought, the countdown hit 0. As the numbers on the phone's screen reached midnight, everything stopped. The oppressive cold that had wrapped itself around Nathan's body vanished in an instant. The darkness, the whispers, the shape, they were gone. Just like that, all of it ceased. The phone went completely still in his hand, the screen flashing once before fading to a normal black screen. Nathan blinked, gasping for air, his body trembling violently as if waking from a nightmare. His fingers were still wrapped around the phone, but there was no countdown. No ticking. No time left. For a moment, he thought he was free, but the silence that followed was deafening. Too quiet. It pressed in on him, filling the room like a thick fog. Nathan's heart pounded in his chest, and every breath he took seemed to echo unnaturally in the hollow space around him. He dared not move, too afraid that any sudden motion might break the fragile stillness. His neck burned where the cold fingers had gripped him. His skin crawled as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. It had felt so real. The terror, the countdown, the shape. It couldn't have just been his mind playing tricks on him. He could still feel the lingering touch of the cold hand on his neck. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. A faint clicking noise. The unmistakable sound of keys tapping on a keyboard. Nathan froze. His head snapped to the side, toward the desk where his laptop sat. The clicking grew louder, more insistent. Someone, or something, was typing. His pulse quickened. There was no way anyone could be here. He had locked the door. He hadn't heard anyone else enter. The clicking stopped abruptly. Then came a soft, unmistakable sound. The soft ping of an incoming message. Nathan's fingers twitched, but he couldn't bring himself to look away from the screen. Something about the message, about what might be on the other side, felt wrong. It was like there was something waiting for him, something worse than before. But his curiosity won out, as it always did. With shaking hands, he reached for the laptop, slowly, cautiously, as though afraid the very act of opening it might unleash something worse than the nightmare he'd just survived. He opened the laptop. The screen flickered to life. And then, a single line of text appeared in the chat window. "You're next." Nathan's breath caught in his throat. The words were simple, but they carried a weight that settled like lead in his stomach. The cursor blinked mockingly at him, waiting for a response, as though it was daring him to reply. His mind raced, panic flooding every inch of his being. Who had sent this message? How did they know? He didn't have time to think about it. He had to get out. Had to leave. Had to. The door behind him creaked open. Nathan's blood ran cold. The door. It was opening on its own. Slowly, slowly, as if some invisible force were pushing it open. He hadn't heard anyone approach. He hadn't seen anyone come in. But there it was, the door, swinging open wide, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. The air grew heavy again, thick with a presence that Nathan could feel in his bones. That same suffocating dread crept back into the room, as though the shadows were moving, closing in on him. The whispers began again, faint at first, then growing louder, more distinct. There were so many voices now. It wasn't just one voice. It was dozens, hundreds, all speaking at once, filling the room, filling his head. Too late. Too late. You're next. The words overlapped, spinning around him like a vortex. His eyes darted to the open door. He knew what was waiting beyond it. He could feel it, pressing against the threshold, just out of sight. Whatever had been behind the countdown, behind the clock, was here again, and this time it wasn't going to let him go. Nathan stood, his body trembling, as he backed toward the wall. His mind screamed at him to run, to escape, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. The fear was too much. It was too overwhelming. The whispers grew louder, now a chorus of indistinct voices, all saying the same thing, over and over again. You're next. You're next. The air around him crackled, as though the very room were being electrified. His body tensed, every muscle fighting to move, to do something, anything, but he was frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Then the phone buzzed again, a sharp, frantic vibration that shook him to the core. He looked down, half expecting the countdown to return, but this time the screen was blank. No countdown, no numbers, just a single line of text. We're watching. Nathan's pulse surged. He wanted to throw the phone across the room, wanted to break free from whatever was controlling him, but the words on the screen locked him in place. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he read them over and over again, unable to tear his eyes away. We're watching. Then, the door creaked open wider. The darkness beyond it seemed to grow, stretching out into the room, swallowing the edges of his vision. There was something moving in the dark, something far too large to be human, something that made the air grow even colder. He could hear it now, a sound, a low, guttural noise, almost like breathing. But it wasn't the sound of air. It was the sound of something else, something ancient, something hungry. A shadow stepped forward, its shape still unclear, but the outline was unmistakable. It was the same dark silhouette he had seen earlier, the same figure that had loomed behind him, twisted and distorted, but now it was real. It was standing in the doorway, stretching impossibly tall, its limbs unnaturally long and thin. Its face, if it could be called a face, was a hollow void, no eyes, no mouth, just emptiness. Nathan's heart stopped. The whispering voices flooded his mind, louder than ever, echoing through his skull. We're here. We're here for you. The figure took a step forward, its movement slow and deliberate, like it had all the time in the world. Nathan felt his legs finally give way, his body crumpling to the floor in a heap, unable to hold him any longer. And as the darkness closed in around him, the countdown returned. Midnight, and with that final second, the world went black. And that's the end of tonight's stories. Keep listening to the sound of rain and fall into a deep, peaceful sleep. Sweet dreams.